The scalpel sliced cleanly into the man's chest. But the blood they expected never sprayed out. Inside that seemingly normal body, there was nothing at all. Only a naked woman curled up inside him. She softly sighed. 300 years later, and the air is still so fresh. The old woman and her grandson had killed countless people, but even they had never seen anything this horrifying. The old woman never could have imagined that drugging one random passerby with a bottle of juice just to steal his organs would unleash a disaster buried for 300 years. As the two stared in shock, the woman slowly gave them a twisted smile. She plucked a single strand of black hair, murmured a spell, and gently blew it into the air. The next second, the grandson's body began shaking violently. In an instant, he transformed into a one-eyed monster, leaving the old woman horrified. But soon, her body began mutating too, turning her into a red-faced monster with sharp fangs. The woman smiled in satisfaction. Good. These forms suit you well. Consider this a royal gift. From now on, you are my servants. But she still wasn't finished, because she knew the man on the table was not dead yet. Sure enough, the wound in his chest began moving on its own. Flesh and muscle twisted together, sealing the injury shut. The woman was about to turn him into a monster as well. But suddenly, the man's eyes burst with blinding light. Before she could react, he shot up and bit off one of her fingers. Yet the woman felt no pain at all. Instead, she became interested in his regeneration. The next second, the man threw another cannon-like punch. As expected, the woman was blasted away, but just as he tried to follow up, a sudden tentacle wrapped around his fist. More tentacles swarmed in, stabbing straight into his ribs. The man could not understand how some Hong Kong granny had powers like a nine-tailed fox. But the wrestling monster beside her gave him no time to think. Its brutal punches came crashing down, leaving him unable to fight back. The man could only take hit after hit until the woman finally ordered it to stop. Only then did the fight end, with the monster's huge foot pinning him down. The woman sighed with regret. What a shame. We would have been perfect on the same side. Clearly, the man's attacks had done nothing to her. Her thick black hair moved as if it were alive, protecting every inch of her skin. And now, the man was like a lamb waiting for slaughter, bound so tightly he could not escape. Then a thick clump of black hair suddenly forced its way into his mouth. It churned violently inside his stomach, before finally dragging out a dazzling orb. This was the real reason the woman had kept him alive, an orb belonging to the Ghost Eater. Legend says that 300 years ago, a war broke out on the peninsula between humans and monsters. As demonic power spread across the land, countless humans were slaughtered, until one man appeared, bringing humanity its first ray of hope. People called him the Ghost Eater. He devoured every monster from that era, and finally brought the war to an end. And now, that power would be swallowed together with the Ghost Eater's orb. The woman was going to take it all into her own stomach. She could even taste the flavor of every monster he had once devoured. As for the man, with his power draining away, his life was quickly reaching its end. But he still refused to give up, because he had one final chance. The man held his breath and squeezed out the last bit of strength left in his body. Then he forced every bit of that power toward his backside. The next second, with a thunderous blast, the dying old man suddenly launched into the air. He smashed a huge hole through the roof and vanished from everyone's sight. The woman did not chase him, because she knew that old-school technique might look ugly, but it was not something they could catch up to. Right now, the most important thing was to let every monster in the human world know that the Hell Ghost had returned. That night, in a corner of a public park, a group of boys were celebrating someone's birthday, and the birthday boy was Oh Gu Young. They had even prepared some delicious little cakes for him. Not one, but 100. They ordered Oh Gu Young to eat every single one. Obviously, he was being bullied. But for someone as weak and fragile as Oh Gu Young, this kind of thing had already become normal. The only thing he could not understand was why Kang Jong-bu had changed like this. Because that bastard Kang Jong-bu had been Oh Gu Young's best friend since they were kids. The two of them grew up in the same neighborhood. They played together every day and walked to school together. But after they entered high school, everything changed. Kang Jong-bu suddenly became a school bully, and Oh Gu Young's nightmare began. So now, all Oh Gu Young could do was play along with Kang Jong-bu's little game. He just had to avoid making him angry, or he would get beaten again. Luckily, the text message rang out just in time, finally giving Oh Gu Young a chance to breathe. It turned out their friends had invited them to dinner, so they had no choice but to leave early. But Oh Gu Young had still miscalculated. because this only meant he had less time to finish the cakes. Kang Jong-bu sneered and reminded him, "You only have 5 minutes now, so hurry up." A moment later, Ogulyung's stomach finally turned, and he threw up everything he had just eaten. That was when he remembered Kang Jong-bu always seemed to torture him with food. But what confused him even more was that his weight never went up. At that moment, a weak groan suddenly reached his ears. Following the sound, Oh Gu-young walked into an alley. There, he saw a frail, homeless old man lying on the ground, barely alive. Panicked, Oh Gu-young immediately pulled out his phone and tried to call emergency services. But the old man muttered, "The Hell Ghost has awakened. She will open the gate to hell and summon every monster inside into this world." Oh Gu-young was instantly speechless. He thought he should probably call a psychiatric hospital instead. But before he could do anything, the old man grabbed his hand. Then, with trembling arms, the old man pushed himself up from the ground. Somehow, he forced himself to stand. Then he forcefully pried Oh Gu-young's mouth open. Even Oh Gu-young never expected his own mouth to stretch that wide. And what happened next was even more absurd. The old man actually crawled straight inside, saying he would pass some kind of power to him. He told Oh Gu-young that, for the sake of humanity, he had to eat monsters, digest them, and then expel them. Oh Gu-young was completely stunned, unable to believe someone had actually crawled into his stomach. But before he could recover from the shock, a familiar voice came from behind him. It was Kang Jong-bu, drunk and staggering back. Turned out, he still had not had enough fun, and wanted Oh Gu-young to keep performing that 8+1 act. Oh Gu-young only wanted to know if what just happened was real, so he asked whether Kang Jong-bu had seen the old man from earlier. Kang Jong-bu only found the question ridiculous. But right then, Oh Gu-young's mouth suddenly opened on its own and clamped over Kang Jong-bu's head. Even Oh Gu-young was horrified by what was happening. Luckily, Kang Jong-bu reacted fast. He managed to pull his head out just in time. In a panic, Oh Gu-young quickly tried to explain that it really wasn't him, but unexpectedly, Kang Jong-bu was the one who got scared. He said in terror, "You're actually a ghost eater?" Oh Gu-young was completely confused. Ghost eater? He had no idea what Kang Jong-bu was talking about. He even asked Kang Jong-bu what was going on. Kang Jong-bu stared at him in disbelief and asked if he really did not know what a ghost eater was. After Oh Gu-young confirmed it, Kang Jong-bu's fear vanished instantly, and he lodged a flying kick straight at his face. The force was terrifying, as if he did not care whether Oh Gu-young died or not. Then, Kang Jong-bu's face began twisting in a disturbing way. Only then did Oh Gu-young realize something was wrong. Kang Jong-bu's head had actually transformed into the head of a dog, and along with it came a level of strength no human should have. Oh Gu-young was kicked several meters away. His body slammed hard into a tree, making him cough up blood. Clearly, Kang Jong-bu looked more like a monster now, and the strength he showed was definitely not human. In agony, Oh Gu-young felt like he was about to die. Then, Kang Jong-bu picked up a tree stump beside him. Seeing it raised high above his head, Oh Gu-young fell into complete despair. With one heavy smash after another, the broken end of the stump was visibly flattened. But even Oh Gu-young himself did not notice that, aside from a few scratches on his cheek, he had not bled at all. The mental shock was far worse than any physical pain. As Kang Jong-bu's fangs drew closer, Oh Gu-young felt like this had to be a nightmare. Even in his dreams, the bullied kid from reality could only keep getting bullied. Right then, a strange voice suddenly appeared inside his head, asking what he was doing and telling him to attack the monster. But Oh Gu-young had no idea how to deal with this, because every time he had been bullied before, all he could do was endure it. As long as enough time passed, everything would eventually end. But the voice in his head told him that if he kept enduring, only death would be waiting. If he ran, he would only become prey. The voice kept urging him, "Raise your fist. You are the ghost eater." Oh Gu-young had already lost all hope, but this time, almost as if possessed, he followed the voice's command. The next moment, a violent explosion rang in his ears, and Kang Jong-bu's entire left arm was blown off by his punch. Oh Gu-young stared at the torn gap in disbelief, but the screams echoing beside him proved that it was all real. Now it was Kang Jong-bu's turn to be afraid. He shouted in panic, "Didn't you say you knew nothing?" The voice in Oh Gu-young's head urged him again. "Finish him. Don't give him time to recover." Oh Gu-young stood there, expressionless, his eyes blank. The sight sent a chill down Kang Jong-bu's spine. He frantically waved his hands, begging him to wait, claiming it was all just a joke. He even asked Oh Gu-young Aren't we friends? But those words only made Oh Gu-young completely snap. He threw what looked like an ordinary punch, but it landed on Kang Jong-bu with overwhelming force. After losing its human shell, the monster finally revealed its true form. Unfortunately for it, Oh Gu-young's mouth was already wide open and waiting. Only after the monster was completely chewed and crushed between his teeth did everything finally calm down. It had all happened too suddenly, from that bizarre old man earlier to Kang Jong-bu, now reduced to nothing but scraps of clothing. Oh Gu-young even wondered if this was all just a dream. But the strange voice spoke again, telling him this was not a dream. Only this time, the voice was no longer in his head. It came from his stomach. Now, Oh Gu-young was truly about to lose his mind, because the old man's hand had actually appeared on his belly. The old man introduced himself as Hong Guangdu, a ghost eater who hunted monsters. He said he did not have much time left, so Oh Gu-young had to listen carefully. That was when Oh Gu-young learned Kang Jong-bu had already been possessed by a monster, and the monsters that once lived in hell were now appearing one after another in the human world, where they had begun eating people. There were two ways they fed on humans. The first was devouring flesh, directly chewing and consuming human bodies. The second was feeding on souls. They nourished themselves by absorbing human fear. But even those monsters had a natural enemy, the ghost eaters, who existed to devour monsters. And now, Oh Gu-young was the one possessed by that power. Confused, Oh Gu-young asked why it had to be him. Hong Guangdu told him their meeting was not a coincidence, but fate. Just like what happened to him 300 years ago, Oh Gu-young's situation was exactly the same as Hong Guangdu's past. A cruel destiny forced upon him. So, no matter what, he had to stop the Hell Ghost. After saying all of this, the old man disappeared completely. No matter how many times Oh Gu-young called out, he could not get any more answers. The next morning, Oh Gu-young arrived in class and felt fear rising inside him again, because Kang Jong-bu's seat remained empty. That meant he really had killed Kang Jong-bu. Oh Gu-young looked deeply troubled. He had no idea how to tell those monsters apart, or how to carry such a heavy fate. But before he could figure any of that out, a sudden stomach cramp dragged him back to reality. Sitting on the toilet, Oh Gu-young could not help thinking about his old friend Kang Jong-bu again. Looking at it that way, everything finally made sense. At least, the original Kang Jong-bu really had been his best friend. But the fact remained that Oh Gu-young had killed him. For a moment, relief and regret flooded his heart at the same time. Tears slipped down his face before he could stop them. But right then, a faint glow suddenly lit up beneath him. The next second, the entire bathroom stall was swallowed by dazzling golden light. The scene in front of him left Oh Gu-young more shocked than he had ever been, because he had somehow expelled his own friend back out. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the students were gossiping about why Kang Jong-bu had not shown up, wondering where that freshman had gone. Just then, the teacher walked into the classroom, ready to start class early. But the tall guy in class was not having it. He asked if the teacher had come too soon, since there were still 3 minutes before class. The teacher checked his watch in confusion and said his time showed class had already started, so they should begin anyway. But the tall guy smirked and said this was a violation of human rights, then told the teacher to leave. The teacher sighed helplessly. Then he muttered under his breath, asking if these pigheads even knew what human rights meant. After that, he turned around and said he would come back in 3 minutes. But the tall guy behind him heard the insult and immediately snapped, asking how the teacher dared call them pigheads. Seeing this, the other students all pulled out their phones and started recording. Worried that things would get out of hand, the teacher had no choice but to lower his head and apologize. But the tall guy still would not let it go, saying the thing he hated most was an apology after the fact. Right then, a massive explosion suddenly rang out. Everyone looked toward the window and saw something moving outside. It was a huge tentacle, slowly crawling past the classroom. Some students still thought it had to be fake. Probably some film crew shooting a short film nearby. Someone agreed and said it had to be special effects. But another student immediately snapped back, asking how special effects could appear in real life. Just then, the teacher's phone suddenly rang. After hearing the voice on the other end, the teacher revealed a smile he had not shown in ages and respectfully said, "You have finally returned." For 300 years, he had been waiting for this day, and now he would prepare the freshest meat for her. After hearing that creepy conversation, the students looked over in curiosity. But the next second, they saw something horrifying. The teacher's body began to transform. He grinned and said, "You fat pigs were always just livestock, raised to feed us. Lord Hellghost has returned. The day humans become cattle again has finally come. As he spoke, the ghost flesh teacher raised a finger wrapped in black energy and tapped the tall guy on the forehead. The tall guy watched in terror as the black energy poured into his body. In an instant, his fear turned into a bloated, twisted smile. This was the ghost flesh teacher's personal monster art. Infection. The infected tall guy turned his head toward the screaming girl behind him. Then he lunged at her and sank his teeth into her neck. Soon, that girl was infected too. The entire classroom erupted into chaos, with one student after another getting tackled and infected. The ghost flesh teacher watched the scene with satisfaction, saying it had been far too long since things were this lively. This was what life should be. Meanwhile, it did not take long for Kang Jung-bu, whom Oh Gu-young had expelled from his body, to wake up. Looking at the scene in front of him, Oh Gu-young did not know whether to feel relieved that his friend was safe, or afraid that Kang Jung-bu might turn into a monster again. Kang Jung-bu clutched his head in pain and asked Gu-young why he was here. Oh Gu-young could only make up a random lie, saying he had heard a noise while passing by and came in to check. After all, he could not exactly say he had pooped him out. But Kang Jong-bu's memory seemed foggy. He only remembered getting bitten by a dog on his way home. Hearing that, Oh Gu-young suddenly realized that this was probably when Kang Jong-bu had been possessed by the monster. Then Kang Jong-bu noticed the strange mark on his arm and asked what it was and why it was on his body. Oh Gu-young had a wild theory, so he asked Kang Jong-bu if he remembered what grade they were in. Kang Jong-bu looked completely confused and said they were in their 3rd year of middle school, obviously. But in reality, they were already freshmen in high school. To make sure this was not a monster pretending to be him, Oh Gu-young decided to ask one more question. He asked Kang Jong-bu if he remembered his favorite game, League, and which lane his best champion, Timo, used to play. Kang Jong-bu found the question ridiculous and asked why he was suddenly talking about games. Then he asked why he would ever play Timo. After all, team fights can be lost, but Timo must die. Hearing that line, Oh Gu-young's tears finally spilled out. Now he could finally be sure that Kang Jong-bu in front of him was not a monster in disguise. So he choked out, "Jong-bu, welcome back." After the two talked for a little while, Oh Gu-young decided to go find something Kang Jong-bu could wear. But the moment he stepped out of the bathroom, a creepy laugh suddenly came from beside him. Oh Gu-young turned his head in confusion, and a terrifying face appeared right in front of him. Behind it, a group of students with the same twisted faces were slowly closing in. One of them asked why he was all alone, then told him to become part of their livestock too. Above the students' heads, the ghost flesh teacher was coldly staring down at Oh Gu-young. Seeing this, Oh Gu-young quickly fled back into the bathroom, but the students immediately swarmed after him, slamming into the wooden door again and again. Oh Gu-young had no idea why monsters were suddenly appearing inside the school, but he knew he had to escape right now. Just as he was about to jump out the window, Kang Jong-bu's voice came from inside the stall, asking if Gu-young was back and what was happening outside. Then, Kang Jong-bu groaned that his head hurt. He said strange memories were flooding into his mind, and it felt like his head was about to explode. He even remembered himself bullying Oh Gu-young, but he refused to believe it was real. The truth was, the old Kang Jong-bu had been kinder than anyone. All of this happened because of those damned monsters. They were the ones who had turned him into that thing. 1 year ago, on their way home from school, Oh Gu-young and Kang Jong-bu ran into a vicious dog in an alley. The two of them let their guard down for just a moment, and the dog bared its fangs before lunging straight at them. To protect Oh Gu-young, Kang Jong-bu shoved him away and blocked the dog with his own arm. Its sharp fangs sank deep into his flesh. But at that exact moment, the blue glow in the dog's eyes suddenly went out. Then it somehow lost all signs of life and collapsed to the ground. And from that moment on, Kang Jong-bu's body was controlled by a monster. For the past year, that monster had turned him into something twisted. It had used his body to do terrible things. If Oh Gu-young kept running away, nothing would ever change. Would he keep escaping and become their prey? Or would he finally throw a real punch? Damn it. Oh Gu-young refused to take it anymore. With that thought, he took off his shirt and tossed it to Kang Jong-bu, telling him to wear it. Then he softly thanked him for always protecting the weak kid he used to be. The things surfacing in Kang Jong-bu's mind were not his fault. It was all the monster's doing. Then Oh Gu-young opened the door himself, and the ghost flesh teacher slowly walked in with the students, sneering at what an obedient piece of livestock he was. In that case, he would not offer Oh Gu-young to the Hell Ghost. He would keep him and eat him himself. But Oh Gu-young was done enduring, and he was done running away. He glared at the monsters in front of him and said he was the legendary top-tier ghost eater, so they had better get ready to be eaten, seeing him still dare to resist. The ghost flesh teacher burst into laughter and said livestock that fought back tasted even better. Then he ordered all the pigheads to kill him. The next second, the students who had turned into monsters rushed at Oh Gu-young, but the ghost flesh teacher actually used his classmates as the first wave, which completely caught Oh Gu-young off guard. Facing the classmates he saw every day, Oh Gu-young hesitated, because they were innocent too, but the monsters gave him no time to think. They grabbed his head and tackled him to the floor. In an instant, Oh Gu-young was buried under the swarm of students. They kept biting into his skin. Some even pried his eyes open. The ghost flesh teacher proudly explained that every piece of livestock he turned into a half-monster was like his own teeth and tongue. It had been far too long since he had tasted flesh this young and tender. But as the students kept tearing into him, the ghost flesh teacher suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did this taste so strange? It did not taste human at all. Right then, a voice rang out from inside Oh Gu-young, asking what he was still spacing out for. Was he really planning to get eaten alive like this? If this kept going, in less than 10 minutes, he would be nothing but bones. But Oh Gu-young still could not bring himself to fight back, because these classmates used to be human. They were only being controlled by monsters. The voice inside him asked if he truly believed they were still human. Those people had either bullied him, stood by and watched, or mocked him for being useless. To Oh Gu-young, what difference was there between them and monsters? But Oh Gu-young rejected that idea. They were only afraid of being bullied too. And sometimes there were still people brave enough to step forward and help, just like Kang Jong-bu once did. So humans and monsters were still different after all. Hearing this, the old man finally smiled, saying he hadn't misjudged him. Congratulations, Oh Gu-young had passed the test. Then he told Oh Gu-young that they were currently inside his stomach. For monsters to enter the human world, they had to pass through cracks in the wall of hell. But those cracks were extremely narrow, so they had to abandon their physical bodies. They came to the human world in the form of souls, drifting around like ghostly flames in a movie. In that state, monsters lacked physical power, so their first step was to steal a human body. And after a monster possessed a human body for a full year, it would take full control of that body. This was known as a complete monster. At that point, ordinary human exorcism could no longer bring the host back. To drive out the monster, the host had to be killed along with it. But there was still one method that could save a human who had become a complete monster, and that was the stomach of a ghost eater. Monsters eaten by a ghost eater would be fully digested here, while the original host would be purified and expelled from the body completely unharmed. But there was one condition: the ghost eater must not hate humans. If the ghost eater despised humanity, the host would be digested along with the monster. That was why the old man had tested Oh Gu-young, and now he could finally release the true source of the ghost eater's power. It was a dangerous and agonizing power, the natural appetite that every human is born with. The overwhelming hunger instantly took control of Oh Gu-young, forcing him to open his mouth and bite at the students in front of him. That massive mouth swallowed several students in a single bite. Seeing this, the ghost flesh teacher was stunned. What was going on? At that moment, Oh Gu-young felt like he was about to lose his mind. His stomach felt like it had been empty for 10 days, and only one thought remained in his head. He was starving. That intense appetite stretched his mouth to an impossible size, as if he wanted to devour everything in front of him. Only then did the ghost flesh teacher finally realize that this kid might actually be a ghost eater. But Oh Gu-young gave him no chance to run. He opened his huge mouth and lunged straight at him. Facing that massive bite, the ghost flesh teacher instinctively raised his arm to block, but his entire arm was torn off by Oh Gu-young's teeth. Yet the moment Oh Gu-young bit into that arm, he sensed something strange. Why did this taste completely different from the other students? The feeling was bizarre. It was as if every part of his body had suddenly been activated, because this taste was unbelievably delicious. Meanwhile, 5 minutes earlier, inside a building in the city, South Korea's top officials had gathered and respectfully asked whether Bodhisattva Chenok was safe. Bodhisattva Chenok calmly replied that she was only a woman who practiced the mystic arts, so what could possibly happen to her? The ones truly working hard were those handling the nation's affairs. This woman was none other than the famous Bodhisattva Chenok. Every 5 years during South Korea's presidential election, officials would ask her to perform a wish-granting ritual to help them win. And the reason they always gave was that everything was for the sake of building a peaceful and prosperous nation. But Bodhisattva Chenok said that national prosperity was certainly a good thing, though anyone could say pretty words like that, even if she could help put them in power. Whether they could become truly great leaders still depended on their own ability. If they failed to lead South Korea toward glory, then after death, they would all fall into the most terrifying millstone hell. With that, Bodhisattva Chenok scattered grains of rice across the table and began the ritual. But the next second, she divined a horrifying truth. 1 year from now, this country would no longer have a leader. Just as the officials wondered what that meant, a violent earthquake suddenly shook the entire city. Seeing this, Bodhisattva Chenok's expression turned extremely grim. She immediately called out to the girl who had been waiting nearby. "Sojong, tell the monks to arm themselves. We're going to war." It seemed the monsters had gone berserk, and she wanted to know who had given them the courage to reveal their true forms on her territory. In the heart of Seoul, a massive unknown creature suddenly appeared. No one knew what was going on. Only one woman, watching from afar, knew the real reason. She sneered and said, "Gusa, I didn't expect you to be this dramatic. I just returned, and you already prepared such a grand show for me." At that moment, 2 news helicopters were slowly approaching the monster, while TJB TV broadcast the horrifying scene nationwide. The creature had a giant body like a snake, but attached to it was a human head. Then the monster was suddenly drawn to the sound of the helicopter. It kept muttering that it was starving. The next second, countless mouth-covered tentacles burst from its huge mouth. This was Gusa, a level 5 monster from the transformation faction. The tentacles writhed as they screamed about how hungry they were. Then they attacked the nearest helicopter. As the helicopter crashed, Gusa turned its attention to the ground, where there was far more meat. The people who failed to escape in time were bitten one after another by the tentacles. Screams instantly echoed through the entire street. From a distance, Bodhisattva Chenok witnessed everything. Her face turned grim, and she immediately ordered all news coverage and social media to be locked down. She reminded the official that this was exactly why she had given him his position. If he could not even handle this, then he should return the golden badge on his chest. The official panicked and quickly promised he would get it done. Still, he carefully asked why that monster had suddenly appeared. Bodhisattva Chenok coldly replied that it had not suddenly appeared. Monsters like that had always been hiding among humans. Many crimes in the human world were actually committed by monsters. There were plenty of monsters that fed on fear and devoured souls, but cases where one revealed its true form and openly consumed flesh were extremely rare. Because all monsters knew that the moment they committed that kind of crime, Chunokal would immediately eliminate them. Just then, a message came through the radio, saying they had arrived at the target location. Bodhisattva Chenok gave the order. Good. They could begin the exorcism. At that moment, Gusa, who had clearly been starving for a long time, was still eating like a madman. Once this appetite began, it could not be stopped. Then a plane flew over its head. One after another, several armed personnel jumped out. The target was a large level 5 monster, so they needed to place at least 10 exorcism talismans. As their parachutes opened, the giant talisman parachutes appeared clearly in everyone's view. Gusa immediately noticed the glaring talismans. It controlled its tentacles and bit toward the armed personnel, falling through the air. Although 1 or 2 members were unlucky enough to be caught, most of them successfully landed. They pressed the exorcism talismans on their parachutes tightly against the monster's skin. Then they deployed backup parachutes and quickly escaped the scene. Soon, all 10 exorcism talismans were in place. Bodhisattva Chenok calmly said, "Thank you for your hard work, monks. Leave the rest to me. As for the fallen monks, rest assured, I will personally hold a memorial ritual for them." Seeing her comrades die, Sojong was filled with overwhelming rage. She immediately activated shamanic judgment, and her sharp twin blades slashed straight toward Gusa's head. Meanwhile, the 3 people on the helicopter also began the exorcism ritual. Seeing this, Sojong stood barefoot on her twin blades. She began chanting, calling upon the sun, moon, stars, heaven and earth, the Jade Emperor, and the ancient gods. She offered this giant monster to the divine and begged them to take it away and cast it into the 18th layer of hell. As the chant continued, and the ritual music from the 3 others joined in, Gusa's face turned deathly pale, and blood began pouring from all 7 of his orifices. Back at the school, Oh Gu-young's ghost eater appetite had fully awakened, and he had bitten off one of the ghost flesh teacher's arms. To a ghost eater, Monster flesh was the most delicious food in the world. But while Oh Gu-young was still lost in that taste, the ghost flesh teacher's huge hand suddenly came crashing down. It slammed him hard into the floor. The ghost flesh teacher thought Lord Hellghost had clearly said she had already eaten the ghost eater's orb. In other words, this kid should be nothing but an empty shell with no monster aura at all. Right now was the perfect chance to kill him. But the next second, Oh Gu-young caught the ghost flesh teacher's fist head-on, and that brutal attack from earlier had not injured him at all. Oh Gu-young raised his head and simply asked, "Can I have another bite?" The next second, he drove a heavy punch straight into the ghost flesh teacher's stomach. Only then did the ghost flesh teacher realize he had badly underestimated Oh Gu-young's fist. Even without the orb, the ghost eater was still powerful. He realized he probably could not win on his own. With that thought, the ghost flesh teacher kicked Oh Gu-young in the stomach. This time, the force sent Oh Gu-young flying several meters away. When Oh Gu-young came back to his senses, the ghost flesh teacher who had been standing there was already gone. The ghost flesh teacher cursed under his breath. Did he really have to summon them? The price for their help was far too high, but if he wanted to survive, he had no other choice. Then, a strange smile appeared inside the ghost flesh teacher's eyes. A voice came from within them. "My lord, are you calling for us?" They could help, of course, but what reward was their lord willing to offer? The ghost flesh teacher cursed those two bastards, saying they were living inside his body and still had the nerve to demand payment. The two monsters helplessly replied that they were just too hungry. One of them even dared to remind him that if he kept wasting time, the kid behind him might catch up. Seeing Oh Gu-young appear, the ghost flesh teacher panicked and agreed. As long as they killed that kid, he would give them 100 pig heads. Oh Gu-young sensed the danger and immediately tried to rush over to stop it. But it was already too late. A red monster and a blue monster crawled out of the ghost flesh teacher's eyes. The instant Oh Gu-young locked eyes with them, the two monsters attacked him from every angle at terrifying speed. For a moment, Oh Gu-young could not fight back at all and could only take the beating. Soon, they locked onto their target and prepared to finish him with one fatal strike. But what happened next left them completely stunned, because their fully charged attack was caught perfectly by Oh Gu-young. Meanwhile, Gusa was in unbearable pain under the shamanic attack. It wildly swung its tentacles, trying to kill those hateful humans. But to keep the ritual from being interrupted, the monks used their own bodies to block the monster's attacks. Then, every monk released the parachute that was supposed to save their life. No matter what, they had to buy more time. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, they still believed they would reach the Pure Land in the end. As the final part of the chant was completed, Gusa's body reached the edge of collapse. But Gusa did not care at all. It laughed and said, "So what if I go to hell? I haven't eaten this much in ages. Besides, hell can no longer hold us." Then its body began to swell. The next second, its massive body exploded, sending broken tentacles flying everywhere. But Gusa's final words left Sojung deeply confused. How could hell no longer hold them? She had no idea what that monster was talking about. Just then, Bodhisattva Chanok's voice came through her earpiece, saying they had detected another powerful monster. Sojung had to take every monk still able to fight and head to A campus immediately, because the ghost flesh teacher had appeared. Monsters were revealing themselves one after another, which meant they clearly had a strong backer behind them. After receiving the order, Sojung glanced at the monster's remains below and quickly moved toward the next area. Meanwhile, Bodhisattva Chanok ordered Smith to send 2 more monk squads. Smith was confused. Was the ghost flesh teacher really that strong? Wasn't he only a level 4 monster? Bodhisattva Chanok told him he was wrong. With monsters, each level difference meant the danger rose by more than 10 times. In other words, one ghost flesh teacher was as dangerous as 10 monsters, like Gusa, of similar strength. More importantly, the ghost flesh teacher could use his monster art infection to turn humans into half-monsters, and those half-monsters could keep infecting others. If he was ignored in the early stage, all of South Korea could become half-monsters in a short time. On top of that, to protect his fragile body, the ghost flesh teacher kept 2 parasitic monsters named Sickness and Emotion inside his body. Those 2 were extremely hard to deal with as well, because they were known as the strongest hand-to-hand fighters among level 4 monsters. And right now, facing the combined attack of Sickness and Emotion, Oh Gu-young was being beaten badly. Against their terrifying speed, he could not find a chance to fight back. He had to limit their movement first. With that thought, Oh Gu-young grabbed their pant legs and said they were not getting away this time. Then he opened his huge mouth ready to swallow both monsters at once. But unexpectedly, he missed again. The two monsters vanished into thin air. At that moment, Oh Gu-young realized something shocking. The infected students across the school were gathering around him again. One girl's eye suddenly began to mutate. Then a giant fist shot out from inside her eye. It slammed hard into Oh Gu-young's face. Only then did Oh Gu-young realize that sickness and emotion had hidden inside the student's eyes. Meanwhile, after hearing that the two parasitic monsters specialized in hand-to-hand combat, someone immediately said that this was exactly why he should go help. After all, he had not exercised in far too long, and he was just looking for a worthy opponent. But they were not fighting with ordinary combat skills. Monsters above level 4 all had their own unique monster arts. Sickness and emotion's bizarre punching style forced Oh Gu-young back again and again. Even when Oh Gu-young opened his huge mouth to devour them, their strange speed let them dodge with ease. The blue monster mocked him, asking where he was even looking. With his turtle-like speed, there was no way he could ever catch them. That was because sickness and emotion could move between the bodies of those half-monsters at mere sonic speed. This was their unique monster art, half-monster hopscotch. The next second, sickness and emotion instantly appeared behind Oh Gu-young and smashed a heavy blow into his lower back. Oh Gu-young cursed under his breath. They were too fast for his eyes to follow. At this rate, he could not predict their attack path at all. All he could do was stand there and take the hits, like a punching bag that could not fight back. Seeing this, the Ghost Flesh teacher became thrilled, thinking they were about to accomplish the great feat of killing a ghost eater. After that, they could grab a few pieces of livestock from the school and enjoy them for dinner. Oh Gu-young's head was spinning, and he felt like he was reaching his limit. Was he really going to die this pathetically today? He had to find a way to fight back. But his attack missed again. All he hit was an afterimage, and what came next was an even more brutal counterattack. No, if Oh Gu-young fell here, the students at school and Kang Jongbu would all be eaten by these monsters. Just then, the old man inside his stomach finally spoke, telling Oh Gu-young to close his eyes. Before a monster eaten by a ghost eater was fully digested, the ghost eater could use that monster's ability for an entire day. And the ability of the dog monster Oh Gu-young had eaten yesterday was its sense of smell. All he had to do was close his eyes and feel the scents around him. Focus on the scent. Trust himself. No monster could defeat him. Because he was their natural enemy, a ghost eater, the ultimate predator. The next second, Oh Gu-young's fist landed perfectly on the blue monster's face. The blue monster could not believe it had actually been hit, but Oh Gu-young gave it no chance at all. He opened his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. Now, Oh Gu-young's sense of smell had become unbelievably sharp, and the scent of those monsters was especially delicious. Then he punched the red monster straight into the ceiling. Seizing the chance, Oh Gu-young opened his huge mouth again, and successfully swallowed it too. The Ghost Flesh teacher watched in absolute terror. He immediately turned and tried to run. This kid was far too dangerous. Fighting him alone was too much. He had to find the Hell Ghost and get back up. But at that moment, Oh Gu-young had already smelled something even more delicious. It was the Ghost Flesh teacher who was running away. As the Ghost Flesh teacher fled, a female student blocked his path, and he shouted at her to get out of the way. But he had forgotten one thing. For an entire day, the Ghost Eater could use the abilities of the monsters he had just swallowed. Even if it only lasted one day, that was more than enough. Oh Gu-young suddenly appeared in front of the Ghost Flesh teacher, catching him off guard and forcing him to narrowly dodge the attack. But the scent coming from the Ghost Flesh teacher only drove Oh Gu-young even crazier. This feeling was even stronger than before. He was even hungrier now. That delicious monster flesh made him want to eat the Ghost Flesh teacher immediately. But the Ghost Flesh teacher used his flexible body to dodge again. Oh Gu-young did not understand why he had become like this. His mind was filled with only one thought. He had to eat the thing in front of him. Just then, two sluggish half-monsters walked over, and the Ghost Flesh teacher quickly ordered them to stop Oh Gu-young. But in less than a second, they were swallowed by Oh Gu-young's huge mouth. They were sent straight into his stomach to be purified. But that taste was not good at all. What Oh Gu-young wanted was that delicious monster flesh, the same flavor he had just tasted. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, Sojong arrived with the main force. She ordered all the monks to scatter white rice around the school. The officer beside her was confused and asked if she was setting up a barrier around the school. If so, the students and teachers inside would be trapped too, with no way to escape. But Sojong coldly said that if they were afraid of sacrifice, they would never defeat the monsters. Because those monsters were best at exploiting human weakness. Right now, they had to do everything they could to completely eliminate the ghost flesh teacher. Then Sojong ordered everyone to draw their weapons and wipe out every monster in this world. Back inside the school, the ghost flesh teacher was terrified by Oh Gu-young's crazed state. When he saw the front gate ahead, it looked like his last hope of survival. So he charged straight toward it. But to his shock, he was blocked by the barrier outside. Realizing he had nowhere left to run, the ghost flesh teacher begged for mercy and said they could make a deal. He could tell Oh Gu-young where the other monsters were, or he could create even more half-monsters, enough to keep Oh Gu-young full forever. But Oh Gu-young had no intention of making deals with monsters. He bit off the ghost flesh teacher's last arm in one bite. The ghost flesh teacher screamed in pain. But as Oh Gu-young chewed the monster flesh, he felt like this was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. It was unbelievably good. Furious, the ghost flesh teacher tried one final counterattack and opened his own mouth to devour Oh Gu-young. But when it came to who had the bigger mouth, Oh Gu-young had never lost. He bit straight through the ghost flesh teacher's neck. And just like that, the ghost flesh teacher lost all ability to resist. Completely consumed by hunger, Oh Gu-young had now lost all reason, hugging this delicious dessert as he kept tearing into it. He wanted to eat them all. They were all his, and no one was allowed to take them away. Just as Oh Gu-young was devouring everything in madness, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him, asking if it was really Gu-young. Then he asked what he was eating, over there. Kong Jong-bu's voice instantly snapped Oh Gu-young back to his senses. But even Oh Gu-young himself did not know why he had become like this. Panicking, he pleaded with Kang Jong-bu to let him explain. But Kang Jong-bu trembled and shouted at him not to come any closer, telling him to stay away. Because in his eyes, Oh Gu-young was now a monster. Before Oh Gu-young could explain anything, Kang Jong-bu turned and ran away in fear. Oh Gu-young was left standing there in a daze, completely unsure what to do. Meanwhile, with the ghost flesh teacher dead, all the infected students returned to normal. But they had all lost their memories of what happened and had no idea why their bodies were covered in bite marks. When Sojong entered the school and saw this, she was shocked. The students' half-monster state had actually been undone. That meant the ghost flesh teacher had been defeated by someone. But was that even possible? A level 4 monster could not be killed by ordinary human physical attacks. In other words, whoever killed the ghost flesh teacher was definitely not a normal human. Although she still could not identify them, a being stronger than a level 4 monster was hiding somewhere inside this school. 2 days quickly passed, and a terrifying multi-eyed monster appeared in the city center again. Facing the monster's incoming fist, Oh Gu-young easily dodged to the side. Then he pulled out a talisman he had prepared in advance. He quietly chanted a spell and slapped it directly onto the monster's forehead. The next second, a heavy explosion rang out. Crack. Turns out, it was all just a movie shoot. To calm the panic caused by the earlier monster incident, South Korea's higher-ups had invited a famous film crew and actors to shoot a short film in the city center. The host interviewed Lee Byung-hoon, saying the set of Monster Hunt looked so realistic that many people online had mistaken it for a real monster attack. Lee Byung-hoon smiled and said that was normal. Even he had been startled by how realistic the props looked. It was all thanks to South Korea's special effects team. The props they made looked almost exactly like the real thing. Lee Byung-hoon kept promoting the short film in front of the cameras, and the topic of whether monsters were real or fake instantly exploded online. Most netizens had already accepted that it was just a movie shoot, but a small group still believed the monsters were real, because people around them had truly disappeared during that incident. But the public could never be allowed to learn that monsters existed, because people's fear would only become food for the monsters. Someone asked how that school was doing now, and whether they had obtained the surveillance footage from that day. But Baek Gusa's rampage had caused a blackout across the entire area, so nothing had been recorded. Baek Gusa and the ghost flesh teacher had both vanished from public view long ago, yet now they had returned at the same time. This was definitely not a coincidence. There was a real chance that woman had returned. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city center, a man was catfishing someone on social media. His target this time was a food blogger named Okja. After being sweet-talked by the man, Okja finally agreed to meet offline and have a big meal together at a restaurant she recommended. Seeing his plan succeed once again, the man revealed a creepy smile. He thought there was no way he would let her leave after dinner. With just one drop, he could make her sleep until tomorrow morning. Following his GPS, the man arrived at the restaurant Okja mentioned, a dark underground place called Grandma's Diner. He carefully asked if she was the one he had been messaging. The person who appeared was indeed his date, Okja. Unexpectedly, Okja was not shy at all. She directly linked arms with him and smiled, telling him not to be so tense. Then she said she was starving right now and she really wanted to eat him as soon as possible. The man clearly misunderstood and instantly blushed, asking what she meant by that. Okja simply smiled and explained that she meant they should hurry downstairs to eat. 2 days after the ghost flesh teacher was defeated, a man claiming to be a police officer came to Young's school. He began questioning every student about what had happened that day, but most students could not remember anything. They only remembered waking up in the hallway. The man's explanation was that they had lost their memories because of gas poisoning. But one student could not help asking why so many students had gone missing, yet none of it was reported on the news. Another said their head had been hurting ever since that day, and if the school was responsible, shouldn't they receive some compensation? After questioning several students, the man still made no progress. Then it was finally Young's turn, and he copied the others by pretending he knew nothing. But unexpectedly, his stomach started growling loudly at that exact moment. The sound was extremely loud, but the man only assumed he had eaten something bad. So he quickly told Young to go use the bathroom. But the moment Young opened the door, he ran straight into his friend Kang Junbu. Young quickly asked where he had been these past 2 days, saying he had been worried about him. But when Young reached out to touch him, Kang Junbu suddenly became terrified. The horrifying sight he had witnessed that day flashed through his mind again. He was so frightened that he collapsed onto the floor. Cold sweat poured from his body as he froze in place. Young quickly tried to step forward and ask what was going on. But the man's voice came from behind him, asking if his stomach wasn't hurting. Why did he still have time to chat with a classmate? He might end up making a mess in his pants. The man told him to stop joking around and hurry to the bathroom. So, Young could only leave while holding his growling stomach. Meanwhile, Kang Jongbu entered the room and was questioned by the man. The man told him not to be nervous, saying this was just a simple investigation. Then he asked Kang Jongbu what he had seen during the incident a few days ago. He told him to speak freely, because Uncle would protect him. But at that moment, Kang Jongbu's mind was filled with the scene he saw that day. He did not know what he had actually witnessed, and he did not know whether Young was a monster or not. But there was one thing he was sure of. The person he used to be had been a monster to Young. To protect Young, Kang Jongbu finally lied, saying he was sorry, but he had not seen anything. But that answer only made the man even more suspicious. The man narrowed his eyes and said it felt like Kang Jongbu had seen something. Something like a monster. He told Kang Jongbu to think carefully again. Then, he warned him that if he lied, Uncle would have to scold him. As he spoke, the man grabbed him forcefully, trying to force Kang Jongbu to tell the truth. Just as Kang Jongbu was in unbearable pain, Sojun, dressed in a school uniform, suddenly rushed in and told the man to let him go, saying she would handle the questioning. The man recognized her right away and teased her, saying this must be Chun Ok's model student. A school uniform really suited her better than a military uniform. Sojun ignored him and walked straight up to Kang Jongbu. Without another word, she slapped a talisman onto his forehead. Then, she ordered him to tell her everything he knew, without leaving out a single detail. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Young stared in disbelief at the scene in front of him, because he had actually expelled all the classmates he had swallowed earlier. As Young stood there, unsure of what to do, the bathroom door handle suddenly began to turn. Young instantly grew nervous. Who would come at a time like this? Luckily, he had locked the door beforehand, or he would have been finished. But to his shock, the door handle was completely shattered. The man walked in with a smile and asked, Young, did you have a nice dump? Seeing the self-proclaimed police officer standing in front of him, Young was stunned. Right then, the old man inside his stomach suddenly warned him. He told Young to be careful, because that guy was not human at all. He was a high-level monster far beyond every monster they had faced so far. The man smiled and asked who Young was talking to. Then he guessed that Young was speaking to the one inside his stomach. The old man inside immediately sensed the man's overwhelming monster aura. He warned Young that as he was now, he could not defeat this guy. It was still a little too early, but there was no other choice. He had to release the Ghost Eater's unique monster art, the mouth release technique. The next second, a thunderous blast exploded from beneath Young. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, a man in white had somehow asked Lord Hellghost out on a date. tempted by her sweet appearance. The man in white was already completely captivated. Even so, when he saw the dark, remote underground restaurant, he could not help asking why they had to eat in a place like this. But Okja had no intention of explaining. She simply grabbed his arm. Then she dragged him down with brute strength, urging him to hurry because the others were probably waiting. The man froze. What did she mean by others? As the door opened, a group of men appeared inside the restaurant. Okja smiled and greeted them, saying she was Okja, and they had finally met. But instead of being happy, the men inside got angry and asked what she was doing, and why she had asked so many men to meet at once. Okja's only answer was a twisted smile. The next second, a coil of pitch-black hair wrapped around one man's neck. Okja apologized, saying she was just too hungry. If she only ate one person, it would never fill her stomach. As their life energy was slowly drained, the men began aging at a visible speed. The man in white behind her saw this and trembled in terror. Okja calmly said she had already told him she only came down here to eat. To successfully open the gate of hell, she had to eat a lot of things. As the last trace of life energy was squeezed dry, every human in the restaurant turned into powder and scattered into the air. In truth, to open the gate of hell, she only needed 666 humans. And now, she was only 200 short. Meanwhile, before Oh Gu-young could even recover from the shock, a powerful blast of air carried him straight out the window. Seeing this very smelly technique, the monster man could not help commenting that it absolutely reeked. Just like the rumors said, it was filthy and low class. Because of this rather embarrassing skill, Oh Gu-young was launched above the school. But just as his fear of heights left him completely panicked, the monster man moved even faster than him and caught up in an instant. Before Oh Gu-young could react, the monster man grabbed him. Then he slammed him hard into the mountain behind the school. When the dust cleared, a huge crater had appeared in the forest. The monster man sneered, saying Oh Gu-young had surprised Chanok Hall by defeating the ghost flesh teacher. But that monster was only a lowly level 4. Whether it was the ghost flesh teacher or Oh Gu-young, neither of them came close to his power. As he spoke, Oh Gu-young grabbed a nearby rock and smashed it at him. But even when the rock hit his face, it did not hurt him at all. It only damaged his human skin mask a little. Seeing this, Oh Gu-young opened his mouth and bit down on the man's finger. But even after losing a finger, the monster man only looked slightly surprised, without taking any real damage. So Oh Gu-young opened his huge mouth, trying to swallow him whole. But the monster man grabbed his mouth shut and asked why Oh Gu-young looked more like a monster than he did. Then he raised the arm with the missing finger. A heavy punch smashed straight into Oh Gu-young's cheek. The terrifying force sent Oh Gu-young flying, but Oh Gu-young's mouth was still in the monster man's hand. With just one hard pull, Oh Gu-young snapped back in front of him like a spring. Facing such a massive gap in strength, Oh Gu-young had no way to fight back and could only take the beating. The intense pain made his consciousness begin to fade. Then, the monster man launched a rising dragon punch straight at his head. The terrifying force sent Oh Gu-young flying dozens of meters into the air. That blow knocked Oh Gu-young completely unconscious. Even so, the monster man still refused to let him go. He stomped him straight into the ground. Then, he grabbed Oh Gu-young by the mouth, slowly lifted him up, and mocked him, asking if it was already over. How boring. A ghost eater this week dared to call himself the natural enemy of monsters? It was honestly laughable. At this rate, he would have to deal with the hell ghost himself. But right then, Oh Gu-young somehow stabbed a tree branch into the monster man's stomach. The monster man only saw it as a boring human trick, though he was surprised Oh Gu-young could still resist while unconscious. He had heard that eating the ghost eater's orb would grant the powers of all the monsters that had been devoured. If that was true, he wanted to try it for himself. Just then, a voice suddenly ordered number 23 to stop. The person reminded him not to forget Bodhisattva Chenok's orders, asking if they needed to use that thing to jog his memory. Seeing this, number 23 could only smile and say he was just playing around, so there was no need to be so sensitive. But the other person coldly warned him to do his job, or they couldn't guarantee his head wouldn't explode the next second. Threatened like that, number 23's expression darkened. But he had no choice. In the end, he dropped Oh Gu-young and handed him over to Sojung and the others. They ordered everyone to tie Oh Gu-young up and send him to Chanok Hall before he regained consciousness. When Oh Gu-young opened his eyes again, he found himself completely tied up. Bodhisattva Chanok sat in front of him and gently said he was finally awake. telling him not to be too nervous. If any of her subordinates had offended him, she hoped he could be generous enough to forgive them this once. She explained that they had been fighting monsters since long ago. In other words, they were not Oh Gu-young's enemies. They were people who should work together as comrades in the same fight. But right then, Oh Gu-young's stomach started growling again. Bodhisattva Chen-uk immediately realized he was hungry. After all, ever since he ate the ghost flesh teacher, he had not eaten anything else. So she told someone to bring him something to fill his stomach first. Just then, a delicious scent suddenly came from behind Oh Gu-young, and that scent was coming from a little girl. Bodhisattva Chen-uk simply tore the talisman off Oh Gu-young's mouth and said that for now, they could only find a level 5 monster. She promised that next time, she would prepare something even tastier for him. Looking at the pitiful little girl in front of him, who kept crying for her mom and dad, Oh Gu-young could not believe he actually wanted to swallow her. He was horrified at himself. What was wrong with him? She was just a child. But Bodhisattva Cheonok only laughed and said he had misunderstood. Monsters could imitate human voices and appearances, and they did it for only one reason: to eat people. Seeing that Oh Gu-young still did not believe her, Bodhisattva Chenok simply untied the little girl. She calmly said humans were always like this. They only believed what they saw with their own eyes. So now, she would let Oh Gu-young see how monsters fooled people. When Oh Gu-young saw the little girl about to fall, he quickly tried to catch her. But the harmless, adorable child from just moments ago suddenly transformed into a terrifying monster. It punched Oh Gu-young and sent him flying. The moment he landed, the monster leaped on top of him. Then it crushed him under its full weight. The monster mocked Bodhisattva Chenok as a stupid witch who had personally untied it. Then it looked at Oh Gu-young and decided to start by devouring this little brat. With that, its huge fist slammed into Oh Gu-young's face. One heavy punch after another smashed his head into the ground. The officer nearby grew worried, wondering if Oh Gu-young would be okay. But Bodhisattva Chen-ok told him not to worry. This was a test to see whether the person Han Guang-gyu chose truly had the strength. She wanted to know whether Oh Gu-young would eat monsters or eat humans. Just then, Oh Gu-young caught the monster's fist. He finally remembered the way a ghost eater saved people. He had to eat the monster. To save the child whose body had been stolen, he had to devour the monster in front of him, before the pig-headed monster could even react. Oh Gu-young opened his giant mouth and bit off its head in a single bite. Bodhisattva Chen-ok nodded in satisfaction, saying he truly was the ultimate predator, and that his performance had pleased her. She told Oh Gu-young not to worry, because she meant him no harm. From now on, she would keep providing him with monsters to eat, until he grew strong enough to face the Hell Ghost. Meanwhile, inside a remote house, a psychotic killer had set his sights on a staggering old woman. He was surprised that she lived alone in such an isolated place. But to him, an old woman who could barely move was no threat at all. He sneered, saying the house was very quiet. And most importantly, there was no one around. Even if she screamed herself hoarse, no one would hear her. But unexpectedly, the old woman showed no fear and pulled out an axe. The killer froze when he saw it. The old woman told him not to mind the axe. She was only holding it because she was afraid he might run away. Just as the killer was about to ask what that meant, a coil of hair pierced straight into the back of his neck. In no time, he was drained into a dry husk. But the Hell Ghost was very dissatisfied with today's meal and asked why the old woman kept bringing back useless trash like this. Couldn't she find something more human? The number for the gate of hell had stopped rising. Ordinary humans could no longer increase it. From now on, they had to choose higher quality humans for her. After hearing this, the old woman could only helplessly say she would do her best. Just then, the wrestling monster returned and happened to hear their conversation. Looking at the human he had brought back, he asked awkwardly if this one would be good enough for Lord Hellghost. Hellghost took one look and was instantly disgusted, saying this kind of thing ruined her appetite and asking if he was trying to mess with her. But unexpectedly, the fat man in front of her was not scared at all. Instead, he became even more excited after seeing Hellghost. He said with excitement that the book had been telling the truth all along. Seeing this, Hellghost directly took the book from him. Not only did the book mention the wrestling monster, it even described Hellghost in surprising detail. The fat man said that ever since he read this book, he had been searching for real monsters. He even wanted to offer up his soul and body, begging Hellghost to turn him into a monster too. Hellghost said she really had no interest in the soul of someone like him. Still, she had just thought of something fun. With that, she activated her skill, Monster Morphing Hair. Meanwhile, Oh Gu-young had already returned to school, just as he was still wondering whether he should cooperate with Bodhisattva Cheonok. The class bully walked up behind him. He called him useless, and said he was hungry, ordering him to go buy a bun. But when the bully tried to slap Oh Gu-young around, Oh Gu-young instinctively grabbed his arm. That only made the bully even angrier. He grabbed Oh Gu-young by the collar and shouted, asking if he wanted to die. Oh Gu-young quickly apologized and said he would go buy the bun right away. But when the bully's eyes landed on Oh Gu-young's mouth, a strange fear suddenly made him break out in cold sweat. He could only force himself to stay calm and say he would let it go this time. But Oh Gu-young had better watch himself next time. The bully found it strange, too. Why did his whole body start trembling the moment he saw that kid's mouth? Blurry memories kept flashing through his mind. In those memories, he and his classmates were flying through the air. Then they were suddenly drawn to a bright light in the sky, and everyone flew toward it without realizing. Meanwhile, Oh Gu-young was still wondering why the bully had suddenly given up on hitting him. Just then, his friend Kang Jong-bu appeared at the classroom door. But the moment Kang Jong-bu saw Oh Gu-young, he immediately turned and left. Kang Jong-bu himself did not know what he was so afraid of. He just felt that the moment he spoke to Oh Gu-young, he would hear a truth he could not handle. Right then, Kang Jong-bu saw something strange. A long-necked monster had appeared in the school, and it seemed only Kang Jong-bu could see its true form. Later, as Kang Jong-bu was walking home, those strange things still had not disappeared from his sight. He even wondered if he had lost his mind. Why was he seeing these bizarre monsters in the crowd? What was going on? Then a commotion in the distance caught Kang Jong-bu's attention. Someone shouted that the guy over there was incredibly handsome, and that he looked like someone they had seen on TV. But in Kang Jong-bu's eyes, the guy in front of them was clearly an ugly fat nerd. Unbelievably, even with that appearance, two beautiful women still came up to hit on him. The fat man proudly asked if they wanted to date him, then told them they had better be ready, because they were about to fall into his swamp and struggle helplessly. The reason this was happening was that Hellghost had implanted a lust ghost inside him. Everyone within a 1-mile radius would see him as a handsome man, especially female humans. The moment they made eye contact with him, they would instantly become captivated. At that moment, the two women were completely enchanted. To them, the fat man looked like the man of their dreams, and they could not pull themselves away. Kang Jong-bu was completely confused. Did that guy really look handsome? Or was something wrong with his own eyes? But what shocked Kang Jong-bu even more was that the fat nerd from earlier had now turned into a demon. If he left this alone, those two girls would be in serious danger. Kang Jong-bu wanted to call the police, but he had no idea how to explain it, because no one would believe him. Damn it. The most important thing now was to save them. Meanwhile, the fat man had brought the two beautiful women to a sealed-off construction site, while he was still enjoying the vanity brought by his new, handsome appearance. A group of people suddenly appeared and blocked their way. They complained that Kang Jong-bu had taken forever to contact them, saying someone needed to be taught a lesson. But they never expected the target to be such an annoying-looking guy, the kind who clearly used his face to get away with anything. Kang Jong-bu trembled as he told the monster to let those girls go. To deal with this monster, Kang Jong-bu had called over every thug in the area. Unexpectedly, even though the fat man had already become a monster, he was still afraid. It even made Kang Jong-bu wonder if he was seeing things. The real reason the fat man was scared was that he had been bullied since childhood, so this kind of situation triggered instinctive fear. Just like that, the fat man was beaten up by the thugs, and even had his clothes stripped off. But even then, the thugs still refused to stop. They demanded that he take off his underwear too. At that moment, the fat man trembled all over and did not dare resist. Then, a voice suddenly echoed inside his head, asking what he was still spacing out for. He had already become a monster, yet he was still this pathetic. From now on, it would take over his body completely. The next second, a foul smell spread from the fat man's body. The thugs who smelled it suddenly started acting strange. One of them confessed to the boss, saying he had liked him for a long time, and asking if he would go out with him. The thug boss was stunned by this ridiculous confession, but under the influence of the surrounding lust fog, the two instantly fell in love. Even the other thugs all found their own partners. Only Kang Jong-bu was unaffected. He stared at everyone in confusion, completely unable to understand what the hell he was watching. The lust ghost did not expect its lust fog to have no effect on Kang Jong-bu. It seemed he was also a human with powerful spiritual energy. With that, it rushed straight at him. Because humans with strong spiritual energy were exactly what Lord Hellghost needed most. Just as Kang Jong-bu was being choked and could barely endure it. Oh Gu-young suddenly dropped from the sky and separated them with a single punch. He coldly asked what the monster had done to his friend. There were 2 ways to develop a Ghost Eater's power. One was to eat monsters and increase his demonic power. The other was to learn and train monster arts. Up until now, Young had been fighting with the ability to enlarge his mouth. But that ability only worked when the enemy was weaker than him, because a Ghost Eater could only devour monsters weaker than himself. If he faced a stronger monster, he could not swallow it directly until he defeated it first. That was why Young had to train in the most basic Ghost Eater monster art, the mouth release technique. The mouth release technique worked by compressing demonic power and releasing it from the body's openings. Once mastered, it could even be released from any opening across the body. For now, Young could use it to propel himself and boost his attacks. With the mouth release technique, his speed and striking force increased dramatically. His sudden assault left the Lust Ghost with no chance to fight back. Then, Young charged up a kick and sent the Lust Ghost flying high into the air. The reason Young had appeared here was because he wanted to tell Kang Jongbu everything that had happened recently. So he had been following Kang Jongbu the whole time, only to run into another monster. Young used the mouth release technique to launch himself into the air again and landed another punch on the Lust Ghost. Seeing his chance, he opened his huge mouth and tried to swallow the Lust Ghost in one bite. But the distance was still too great, and the monster narrowly dodged. In that case, he would just use the technique again. But this time, the mouth release technique would not activate. Young instantly realized he was in trouble. The mouth release technique was a monster art that used demonic power as fuel. If he was not skilled enough, he would waste too much energy and burn through it all in a short time. The Lust Ghost seized the opening and threw a punch. It smashed Young straight into the ground. The Lust Ghost had been scared half to death just now. It never expected to run into a Ghost Eater here, but this was even better. If it captured Young and brought him back, Lord Hellghost would definitely reward it. Then the Lust Ghost activated its monster art, Lust Arrow. Anyone struck by this arrow would see the person in front of them as the love of their life. Humans called it Cupid's arrow. Young knew that if he failed to dodge, it would be over. He had to squeeze out the last of his strength. The instant the Lust Ghost fired Cupid's arrow, Young used his final bit of demonic power to propel himself away, successfully dodging the shot. But now, his demonic power was completely drained. The Lust Ghost sneered and asked if he really thought it could only fire one arrow. Then Cupid's arrows appeared on all 6 of the Lust Ghost's arms. The next second, all 6 arrows shot toward Young at once. Without any demonic power left, he had no way to dodge. A burning pain tore through him, making him collapse to the ground and struggle in agony. The Lust Ghost proudly said that true love burns just that hot and hurts just that much. At that moment, Young felt something strange inside him. His heart felt like it was about to burst, and whenever he looked at the Lust Ghost, a bizarre feeling rose inside him. To stop his thoughts from spiraling, Young squeezed his eyes shut. But the Lust Ghost had no intention of letting Young go. It forced his eyes open and ordered him to take a good look, because, from now on, Young belonged to it. The next second, Young felt like his body was about to explode. The intense pain nearly drove him insane. The Lust Ghost demanded to know who it was to him. Young struggled to answer that it was the one he loved most. But in the middle of that endless pain, Young suddenly roared that it was his favorite food. At that moment, Young's entire aura changed. His eyes went hollow, and he looked like a demon. Before the Lust Ghost could understand what was happening, Young tore off both of its hands, then kicked it hard in the stomach. The Lust Ghost was sent flying. Young had now transformed into a completely new form, looking like a true monster. Meanwhile, Bodhisattva Chenok watched everything through the drone feed and immediately realized that the Ghost Eater's complete monster form had been unleashed. When ordinary monsters steal human bodies, they devour the soul as well, fully taking over the body. But the Ghost Eater is different. It hides beneath the human soul because it once committed an unforgivable sin by devouring King Yama, the strongest being in hell. That was why even heaven was hunting it. Unexpectedly, the Lust Arrow had now caused it to break free, because the Ghost Eater had mistaken the Lust Ghost for King Yama, the strongest monster, and it wanted to swallow him again. After chewing off the Lust Ghost's hands, the Ghost Eater found the taste disgusting. It roared that what it wanted to eat was King Yama, and demanded that he be handed over. The Lust Ghost had no idea who this thing was, but it instinctively felt that it would endanger Lord Hellghost. So even if it had to use all of its demonic power, it had to make up for its mistake. The next second, The lust ghost fired every lust arrow from its body, but, to its shock, the ghost eater swallowed every single attack, while the lust ghost was still frozen in disbelief. The ghost eater's mouth suddenly disappeared. At the same time, half of the lust ghost's body vanished with it. The lust ghost could not understand what had just happened. It felt as if some invisible thing was gnawing at its body. Bite by bite, it was being devoured completely. Just then, Bodhisattva Chenuk finally saw number 23 arrive. She ordered him to stop the ghost eater and gave him permission to release all of his power, but under one condition. He had to bring the ghost eater back completely unharmed. No, 23 could not help teasing Bodhisattva Chenuk, saying she seemed a little biased. Was that ghost eater her grandson or something? Why did she care so much about him? Bodhisattva Chenuk coldly replied that to stop the hell ghost, they needed the ghost eater's power. That made Oh Guyang far more important than someone like number 23. No, 23 simply said he understood. But he also reminded her not to forget that the hell ghost's head had to be claimed by his own hands. Sojung, standing nearby, was confused. Wasn't King Yama the greatest judge of hell? How could the ghost eater, who was only a monster, have eaten King Yama? Bodhisattva Chenok explained that the ghost eater was originally a hungry ghost living at the very bottom of hell. Hungry ghosts were the lowest class among monsters. They had no sense of self, only endless hunger. They spent their lives at the bottom of hell, eating monster corpses and waste. Sometimes, they even devoured their own kind. That was why they were known as Hell's Cleaners. Even the Creator despised them and refused to give them an anus, so they could not expel anything they swallowed. After eating for a while, their stomachs would eventually burst, killing them. But one day, long ago, a young hungry ghost was born in hell. And at some point, it suddenly had a thought. It wanted to eat something better than this. That alone was extremely strange, because while hungry ghosts had hunger, they never cared whether food tasted good. The young hungry ghost became confused after having its first real thought. It kept wondering how it could eat something more delicious, until one day, it finally realized the answer. To eat better food, it had to stay alive, because once it died, it would never eat anything again. From that moment on, the will to survive took root deep inside the young hungry ghost, so it learned to look up. Above it was the entrance to the septic pit at the bottom of hell. Monster corpses and waste would fall into that place through the opening. The young hungry ghost stared at that hole for a very, very long time. Then, suddenly, it awakened. It picked up a sharp bone and stabbed it into its own lower body. Somehow, it succeeded in creating an anus for itself. From then on, the young hungry ghost swallowed every monster it encountered. After digesting them, it expelled them. In the end, it even swallowed King Yama of Hell. At that moment, the lust ghost, now reduced to only a head, could not understand the monster before it, and in hopeless agony, it was completely swallowed by the ghost eater. Then, number 23 appeared in front of the ghost eater and asked if he was interrupting his meal. He regretfully informed the ghost eater that he was finished, because that old woman had allowed him to use all of his power. But the next second, the ghost eater ate the entire upper half of number 23's body. Yet somehow, number 23 appeared in front of the ghost eater again, completely intact. No, 23 asked in disbelief if the ghost eater could at least let him finish talking. But before he could finish, he was eaten again. Still, number 23 did not care. He told the ghost eater to keep eating, because even if it ate one of him, there were still countless more. He had heard the ghost eater was originally just a hungry ghost, so he thought it might be something impressive. But in the end, it was only a lowest class monster that grew up eating waste. Bodhisattva Chenok had said they needed the ghost eater's power to fight the hell ghost. But number 23 believed that if he went alone, he could instantly destroy the hell ghost himself, because he was the strongest monster, the descendant of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. But after number 23 threw a punch, the ghost eater didn't even flinch. No, 23 suddenly panicked, wondering if he had killed it and how he was supposed to explain that to the old woman. But the next second, number 23's arm was eaten. Only then did number 23 realize this thing was truly troublesome. Still, thanks to that exchange, he confirmed one important fact. The ghost eater could use invisible mouths and body parts to devour other monsters, but it could only eat one target at a time. In other words, as long as number 23 created clones faster than the ghost eater could eat them, and kept attacking non-stop, he could defeat it. Facing a swarm of clones, the ghost eater was completely suppressed and had no way to fight back. Soon it was buried under a storm of stinky feet. No 23 sneered that the Ghost Eater should be grateful he had not killed it. But right then, a white light suddenly flashed in the Ghost Eater's hollow eyes. Before number 23 could react, a violent explosion echoed across the entire block. Meanwhile, because the Lust Ghost had died, the thugs, who had been lost in romance, finally returned to normal. But after realizing the absurd things they had just done, every one of them wanted to die from shame. At that moment, Kang Jong-bu was woken up by their commotion. Before he could even understand what was happening, a massive explosion suddenly rang beside his ears. At the same time, the sky lit up as bright as day. When the smoke cleared, number 23 was coughing up blood from the blast. He never expected the mouth release technique could even be blasted from the mouth. The Ghost Eater really was the filthiest monster in history. And inside the smoke, the Ghost Eater still stood there coldly. But the Ghost Eater's skin on its face was slowly peeling away. Seeing this, number 23 smiled. Its transformation was starting to come undone. Most likely it had not eaten enough, and using that large-scale monster art had drained most of its demonic power. Then the Ghost Eater's invisible mouth bit toward number 23's arm again. But this time, number 23's arm remained completely unharmed. Number 23 sneered and asked if it was trying to eat him to recover its demonic power. Too bad. This was his real body, not a clone, and he would not let it eat him that easily. To capture the Ghost Eater, number 23 decided to fight with his real body, because his clones would only help the Ghost Eater recover its energy. Instead, he would lure it into using the mouth release technique again and again, until its demonic power was completely drained. The next second, terrifying power shot straight into the dark night sky. At that moment, more and more pieces of skin were falling from the Ghost Eater's face. Number 23 sneered and asked if it was starving, because this attack was nowhere near as powerful as the last one. Seeing cracks spread across the Ghost Eater's entire body. No. Number 23 immediately realized it only had enough demonic power left for one final mouth release technique. And with that little power remaining, even if he blocked it head-on, he could easily withstand it. So number 23 kicked the Ghost Eater in the stomach, trying to force it to use its last mouth release technique. But to his shock, the Ghost Eater shoved both of its hands into its own mouth. Even number 23 was stunned by what he was seeing. He never expected this lunatic to replenish its demonic power by eating its own hands. After swallowing them, the Ghost Eater's strength returned once again. The next second, the Ghost Eater unleashed a full-power mouth release technique. The terrifying blast shattered the entire street in a straight line. After the smoke cleared, No 23, who had survived, was furious, because that explosion had blown away most of his body, and the Ghost Eater had passed out again. No 23 cursed and decided to change his mind. No matter what, Bodhisattva Chenok said, he was going to kill the Ghost Eater himself. After all, he could just defeat the Hell Ghost on his own later. But just as he was about to move, Kang Jong-bu followed the sound of the explosion and found them. Facing number 23's threat, Kang Jong-bu refused to back down. He stood in front of Oh Gu-young and said Gu-young was his friend, so number 23 was not allowed to bully him. Hearing this, number 23 found it ridiculous. He asked if Kang Jong-bu even knew what Oh Gu-young was, because how could a human and a hungry ghost ever be friends? If Kang Jong-bu wanted to die that badly, then number 23 would gladly send him and his friend to the afterlife together. But unexpectedly, number 23's full power strike did absolutely nothing to Kang Jong-bu. Instead, number 23's own fingers twisted out of shape. While number 23 was still shocked, Kang Jong-bu's fist slammed into his face. With just an ordinary punch, he sent the descendant of the great sage equal to heaven flying. No 23 could not believe it. How could a human have this kind of power? Even Kang Jong-bu himself was confused. His body felt strangely different. It was as if an unknown power was flowing through him. Then, colorful ribbons began floating around Kang Jong-bu. The next second, the sudden energy made him lose consciousness. At the same time, the furious number 23 charged in with another punch. But to everyone's shock, Kang Jong-bu's unconscious body moved on its own. A cold voice said, "You fake. How dare you disobey my order?" After that, Oh Gu-young had a very long dream. In the dream, he stood before King Yama, the strongest being in hell. King Yama asked if he was the interesting hungry ghost who had broken the fate of hungry ghosts being unable to expel waste, and the fact that he had climbed all the way from the deepest bottom of hell to stand before him was truly worthy of praise. But King Yama was also curious, If Oguyang ate everything in front of him, wouldn't that leave him as the only being in the world? King Yama said he was also a pitiful and lonely existence created by the creator, just like himself, without a single friend. When Oguyang woke up again, he found himself inside Chen Ok Hall's headquarters. His severed hands had also grown back completely. And from Sojun, he learned what had happened after he passed out last night. After Kang Jongbu lost consciousness, his body began defending itself on its own. But the voice coming from his mouth belonged to Bodhisattva Chen Ok. She coldly called number 23 a fake, asking how he dared disobey her order and if he had a death wish. The word fake instantly broke number 23's composure. But Bodhisattva Chen Ok had no intention of being polite. She used Kang Jongbu's body and began chanting. She invoked the thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Bodhisattva and the Great Compassion Mantra. The next second, the golden headband on number 23's head began tightening. The pain tortured him so badly that he immediately begged for forgiveness, saying he was sorry and asking her to spare him this once. Bodhisattva Chen Ok mocked him, asking if he really thought he could deal with the Hell Ghost, or if he actually believed he was the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. In the end, number 23 was nothing more than a tool created through genetic engineering. He only had to do his job as a tool, otherwise she could blow up his head at any time. Then, Kang Jongbu turned around, carried Oguyang on his back, and said he would take him home now. Once they got back, Oguyang would first need to learn how to control his power. He told him not to worry because he would teach him step by step. But this entire farce had already been witnessed by the Hell Ghost from nearby. She smirked and said it was not time to start the war yet. They would meet again soon anyway, because she had already sent out the invitation. Back in the present, not long after waking up, Oguyang's stomach suddenly started hurting again. He could barely hold it in. So he quickly asked where the bathroom was. After a very relieving moment, Oguyang somehow expelled another living person. But Sojun had already prepared for this. After the fat man woke up, she slapped a talisman directly onto his forehead. This was the truth talisman, which forced him to answer everything he knew. Later, the fat man revealed all the information he had. Sitting around him was the Human Exorcist Alliance, an organization created by the entire world 300 years ago, after the Hell Ghost brought humanity to the brink of destruction. Bodhisattva Chen Ok asked everyone to share their thoughts. Someone said the fat man knew far too much information, enough to make him suspicious. Another agreed, saying it felt like he had been deliberately sent to lure them in. But even if this was a trap, they could not just ignore it, because they had to defeat the Hell Ghost before the gate of hell opened. Still, someone worried whether it was really okay to act while knowing it was a trap. Maybe they should wait until the Ghost Eater became stronger. Then, someone argued that they should stop relying on the Ghost Eater. Humanity's greatest power was science, not monsters. But the moment he said that, someone pointed out that most people in the room were ability users who had nothing to do with science. Someone even mocked the newly joined car salesman, asking if he had ever fought a monster before, and why he thought he could lecture everyone. The man replied that electric cars and the Mars Migration Project were all byproducts of research meant to drive monsters away. If they were curious about his research, he could show it to them right now. He was also curious whether their unscientific abilities could actually be useful. With that, he revealed a weapon combining a neutron cannon, rockets, and AI-guided autonomous attack technology. The Rocket Fist. This was the future of humanity. How long were they going to keep fighting monsters with outdated superstition? But the other person only sneered, saying he thought the man was just a car salesman, but it turned out he just made toys. Ivan charged forward in anger, with his fist raised. But unexpectedly, the flying rocket fist struck him right in the head. Rob Nefer told him not to worry, saying he would not hurt him. He only wanted to show him what the future of humanity should look like. But the next second, the moment Noah touched Rob Nefer, the two of them suddenly appeared in a frozen wasteland. Noah told them both to calm down, because this was not the time for infighting. Seeing Noah's teleportation ability, Rob Nefer became excited. So this was the famous teleportation power of Noah the Psychic. The ability was incredible. There was no better place than the Arctic to cool off, and it was practically tailor-made for Mars migration. Noah said that probably would not work because he could only teleport to places he had already been. Then Ivan's voice came through the phone, telling Noah to bring that guy back right away because he had to beat Rob Nefer up. Noah told Ivan to calm down first and asked if he had really been trying to kill him just now. After all, Ivan had sprayed blood onto Rob Nefer, and now mushrooms were growing all over Rob's body. This was Ivan's ability, mixing all kinds of mushroom spores into his blood. Meanwhile, back at the school, because of what happened last night, Kang Jongbu had finally remembered everything from the past year. He apologized to Oh Gu-young, saying that even after everything he had done to him, Oh Gu-young still risked his life to save him. Oh Gu-young said it was all in the past. Besides, Kang Jongbu had protected him too. They would always be best friends. But the sudden closeness between Oh Gu-young and Kang Jongbu left the other students confused. Why was Kang Jongbu hanging out with useless Oh? Just then, the class bully walked over with his lackeys and asked Kang Jongbu why he was with useless Oh. Then he invited Kang Jongbu to go have some fun, while ordering Oh Gu-young to buy him a bun. Kang Jongbu was about to stand up for Oh Gu-young, but Oh Gu-young stopped him. He said it was fine, and that he could buy the bun, but they had to give him the money first. 200,000 won. Hearing that ridiculous number, the bully froze and asked if Oh Gu-young had gone crazy, or if he had. Oh Gu-young calmly said neither of them was crazy. It was 200,000. Just when everyone thought the bully was about to explode in anger, the bully actually took out 200,000 won. He even knelt on the floor and begged Oh Gu-young to accept it. The reason was that ordinary people with weak spiritual energy who had been swallowed by the Ghost Eater still carried a subconscious fear of him. But right then, someone suddenly grabbed Oh Gu-young's butt. It turned out to be Jimin, the girl who had been following the bully. Even Jimin knew her action was strange. She frantically explained that it was all Oh Gu-young's fault for swaying his butt in front of her, so she couldn't resist touching it. Jimin herself had no idea what nonsense she was saying, so she ran away with her face burning red. Not long after, Jimin stood alone in an empty corner, but her pounding heart still wouldn't calm down. She could not understand why, whenever she saw Oh Gu-young's mouth and his butt, her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Meanwhile, when Rob and Noah teleported back into the meeting room, Ivan was still furious. Rob quickly offered him the takoyaki and said he had heard Ivan liked it, so he hoped this could count as an apology. He explained that he had only provoked Ivan on purpose because he wanted to see what exorcists were capable of. Unexpectedly, Ivan was bought off by a single serving of takoyaki and said that, for the sake of the food, he would forgive Rob this time. Just then, Jinshin quickly brought the conversation back on track. Should they launch an exorcism now, while the Hell Ghost had not yet fully recovered her power, or should they wait until the Ghost Eater became stronger? Someone said they did not have that much time to wait. If they delayed any longer, the gate of hell would open. Someone else agreed, because no one could know how long this new Ghost Eater would take to grow. But another person worried whether they could really defeat the Hell Ghost on their own. If they failed, they would only give her enough spiritual energy to open the gate of hell. At that moment, Bodhisattva Chen-ok finally spoke, saying the current situation was exactly the same as before. 300 years ago, the exorcists had also joined forces to fight the Hell Ghost. That was already 300 years ago. At first, they had been completely confident, but as one exorcist after another was devoured, the Hell Ghost only grew stronger. In the end, the number for the Gate of Hell reached 665, and the only exorcist left on the battlefield was Bodhisattva Chen-ok. Only then did she realize that the Hell Ghost had lured them into a large-scale crusade from the very beginning, just so she could eat them. The Hell Ghost smiled and said this was truly perfect timing. As long as she ate Bodhisattva Chen-ok, she could open the Gate of Hell. At that time, to keep the Hell Ghost from absorbing her spiritual energy, Bodhisattva Chen-ok even tried to end her own life before she could be eaten. But the Hell Ghost stopped her. She called Chen-ok by name and said the massive spiritual energy inside her was enough to open the gate of hell. Just as Bodhisattva Chen-ok fell into complete despair, a man suddenly appeared and tore off the Hell Ghost's hair. He successfully saved Bodhisattva Chen-ok from the demon's grasp. The man apologized, saying he had arrived too late. If he had come sooner, so many people would not have died. He said his original name was Hong Guangyu, but now he was the Ghost Eater, the one who ate monsters and expelled them afterward. At the time, Hong Guangyu had already mastered the Ghost Eater's power to its limit. He was known as the strongest vessel in history. To protect Bodhisattva Chen-ok, Hong Guangyu swallowed her in one bite. Then he politely apologized, saying anywhere near the Hell Ghost was dangerous and only his stomach was truly safe. Seeing this, the Hell Ghost was shocked. She asked why a monster like him, who had even devoured King Yama and been expelled from hell, would stand on humanity's side. But the next second, the Hell Ghost realized something. There was still a human soul remaining inside Hong Guangyu. She could not understand it at all. Why had the Ghost Eater not fully taken over his body? Hong Guangyu answered that he had made a contract with the Ghost Eater. He was allowed to keep his own soul, But in exchange, he had to endlessly swallow monsters like that. Bodhisattva Chenok did not personally witness their battle back then. But when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in what looked like outer space. Could this place be Hong Guangyu's stomach? In this place, Bodhisattva Chenok saw Hong Guangyu's memories. It was an unprecedented famine, where countless people starved and never woke up again. And those who went into the mountains to search for food were attacked by tigers. Back then, Hong Guangyu was the local magistrate. But faced with famine and tiger attacks, he was just as powerless. His wife told him not to give up hope, because the people still depended on him as their magistrate. But Hong Guangyu said in despair that a magistrate meant nothing, and even a king meant nothing. They could not do anything. He even began to hate the heavens. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, saying there was no point blaming the heavens, because from the very beginning, the heavens had never cared about humans. The mysterious man handed Hong Guangyu an egg, and said this egg would become his fate. A cruel destiny would become tied to him from this moment on. After saying that, the mysterious man suddenly vanished. Hong Guangyu was left frozen in shock, asking his wife if they had just seen a ghost, and how that man had disappeared so suddenly, and what did he mean by fate. As for the egg, Hong Guangyu wanted his weak wife to eat it, but his wife firmly refused, because the man had clearly said this was her husband's fate. Hong Guangyu smiled and said maybe it meant they should eat it together. But when he gently tapped the egg against his wife's forehead, a chilling fear suddenly rose inside her. Seeing this, Hong Guangyu quickly stopped and asked what was wrong. His wife hurriedly said it was nothing. She just thought the egg was strange because it was as hard as stone. Hong Guangyu was confused. How could an egg be that hard? Out of curiosity, he smashed the egg against his own head. The intense pain made him hold his head and cry out, while his wife burst into laughter beside him. Whether this was fate or not, one thing was certain: it could not be eaten. But his wife said it was fine. Thanks to that egg, she had not laughed this happily in a long time. Maybe fate was not just about having food to eat, but also about being able to laugh. One day, this famine would end, and everyone would finally live with smiles again. Hong Guangyu softly agreed, hoping that would indeed be their fate. Then one day, the royal court finally sent people, and they brought a large amount of relief rice. The envoy said the court could not bear to see the people suffer any longer, so it had ordered the granaries to be opened. They told Hong Guangyu to gather every single person, leaving no one behind. Hearing this, Hong Guangyu became overjoyed. The court really had not abandoned them. Just like his wife said, they truly had a fate that would let them laugh. Not long after, everyone in the county gathered together. When they saw the relief rice, they were all overwhelmed with excitement. Thank the heavens, they finally would not have to starve anymore. Now that everyone was here, it was time to start the feast. The next second, the eyes of the imperial envoy suddenly mutated. Then he opened a giant mouth and swallowed the people standing in front of him whole. Only then was it revealed that he was actually a special type level 4 monster, Elder Rain Tower. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers tried to run, but countless tentacles suddenly pierced through their bodies. The one behind that attack was the physical type level 4 monster, 100-leg monster. The people on the outer edge turned and fled in terror. But in the next instant, a gigantic fist came crashing down and blasted one man's head clean off. That monster was the transformation type level 4 monster, Club Monster. Hong Guangyu stared at the scene in utter disbelief and even wondered if he was trapped in a nightmare, because what stood before him looked no different from hell on earth. When he finally snapped out of it, he immediately turned and told his wife to run. But before the words could even leave his mouth, a monster struck him and sent him flying on the spot. After crashing to the ground, Hong Guangyu could no longer move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the monster walked toward his wife. Hong Guangyu roared in fury, screaming at the damned monster not to touch her, not even a single hair on her head. In despair, he begged for help, not caring who answered. As long as someone could save his wife, he was willing to pay any price. And at that moment of complete despair, the egg suddenly spoke and asked if he truly meant that he would give anything. Then a mouth actually grew out of the egg, telling Hong Guangyu to offer up his body. If he agreed, it would grant him immense power. A monster covered in flames then crawled out from that mouth and introduced itself as the Ghost Eater, saying it was being hunted because it had devoured King Yama of Hell. Until it recovered its full power, it needed a body to hide inside. The next second, the Ghost Eater plunged straight into Hong Guangyu's mouth. In an instant, a terrifying power burst out from inside Hong Guangyu, and the deal was sealed. Just then, one of the monsters grabbed Han Guangyu by the back of his collar and realized there was still a living human here. Brothers, I'll enjoy this one alone. Thanks to the boss lady, we can finally have a full meal. At that moment, Han Guangyu broke free from the restraints. In that instant, he had actually snapped the monster's arm. He immediately rushed toward his wife, but a tentacle pinned him firmly to the ground. A mere human could never break our youngest brother's arm. Who are you? Han Guangyu's eyes were filled only with rage. The monster growled, telling his second brother to hold him down. He was going to smash the human's head open. The club monster activated his signature monster art 100 form club. The giant club smashed down toward him. But the club monster saw something terrifying. His supposedly indestructible weapon began to crack. With a deafening crack, Han Guangyu crushed the entire club with his bare hands. The club monster froze in shock. The next second, Han Guangyu swallowed him whole. The 100-leg monster had no time to react, and was devoured as well. Seeing both brothers killed instantly, Elder Rain Tower stammered in fear and asked who he really was. He couldn't believe a being could even consume monsters, but no matter what, he had to avenge them. He unleashed his signature monster art Dragon Mouth Flame. Raging fire engulfed Han Guangyu completely. Elder Rain Tower thought it was over, but the next second, a massive club appeared in front of him. He realized in shock it was the club monster's ability, but that made no sense. The monster was already dead. At that moment, dozens of tentacles suddenly burst from the club. It was the 100-leg monster's ability, and in endless shock and fear, Elder Rain Tower was torn to pieces by countless tentacles. Before dying, he finally remembered the legendary hungry ghost that could use a monster's power after eating it. Rumor said it had even swallowed King Nyama. It was the Ghost Eater. Han Guangyu's wife saw this terrifying scene and froze in fear. Han Guangyu soon regained his senses. He hurriedly asked if his wife was hurt, but his wife had already been terrified by the sight of him devouring monsters. Just as Han Guangyu was crying out in anguish, a voice came from inside his body, saying it was hungry. It told him to hurry up and eat her, because she smelled like a monster. The next second, Han Guangyu's mouth opened uncontrollably. But Han Guangyu forced his mouth shut with sheer willpower. The person in front of him was his wife, so how could she possibly be a monster? The Ghost Eater only said she smelled delicious, so she had to be a monster. Unexpectedly, at that moment, his wife spoke first, saying she hated this. It was all because of the famine. There were fewer and fewer humans left to eat in this county. She had planned to have one final feast with her brothers before moving to another county. But then, she happened to run into a monster like Han Guangyu. Her true identity was the special type level 3 monster, Butterfly Ghost Woman. She had seen monsters kill monsters before, but she had never seen a monster eat another monster. A creature like Han Guangyu should not exist in this world. Butterfly Ghost Woman activated her signature monster art, Butterfly Wing Burst Powder, launching a terrifying blast downward. But unexpectedly, Han Guangyu took the attack head-on completely unscathed, with only his clothes blown to shreds. Seeing this, the Butterfly Ghost Woman was filled with frustration. She flapped her wings and attacked again. A violent explosion instantly covered the entire area. Only now did Han Guangyu look back and realize how foolish he had been. Every day, bodies covered in tiger wounds appeared, yet no one had ever actually seen a tiger. In this era of great famine, many people had starved to death. Even those who survived were nothing but skin and bones. But only his wife still looked like the most beautiful person in the world. She was almost too beautiful to make sense. Seeing that her attack still had no effect, the Butterfly Ghost Woman decided to use all of her demonic power. A massive sphere of light formed above her as she activated her signature monster art, Great Butterfly Wing Burst Sphere. Facing the Butterfly Ghost Woman's strongest attack, Han Guangyu wept in anguish, because he truly did not want to attack her, much less kill her. But the Ghost Eater's instinct still made him raise his arm. He had to eat the monster in front of him. The next second, both attacks were unleashed at the same time. But the moment the monster arts collided, the Butterfly Ghost Woman's monster art was completely devoured. She stared in disbelief, but her body had already been engulfed by that terrifying monster art. This was the Ghost Eater's signature monster art, Mouth Release Monster, an applied form of the mouth release technique that could devour an enemy's monster art and turn it into an attack. As a massive sphere of light exploded in the sky, the Butterfly Ghost Woman completely lost the ability to fight. Han Guangyu looked at his dying wife in front of him and tears fell from his eyes. But the ghost eater inside him kept urging him to hurry up and eat her. Just as Han Guangyu hesitated, the butterfly ghost woman suddenly launched a sneak attack. But Han Guangyu caught her arm firmly. He only wanted to know when she had taken over his wife's body. The butterfly ghost woman sneered and told him to guess for himself. Was it when he first gave her a gift? Or when they watched the lanterns together during the Dano festival? Or was it on the night of their wedding? She mocked Han Guangyu for being truly foolish, because she had possessed this body for more than 50 years. In other words, his wife had never existed from the very beginning. With that, she prepared to finish him off. But the next second, the ghost eater instantly took control of Han Guangyu's body and smashed the butterfly ghost woman to pieces. Han Guangyu cried out for his wife in agony, but his mouth was completely sealed by the ghost eater. The ghost eater coldly said that to avoid being discovered, it would not fully take over Han Guangyu's body. But if Han Guangyu did anything stupid, or if delicious food appeared, it would use his body directly, and most importantly, if Han Guangyu ever let it go hungry, it would eat his soul. In his memory, his wife once gently said that she hoped when she became old, white-haired, and covered in wrinkles, he would still treat her as kindly as he did now. Back then, Han Guangyu smiled and promised he would. But he also asked his wife to promise him something. When that day came, she had to keep holding his hand. His wife smiled and said, of course, she would never let go. But now, what remained of her body began to crumble, along with Han Guangyu's love that refused to die. It turned into dust and drifted through this miserable world. Han Guangyu quietly asked if the ghost eater would eat his soul if he let it go hungry. Then it could rest assured, because that would never happen. Han Guangyu would swallow every monster. In this world, not a single one would escape. After seeing this tragic memory of Han Guangyu, Bodhisattva Chenok could not stop herself from crying. And when she woke up again, she found herself back outside. Han Guangyu told her not to worry. Everything was over. He had already eaten the Hell Ghost. This was everything Bodhisattva Chenok knew from 300 years ago, and it was almost exactly the same as what was happening now. Many exorcists had died after falling into the Hell Ghost's trap. Without Han Guangyu, this world would have become hell long ago. So she asked everyone to give Chenok Hall 1 month. She would help Oh Guyang grow strong enough to rival the Han Guangyu of the past. Meanwhile, the monster granny once again used the same trick to lure 2 men into the room. She pretended to be grateful, saying that without the 2 of them, these old bones of hers could never have carried the package back. But in her heart, she was thrilled. Her luck was great today. She had caught 2 humans full of spiritual energy, so Lord Hellghost should be pleased. But when the Hellghost saw the 2 men, she was speechless and asked where the granny had brought these strange things from, because these 2 were not human at all. The next second, one of them grabbed the monster granny by the neck. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free. The man respectfully said Lord Hellghost truly lived up to her name, and that he had come on behalf of the level 1 monsters. She could call him Dracula. Dracula had heard that the Hellghost planned to open the gate of hell, but not all monsters wanted to fall into chaos. Level 1 monsters like them valued order most. So he begged her to stop her plan to open the gate of hell. The Hellghost found it laughable. Level 1 or level 2 were just numbers humans had given them. It was fine for humans to call them that, but for monsters to take those labels seriously was just pathetic. She sneered and asked if they were afraid that once the gate of hell opened, the Class A monsters would come to the human world. If that happened, they would be forced back into the slave-like lives they once had. And a creature like Dracula would be called a spineless coward by humans. The Hellghost's mockery instantly enraged the 2 men in front of her. But the unlucky one was the monster granny standing beside them. The man with glasses revealed his true monster form and charged at the Hellghost with his fist raised. The wrestling monster immediately stepped in front of the Hellghost. Their fists collided head-on. But even after the wrestling monster used all his strength, his fist twisted out of shape. His entire arm was blasted away. The enemy sneered, saying the Hellghost's side had 2 level 3s and 1 level 1. But that was nowhere near enough against their side's level 1 and level 2. The Hellghost coldly mocked them, saying they really did love the rankings humans gave them. If 2 pieces of trash were that confident, then she dared them to come at her. Seeing the Hellghost get angry, the man in front of her became even more excited. He had originally wanted to resolve this in a more civilized way, but now, it seemed they had no choice but to kill her. Meanwhile, Oh Guyang was having a very long dream, And in that dream, he entered his own intestines. The one waiting there was the old man living inside him, the strongest vessel of the previous ghost eater, Han Guangdu. Only now, Han Guangdu had become as small as a mouse. But he told Oh Guyang not to be surprised, because this was natural. He was slowly being digested. Before he was fully gone, there was something he wanted Oh Guyang to do. Han Guangdu asked if Oh Guyang had already met Chenok. He wanted Oh Guyang to help her. When Oh Guyang fought the Hell Ghost, if possible, he wanted him to protect her too. Because of Han Guangdu, Bodhisattva Chenok could not die even if she wanted to. She was a very pitiful person. And one more thing, once the Hell Ghost was destroyed, Oh Guyang had to leave Bodhisattva Chenok immediately. Oh Guyang was about to ask what that meant, but he had already woken up from the dream. Unexpectedly, the first person he saw was Jimin, the girl who had grabbed his butt before. Jimin told Oh Guyang to go somewhere with her after school today. She had something she wanted to confirm. What she wanted to confirm was what that strange feeling really meant. Could she really have fallen in love with this useless guy? But right then, Sojong suddenly cut in and said she was sorry, but Oh Guyang had something to do with her today. And this matter was far more important than Jimin could imagine. Just like that, after school, Sojong told Oh Guyang about the plan to eliminate the Hell Ghost 1 month from now. To open the gate of hell, the Hell Ghost was constantly devouring humans. So, starting now, Oh Guyang had to begin with level 4 monsters and keep eating stronger monsters until his power grew enough to face the Hell Ghost. Monsters were ranked from level 1 to level 7. The weakest ones, levels 5 to 7, had no unique monster arts. They only had strong physical power or very simple techniques. These monsters were also known as lesser monsters. The middle ranks, levels 4 and 3, were where monsters began to have their own unique monster arts. Depending on the ability, some could even fight above their level, because levels did not fully represent combat power. They were danger ratings created by humans. As for the strongest monsters, levels 1 and 2, most of them had names. Dracula, the nine-tailed fox, werewolves, zombies, mummies. These were all terrifying monsters that had once been infamous. These famous monsters spread their names through novels and movies. By making people all over the world fear them, they could feed on that fear and grow stronger. Meanwhile, the battle between Dracula the vampire and the Hell Ghost officially began. Dracula had originally been looking forward to fighting the Hell Ghost, but he mocked her, saying she must have spent too long inside the Ghost Eater's stomach, because even her mind had gone dull. She was using monster arts without even considering ability matchups. A huge and clumsy technique like that could never beat small, fast bats. No matter how the giant hair beast attacked, it could barely damage the bats. Countless vampire bats quickly gathered together. Under the moonlight, they formed the shape of a giant bird. Dracula sneered and said he would now show the Hell Ghost his true power. Then all the bats dove straight down at terrifying speed. With one strike, they cut off the hair beast's arm. This was Dracula's signature monster art, Glutton Bat, which created 1,000 bat clones that could devour anything. Even facing this situation, the Hell Ghost remained completely unmoved. Dracula proudly said that monsters native to Hell had clearly become outdated. For centuries, he had strengthened himself by feeding on human fear, and the Hell Ghost was no longer his match. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sojong continued explaining that famous monsters had been growing stronger over the years. To erase people's fear, the exorcists had been trying to change the public image of those monsters. They tried to convince people that monsters did not exist. And through media, they turned those monsters into funny, friendly characters, so they could no longer feed on fear. But fear had been carved into human hearts for far too long. That was why level 2 monsters were powerful beings that even the Human Exorcist Alliance could not challenge lately. As for their greatest enemy, the Hell Ghost, although she was classified as level 1, the ranking based on existing records was not completely accurate, because the only person who had ever witnessed the Hell Ghost's complete monster art was the first-generation Ghost Eater, Han Won-gyu. At this moment, Dracula, who seemed to have the upper hand, continued mocking the Hell Ghost. Surely, the great Lord Hell Ghost did not have only one monster art. But the Hell Ghost asked what he was talking about, because she had not used her monster art at all yet. What he had just seen was only a monster form she created by imitating one with her hair. Her goal was to make Dracula obediently eat her hair, and her real monster art was already behind him. Hearing this, Dracula quickly turned around. A familiar figure had silently appeared behind him, and that figure had been formed from the countless bats from earlier. It was a copy of Dracula, identical to the original. The Hell Ghost sneered and asked if he was surprised, because her hair was a rope of summoning and contracts. If she blew her hair toward humans, she could implant monsters from hell into their bodies. And if she directly fed her hair to monsters, she could turn them into slave ghosts. Dracula could not believe it and asked how that thing could be a slave ghost when his real body was still right here. The hell ghost asked if he was sure. Was the lone Dracula really the original body? Or was the slave body created from 999 of his 1,000 bats actually the true original? Hearing this, Dracula panicked completely and shouted that he was the real Dracula. But the next second, Slave Dracula grabbed him with one hand. Slave Dracula respectfully asked Lord Hellghost why she was asking something she already knew. Of course, he was the true body, not this useless bat. The next second, Dracula's last remaining trace of consciousness was completely absorbed by Slave Dracula. Down below, the werewolf was stunned by what he saw. A monster art that could turn a level 1 monster into a slave was completely unheard of. But the way to cancel any monster art was always the same. Eliminate the caster directly. Although the Hellghost was also level 1, she belonged to the summoning type. In terms of instant destructive power, the werewolf would not lose to her, so he activated his signature monster art, Savage Claw. But just as the claw blades were about to strike the Hellghost, Hong Kong Ghost Granny activated her signature monster art, Granny Knitting. This skill could turn demonic power into thread and weave it into any shape, and the demonic power shield she created successfully blocked the werewolf's Savage Claw. But the shield woven from thread still was not strong enough. In an instant, it was cut in half, along with Hong Kong Ghost Granny. The werewolf laughed wildly and mocked her, saying a mere level 3 monster could never block his monster art, so she could be split in half, together with the Hellghost. But the next second, the scene in front of him made the werewolf freeze. The wrestling monster had somehow blocked the attack with nothing but his own body. And when the wrestling monster saw Granny die right in front of him, an unfamiliar sadness surged inside him, moistening his eyes. The werewolf assumed someone else had simply stood in front and weakened the Savage Claw's power by half. But that was fine, because he could still use Savage Claw again. Yet the next second, his arm was grabbed by the wrestling monster. The wrestling monster activated his signature monster art, Summon Sacrificial Ring. In an instant, the two of them appeared on a platform. This was a place where fighters used their own bodies as sacrifices in battle. The werewolf had no interest in listening to the wrestling monster explain. He punched straight toward the wrestling monster's face. But the attack had no effect at all. Only then did the wrestling monster remind him that attacks before the match officially began did not count. And until a winner was decided, no one could leave the ring. The werewolf said this signature monster art was truly annoying. How could a mere level 3 monster create space with monster art? The wrestling monster coldly said the werewolf had lived too comfortably in the human world and had forgotten what this place really was. His monster art did not create a new space. It only summoned himself and his enemy to the sacrificial ring, and it set the match type as wrestling. Hearing the words sacrificial ring, the werewolf froze. Could this place be? The wrestling monster answered yes, asking if the werewolf had only just remembered. This was their homeland, a hell ruled by survival of the fittest, where all weakness was treated as an original sin. Summon Sacrificial Ring brought the user and enemy to the arena in hell, where they fought by wagering their bodies as sacrifices. The user could set the match type as wrestling, and if the opponent refused the challenge, the match would not begin. But neither side could leave. This time, the rule was simple. If a body touched the ground or left the ring, that side lost, and the result would be judged by the Vajra Guardian nearby. Seeing the enormous Vajra Guardian beside them, the werewolf finally realized all of this was real. The wrestling monster continued, saying he would wager his own head against the werewolf. The werewolf laughed at this. A level 3 monster was actually acting this arrogant. If the wrestling monster wanted to die so badly, then he would wager his own head too. With that, the werewolf charged straight at him. No matter where they were, he would slam the wrestling monster down. But no matter how hard the werewolf tried, the wrestling monster did not move at all and stood firmly in place. The wrestling monster said the demonic power the werewolf had gained effortlessly in the human world was useless here, because the sacrificial ring was a place where only physical strength mattered. The werewolf scoffed, saying that even without demonic power, he would never lose to trash like him. But the werewolf, who thought he could easily lift his opponent, was shocked to discover that no matter how much force he used, he could not move the wrestling monster at all. He could not believe it. This guy was only a level 3 monster. The wrestling monster coldly asked when the werewolf had last fought with his life on the line. His movements were painfully slow. That meant for the past few centuries, the werewolf had only focused on increasing his demonic power. He had never fought a real battle seriously, and even the werewolf himself could no longer remember. Ever since becoming a level 2 monster, the werewolf no longer had to fight for his life like he did back in hell, because all he needed to do was absorb human fear to keep growing stronger. Although he was now far stronger than he had been in hell, he had never thought of using that power to challenge stronger opponents. Just like humans became obsessed with money and power, the werewolf had only obsessed over accumulating demonic power, and he had long forgotten his original purpose. The wrestling monster coldly asked if he finally remembered now, but trying to make up for centuries of laziness now was already far too late. Wrestling technique: neck lock slam. The wrestling monster grabbed the werewolf and slammed him hard into the ground. The winner of this match was the wrestling monster, according to their wager. The winner would take the loser's offering. The next second, the Vajra Guardian took the werewolf's head, and according to Hell's law of survival of the fittest, the winner could also obtain all of the loser's demonic power. After absorbing the werewolf's power, the wrestling monster advanced to level 2. Later, everyone had returned to the warehouse, watching Monster Granny slowly fade away in front of him. The wrestling monster could not help asking the Hell Ghost where monsters went after they died. The Hell Ghost answered that when monsters died, they returned to hell and reincarnated as monsters again, unless they were eaten by the Ghost Eater, in which case they would be completely digested inside his intestines. The wrestling monster then asked if they could meet again once the gate of hell opened. The Hell Ghost said no. After reincarnation, they would lose all memories of their previous lives and become completely different monsters. Even if they meet again, they would not recognize each other. The wrestling monster could not understand why Granny's image would not leave his mind. His chest also felt strangely heavy, and he felt an uncontrollable pain in his heart. The Hell Ghost explained that human host memories were probably still lingering in his mind. It was only a side effect of using the human body, not real memories or emotions. This reminded the Hell Ghost of the memory from when she possessed her current body. Back then, the owner of this body asked if the Hell Ghost wanted to take over her body. The woman said that was fine, and she would hand it over. But she had one condition. She wanted every human to see what hell truly looked like. She wanted them to regret everything they had done to her, and asked the Hell Ghost to avenge her. Her name was Sim Chiang. Meanwhile, somewhere in a park, a young woman was lying alone on a bench to rest. Unexpectedly, a passing man noticed her and asked if she had run away from home. He said he had a daughter about her age, so he was worried. If she really had run away, he could buy her a meal, or he could help her find somewhere to rest. Either way, it would be better than staying here. The young woman did not want to trouble a stranger, but she was far too hungry. So she asked if he could buy her a meal because she had not eaten for days. The man immediately agreed. He said he would buy her something good. Then, he would help her find a place to rest. But right then, a voice suddenly rang out, saying they had finally found it, and telling Turtle General to stay away from the human. Sojam immediately told Oh Guyon to eat it, because that thing was a monster. Its name was Turtle General, and it often lured humans into the water before devouring them. In the past, it had eaten many humans together with Rabbit General, and the fairy tale of the tortoise and the hare was actually about them. To stop them from feeding on human souls, the exorcists rewrote their story into a children's tale. In reality, those two monsters had been fighting a turf war to eat even more humans. But the man was completely confused and had no idea what these two students were talking about. The next second, a giant mouth lunged at him and bit his head clean off. Turtle General sneered, saying they must be exorcists and that their timing was perfect because one human clearly was not enough. It was a physical type, level 3 monster, Turtle General. Sojung warned Oh Guyon to be careful. Its weapons were its powerful legs, and it was faster than any monster he had fought before. But the next second, Oh Guyon punched straight through Turtle General's chest. Oh Guyon coldly said he was sorry, but there was less than a month left before his direct battle with the Hell Ghost. That meant he needed stronger monsters. Unexpectedly, even with its body pierced through, Turtle General could still speak, asking what the hell Oh Guyon was. Oh Guyon asked, "Me?" He was the natural enemy of monsters, the Ghost Eater who would one day devour them all. But even after taking Oh Guyon's full power strike, Turtle General was barely injured. Instead, it dropped from above and slammed a heavy kick into Oh Guyon's back, saying it had recently heard rumors that monsters were eaten the moment they ran into him. So he was the Ghost Eater. Perfect timing. Because of that damned fairy tale, Turtle General had been unable to feed on souls. If it ate Young's orb, it could evolve into a level 1 monster. Turtle General activated its signature monster art, Flying Turtle Barrage. The next second, dozens of giant feet kicked toward Young from every direction. But unexpectedly, Turtle General's arm suddenly vanished. Turtle General could not believe it. Not only had its attack done nothing, it had not even seen when its arm was cut off. It could not help wondering if the real monster was actually standing right in front of it. To help Young eat stronger monsters in the future, Sojun had forced him to strengthen his mouth release technique. That meant learning the second form of mouth release, the mouth release body. The mouth release technique compressed demonic power and released it from any opening in the body. The mouth release body released demonic power through the smallest openings across the body, the sweat pores. First, Young had to close his eyes. He had to feel the Ghost Eater's orb inside him, along with the demonic power in his body. Once he could sense it, he had to guide the demonic power through his blood vessels and slowly release it through his pores. At that moment, Young felt as if his whole body was wrapped in a warm current. He seemed to understand it. Something warm like sweat was flowing out from his entire body. Sojun praised his talent, then told him to increase the amount of demonic power he released. Once Young fully mastered it, his body would become a hardened armor that blades and bullets could not pierce. But just then, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Young directly in the chest. Young stared at Sojun in disbelief, never expecting her to shoot him. As the gunshots continued, Young collapsed in a pool of blood. Sojun knew he was in pain. But this level of damage was not enough to kill him. To make him grow as quickly as possible, this was the fastest method she could think of. So, Young had to master the mouth release body quickly, or the pain would never end. Not for him, and not for all of humanity. Back in the battle, facing Young's attack, Turtle General leapt high into the air. Then it willingly tore off one of its own legs. Turtle General activated its signature monster art, Ghost Turtle Game. This ability enlarged Turtle General's hands and feet and summoned them anywhere. Any summoned hand or foot would take 1 full day to grow back. The next second, Turtle General sacrificed all of its remaining hands and feet. Then, an incredible scene appeared in the sky. Giant hands and feet began smashing the ground from every direction. But after the smoke cleared, Young was still standing there completely unharmed. Because during that special training, he had mastered the mouth release body in only 3 days. Even cannon fire could no longer hurt him at all. Young pushed off the ground with both feet and leapt high toward Turtle General in the sky. Turtle General saw this and immediately turned to run. But it was already too late. Young shattered Turtle General's body with one punch. Then he swallowed its head whole. Sojun stared in disbelief. Young had defeated a level 3 monster with overwhelming power, and his growth was far faster than expected. Young simply said she had worked hard and that they should go find the next monster. But Sojun could not help feeling uneasy. Even if this was all to defeat the Hell Ghost, was it really okay for them to create a monster this powerful with their own hands? Meanwhile, inside Chonok Hall, Bodhisattva Chonok stared at the ring in her hand and fell into deep thought. She could not believe. 300 years had already passed. Just then, a knock came from outside the door, and someone asked Bodhisattva Chonok if she could come in. It was Sister Susan from the Human Exorcist Alliance. She praised the Ghost Eater's incredible growth speed, saying Bodhisattva Chonok truly lived up to her name. Not only could she train humans, she even knew how to train monsters. Bodhisattva Chonok calmly said that studying monsters was only natural for an exorcist. But if Sister Susan was visiting this late, it probably was not just to praise her, so she should get straight to the point. Sister Susan said there was something she had always found strange. Why had Bodhisattva Chonok never once left Chonok Hall? And why did she insist on making the Ghost Eater fight the Hell Ghost? Bodhisattva Chonok answered that she had already explained the reason. It was simply too dangerous for them to face the Hell Ghost themselves. Sister Susan said that was true. But did Bodhisattva Chonok know what she had discovered? Beneath Chonok Hall, there was a mysterious space. Inside it was a barrier almost as large as the entire Chonok Hall building. After carefully studying it, she realized it was not a barrier meant to trap monsters. It was a barrier meant to trap a human. That barrier reminded her of a story her master once told her. Long ago, an exorcist betrayed humanity and helped monsters. In the end, that exorcist was sealed inside a barrier as punishment. Sister Susan asked whether Bodhisattva Chenok was truly training the Ghost Eater for the sake of defeating the Hell Ghost, or whether she had another purpose. Bodhisattva Chenok pointed out that Sister Susan's spiritual energy was full of hostility right now, which did not match the god she believed in at all. She asked if Sister Susan was sure she wanted to do this, and reminded her that she was now inside that barrier too. The next second, Bodhisattva Chenok unleashed an overwhelming spiritual energy, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Sister Susan. Sister Susan realized she had miscalculated. She and Bodhisattva Chenok were both level 1 exorcists, so she had thought that even if they fought, she at least would not lose. But what was this overwhelming spiritual energy in front of her? Was this really something a human could release? Sister Susan knew she had to do something. If she did not act now, she would lose her chance completely. She immediately activated her divine art, Bullets of Love and Grace. But after the attack was fired, she found no one in front of her. The next second, Bodhisattva Chenok appeared behind Sister Susan with a chilling presence. Sister Susan was terrified. She had no idea how Bodhisattva Chenok had gotten behind her, but she knew she had no chance of winning anymore. Never in her life had she felt death so close. Yet that hand only gently patted Sister Susan's shoulder. Bodhisattva Chenok had no intention of hurting her. Bodhisattva Chenok told Sister Susan there was no need to be so tense. She knew Sister Susan must be suspecting her of planning something, and the barrier Sister Susan saw in the basement really was meant to imprison Bodhisattva Chenok. Just as Sister Susan had heard, Bodhisattva Chenok had once committed the crime of betraying humanity and was punished for it. That story happened 300 years ago. Back then, a woodcutter was chopping trees in the forest. Suddenly, a talking deer appeared in front of him. The deer told the woodcutter not to be afraid, saying it had been watching him for a long time. He was a very kind woodcutter. Because he had spent his life caring for others, he still had not found a partner. So the deer wanted to introduce a suitable bride to such a kind man. The woodcutter asked if it was going to introduce him to a female deer because he did not need that. The deer said of course not. The bride it wanted to introduce was a celestial maiden. The next second, the woodcutter's mind was completely bewitched. The deer told him that there was a lotus pond on the mountaintop, and on the night of the full moon, celestial maidens would come there to bathe. When a maiden took off her feather robe, he had to steal it. That way, in order to get her clothes back, the maiden would have no choice but to obey him. Then he could take her home and marry her, and they would have a child born between a mortal and a celestial maiden. After the child was born, he had to offer that child to the deer as repayment. At that moment, the woodcutter had been completely bewitched by the monster in front of him. But right then, a figure suddenly appeared. The newcomer coldly said she had finally found it. So this was the monster that forced celestial maidens and humans to mate, just to eat their hybrid children. Young Master Deer did not deny it at all, because children born between celestial maidens from heaven and humans had extraordinary spiritual energy, and it had already eaten more than 10 of them. It mocked the young exorcist for choosing the wrong opponent, then activated its signature monster art, Antler Cannon. A terrifying blast shot straight toward Chenok, but the attack was blocked by Chenok's talismans. Then, Chenok clenched her fist, wrapped in talismans, and landed a heavy punch directly on young Master Deer. Chenok coldly said this thing was nothing compared to the Hell Ghost. Then, she slapped an explosive talisman onto the monster's forehead. The next second, the talisman exploded right on young Master Deer's head. But Chenok knew that amount of power was not enough to finish this monster. So, she pulled out an even stronger, greater explosion talisman. But at the critical moment, the bewitched woodcutter raised his axe and swung it at Chenok. Chenok barely dodged the strike, but that brief moment of distraction allowed young Master Deer to seize the chance and activate its signature monster art again. The next instant, a powerful antler cannon blasted forward. Unexpectedly, the blast was stopped by a large hand. The one who arrived was Hongwon-gyu, the Ghost Eater's vessel, and he asked if Chenok was hurt. Ever since the Hell Ghost was swallowed, Hongwon-gyu had often followed Chenok around, because he felt that every time she fought monsters, she struggled too much. He could help her and fill his stomach at the same time. But Chenok told him to stop helping her all the time, asking why he could not go eat other monsters instead. Because he kept stepping in, her own strength had stopped improving. At that moment, young Master Deer finally lost patience and roared that it did not care who they were. Anyone who ruined its plans could go straight to hell. Hongwon-gyu told it to shut up, asking if it did not know that interrupting someone's conversation was rude. As he spoke, Hongwon-gyu's mouth suddenly vanished. At the same time, young Master Deer was swallowed in one bite. Chinook helplessly complained, asking why he had eaten it again. Hong Guangyu quickly apologized, then asked why Chinook insisted on getting stronger. He could just eliminate the monsters himself, and she could live as an ordinary person. Chinook said she was afraid that one day, another monster as powerful as the Hell Ghost would appear. If Hong Guangyu was no longer there by then, humanity would have to fight with its own power. But those words deeply hurt Hong Guangyu. Chinook quickly apologized and said she misspoke. She was not saying that Hong Guangyu was no longer human. Hong Guangyu said it was fine, because she was right. But that was exactly why she should feel at ease. Since he had become a monster, his lifespan would almost never end. He would keep protecting humanity forever, because that was the reason he existed in this world. But one day, Chinook's master suddenly called her over. No one knew how he had discovered her relationship with Hong Guangyu, but he intended to use Chinook to eliminate the Ghost Eater. Chinook could not understand it. Hong Guangyu was the benefactor who had saved them from the Hell Ghost, so why did he have to be destroyed? Her master said the Ghost Eater had never expelled the Hell Ghost's human host, which meant the undigested Hell Ghost was still inside Hong Guangyu's stomach. And what was even more dangerous than the Hell Ghost was the Ghost Eater itself. If Hong Guangyu ever came to hate humans, he would become an existence far more terrifying than the Hell Ghost. Her master asked if Chinook had forgotten the first rule of exorcists. No matter who the target was, if they threatened humanity, they had to be eliminated. But Chinook knew Hong Guangyu was the strongest monster, let alone her. Even if all the exorcists across the 8 provinces of Joseon joined forces, they could never defeat the Ghost Eater, so they had to find another way. Her master told her not to worry. He had already found a way to kill the Ghost Eater. Beside him appeared a monster, bound in talismans. It was a straw doll monster he had created. Hidden inside its body was a deadly poison capable of killing the Ghost Eater, and Chinook's mission was to make the Ghost Eater eat it. Her master explained that this thing was stitched together from human flesh, so it would be recognized as human, not as a monster. That way, it would not be digested inside the Ghost Eater's stomach, and it could bloom into a Sengmu grass flower. Chinook was confused. Wasn't Sengmu grass the most ordinary medicinal herb? And she had never heard of it blooming. Her master said that, in the human world, Sengmu grass was indeed the most common herb. But in hell, it was the deadliest poison, one that could not be cured. Because the true poison of Sengmu grass came from its blooming flower. And that flower only bloomed in hell. According to their current research on the Ghost Eater, the environment inside his stomach was just like hell, most likely because he had swallowed too many monsters. In other words, if they planted Sengmu grass inside the straw doll monster and made the Ghost Eater swallow it, they could destroy the Ghost Eater from the inside. Of course, that alone would not be enough to kill him completely, but it would at least force him to keep spending demonic power to heal himself, which would prevent him from using other monster arts. Even though Chinook strongly opposed it, her master still decided to carry out the plan, because he believed that one day, Hong Guangyu's sense of justice would make him completely disappointed in humanity. Her master reminded Chinook that humans were not kind creatures. Eventually, the Ghost Eater would come to hate humans and start eating them. Later, in a lively marketplace, Chinook had asked Hong Guangyu to meet her there. Hong Guangyu jokingly said the sun must have risen from the west today, because Chinook had actually asked to see him first. But even though Chinook was the one who had invited him, she remained distracted the entire time, because she was about to release the straw doll monster here. Her master had promised that this thing was only a straw doll, that it would obey his orders completely, and that it would never eat humans. Hong Guangyu noticed something was wrong and asked if something had upset her. He happened to have something that might cheer her up. With that, Hong Guangyu took out the gift he had prepared. He told Chinook to accept it, because she was still young and should not spend all her time chasing monsters. She should also remember to dress herself beautifully. Hong Guangyu said he was giving her this gift out of gratitude, because the only person who still called him Hong Guangyu was Chinook. He thanked her for continuing to see him as human. But after hearing this, Chinook had even less courage to accept the gift. She said she did not deserve it, and asked Hong Guangyu to take it back. Hong Guangyu was about to ask what she meant, but a scream suddenly interrupted them. The people in the marketplace were filled with terror. Everyone shouted for people to run, because a monster had appeared. The next second, a humanoid monster appeared and began slaughtering everyone in the marketplace. Even when several soldiers rushed forward to resist, they were killed instantly, and it was none other than the straw doll monster. Chinook could not believe it. Her master had clearly said it would not attack humans. So why had things turned out like this? The straw doll's actions completely enraged Hong Guangyu. He roared that it dared to kill people in front of him, and that he would tear it apart and swallow it alive. When the straw doll saw the ghost eater, it immediately remembered what its creator had told it. The reason it existed was to kill the ghost eater. To achieve that goal, it had to make the ghost eater believe it was a monster, and make him eat it. As long as it could plant Sengmu grass inside the ghost eater, it could use any method necessary, judging only by the power of its attacks. This thing was only around the level of a level 3 monster. But why would it dare to attack humans so openly? Hong Guangyu decided to end it quickly, but just as he was about to swallow the straw doll, he suddenly felt something strange. It was a powerful sense of disgust. So instead of eating it, Hong Guangyu kicked the straw doll monster and sent it flying with a single strike. Hong Guangyu realized something was wrong. What exactly was this thing? It smelled neither human nor monster, but its creator already knew that the ghost eater was extremely suspicious. So if the ghost eater did not eat the straw doll immediately, it had to carry out the second plan at once. At that moment, Chenok walked toward Hong Guangyu. It seemed she had finally made a difficult decision. She told Hong Guangyu that he must not eat that monster, because it had been created specifically to destroy him. But before she could finish speaking, countless branches pierced through Chenok's body. So this was the real plan to eliminate the ghost eater, kill the person most important to him right in front of him, and make Hong Guangyu completely lose his mind. But at the final moment, Chenok still forced out the warning that the thing was poisonous. The straw doll smiled eerily. The next second, Hong Guangyu blasted its body apart with demonic power, and the terrifying force even shattered a distant mountain. At that moment, Chenok was gravely injured. If this continued, she probably would not last even 2 hours. Even so, she kept apologizing. To save Chenok, Hong Guangyu finally decided to swallow her like a monster, evolve her through his intestines, and then expel her safely. Meanwhile, on the other side, everything was going according to plan. The ghost eater had swallowed Chenok, who carried Sengmu grass seeds inside her body. Now Zhen Wuqi would personally finish him off. At the same time, inside Hong Guangyu's stomach, Chenok once again entered that starry galaxy-like space. Her wounds began healing at a visible speed. Just when Chenok thought she was safe, the wounds that had already healed suddenly began to sprout. Chenok recognized it in shock. This was Sengmu grass. But how could something like that be inside her body? As the Sengmu grass grew rapidly, the Sengmu grass flower soon bloomed inside the ghost eater. At the same time, Hong Guangyu immediately felt as if he had been poisoned. He collapsed in agony and vomited a large amount of black blood. It turned out Zhen Wuqi had already predicted that the ghost eater was extremely suspicious and would notice the straw doll was different from ordinary monsters. So the straw doll had only been bait from the beginning. The one they truly wanted the ghost eater to swallow was Chenok. Zhen Wuqi had ordered the straw doll to inflict fatal injuries on Chenok and plant Sengmu grass seeds inside her body. That way, to save the woman he cared about, Hong Guangyu would definitely swallow Chenok. By then, Zhen Wuqi had already arrived in front of Hong Guangyu. Hong Guangyu asked in agony why they were doing this to him, when he was the one who had saved humanity from the Hell Ghost. Zhen Wuqi coldly said that even without a small fry like him, he had planned to eliminate Hell himself. Hong Guangyu had only gotten there one step earlier. Exorcists eliminating monsters was only natural. With that, Zhen Wuqi threw down a special explosive talisman. As the talisman activated, a violent explosion roared across the entire area. When the smoke cleared, Hong Guangyu struggled to stand. Although his demonic power had been completely drained, his sheer physical strength alone was still far beyond what any ordinary person could handle. But Zhen Wuqi had no intention of fighting him up close, and directly tore apart the summoning talisman in his hand. The next second, countless female ghosts were summoned. They surrounded Hong Guangyu from every side. Zhen Wuqi told him to give up, because his Taoist arts had already reached the level of an immortal. With Hong Guangyu's body gradually rotting away, he would not even be able to touch a single hair on Zhen Wuqi's body. Then Zhen Wuqi summoned an azure dragon. The dragon opened its massive mouth and swallowed the ghost eater whole. Meanwhile, inside the ghost eater's stomach, no matter how many Sengmu grass flowers Chenok pulled out, they kept growing back. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. The Hell Ghost said she never expected to witness such an entertaining show. Hong Guangyu had eaten her to protect humans, only to be betrayed by the humans he trusted most. She greeted Chonok and said it had been a long time, little girl. If she had eaten Chodok back then, she would not be in this place now. The Hell Ghost asked if Chonok was curious why she still had not been digested. It was because her hair was a rope of summoning and contracts, depending on the order between the Ghost Eater's digestion and her monster art. If the Ghost Eater tried to digest her, he might instead become her slave. That was why that coward Hong Guang-yu had kept her sealed inside his stomach all this time. The Hell Ghost was curious to see how this little drama would end. Meanwhile, outside, the Ghost Eater's true body had been forced into the open by the previous attack. But unable to use demonic power, the Ghost Eater was still no match for John Wuchi. He was slammed hard into the ground. John Wuchi sneered that no matter how savage the Ghost Eater looked, without monster arts, he was nothing more than an ordinary hungry ghost. Now he would finish him off. But at that moment, the Ghost Eater seized the chance and bit off one of John Wuchi's fingers. John Wuchi did not care at all. As long as he could completely eliminate the Ghost Eater, that small sacrifice meant nothing. He activated his Taoist art offering to the Azure Dragon. Over a dozen Azure Dragons descended from the sky amidst crashing lightning. At the same time, inside the Ghost Eater's stomach, Chonok made a request to the Hell Ghost. She asked how to get rid of the Sengmu grass. As long as it could be removed, she did not care if the Hell Ghost ate her afterward. And if the Ghost Eater died, the Hell Ghost would probably die too. The Hell Ghost replied that, unfortunately, inside this space, the Ghost Eater controlled everything. Even if she attacked Chonok, she could not leave a wound on her. At most, she could only knock her away. Hearing this, Chonok suddenly came up with an idea. She asked the Hell Ghost to attack her with full power and send her flying toward the esophagus she had entered from. The Hell Ghost said she had already tried that method several times and failed. But since Chonok was human, maybe it could actually work. Once Cheno got outside, the next second, the Hell Ghost unleashed a massive Kamehameha-style blast and sent Chonok flying. At the same time, more than a dozen Azure Dragons dove down toward the Ghost Eater. The next second, a violent explosion engulfed the entire area. John Wuchi thought everything was over. But then he was shocked to discover that inside the massive crater, Hong Guang-yu was not only still alive, but his own disciple, Chenok, was standing behind him. John Wuchi called it absurd. His disciple had actually betrayed all of humanity for a mere monster. But, no matter what, the Ghost Eater's demonic power had already hit rock bottom, so the ending would not change. Yet the next second, the Ghost Eater's fist smashed straight into John Wuchi's face. The terrifying force sent him flying. John Wuchi could not believe it. Hong Guang-yu should not have had any demonic power left. Was it because of his finger? He realized in shock that Hong Guang-yu had actually digested human flesh. John Wuchi sneered that Hong Guang-yu had finally revealed his true nature. He claimed he wanted to protect humanity. But in the end, he was still a monster. Then, John Wuchi unleashed his secret technique, the Benevolent God Palm. A massive palm came crashing toward Hong Guang-yu. But the next second, Hong Guang-yu swallowed John Wuchi's arm. While John Wuchi was still stunned, Hong Guang-yu raised both fists and slammed him hard into the ground. After recovering his demonic power, Hong Guang-yu looked like a demon. He raised his fists and attacked John Wuchi in a frenzy. He even said John Wuchi tasted delicious, better than any monster. Just as Hong Guang-yu opened his mouth and was about to swallow John Wuchi, an explosive talisman suddenly appeared in front of him. The deafening blast interrupted his feeding. Chonok shouted for Hong Guang-yu to stop, because he must not eat humans. But Hong Guang-yu had already lost his mind and pinned Chonok to the ground. He said she looked delicious too. Just as he opened his mouth and tried to swallow her, Chonok took out the ring Hong Guang-yu had given her. She begged him to wake up. This was the gift he had given her, to thank her for seeing him as human. But Hong Guang-yu did not need to thank her, because Hong Guang-yu was the kindest human of all. Those words finally brought Hong Guang-yu back to his senses. Facing the sin he had committed, Hong Guang-yu shed tears of regret. He understood that he was no longer human. Perhaps one day, he really would become a monster that destroyed the human world. So Hong Guang-yu asked Chonok to do him a favor. Before the Ghost Eater inside him noticed, she had to kill him immediately. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. There was one more way. The Ghost Eater could spit out the orb and destroy it completely. Hong Guang-yu immediately recognized the person in front of him. It was the mysterious man who had given him the egg long ago. The mysterious man explained that the Ghost Eater's orb was a container that stored demonic power. If he spat out the current orb and created a new one, the Ghost Eater would no longer be able to digest humans, but that meant everything would start over. All the demonic power the Ghost Eater had accumulated since his time in hell would disappear, and it would return to its original state as a hungry ghost. Just as Hong Guangdu once said, all of this was arranged by fate. After saying that, the mysterious man flew into the sky and vanished. Hong Guangdu could not believe it, because the mysterious man had used the mouth release technique to leave. And so, Hong Guangdu destroyed the orb inside his body, then went into hiding in a place with no monsters, because a powerless Ghost Eater was perfect prey for both humans and monsters. And Cheonok was imprisoned here for the crime of helping the Ghost Eater. The entire conversation between Bodhisattva Cheonok and Sister Susan was overheard by number 23, who had been hiding behind the door. He finally understood why the old woman had always protected the Ghost Eater, and why he himself had always been treated as nothing more than a tool. Long ago, Bodhisattva Cheonok used monkey hair discovered on Mount Huaguo to create a great sage equal to heaven. Someone praised her achievement of creating a monster through genetic engineering. But more accurately, it was created from hair shed by the real great sage equal to heaven after using his clone technique, and it lacked the most important thing, Sun Wukong's demonic power. So it was only a copy that looked similar on the outside, but whether it was real or fake did not matter. It only had to play its role properly. Welcome, test subject number 23. You will become a tool that protects humanity. Meanwhile, Jimin was walking home alone. Her mind was filled entirely with thoughts of Oh Gu-young. Just then, a woman in red, over 2 meters tall, stood in a corner and kept laughing. Seeing this eerie sight, Jimin decided to take another road, but when she turned onto a different street, she was shocked to find that the woman in red had already appeared in front of her. The woman in red asked if she was pretty. Jimin could only nervously brush her off, saying she was pretty. But the woman in red became even stranger, muttering that she really was pretty after all. To thank Jimin for the compliment, she would make Jimin just as pretty as herself. Seeing this terrifying scene, Jimin froze in fear. Just as she was about to fall into the monster's grasp, a huge foot suddenly kicked the monster in the head and slammed the woman in red's head straight into the ground. And just like that, Oh Gu-young and Jimin somehow reunited in this strange way. To cover it up, Oh Gu-young lied and said they were filming a short video, then asked if she had been scared just now. Unexpectedly, Jimin actually believed such a terrible lie. She even asked if he could tell his friend to stop messing around. But the monster behind them stood up again. It swung its claws straight at them. With no other choice, Oh Gu-young picked Jimin up and dodged the attack. This monster was a physical type level 3 monster, the Slit-Mouthed Woman. The furious Slit-Mouthed Woman pulled out a giant box cutter. She activated her signature monster art wrist box cutter. Anyone cut by the blade would be filled with negative thoughts and start harming themselves. Oh Gu-young told Jimin to get away because this place was too dangerous. He would finish the monster off as quickly as possible. The Slit-Mouthed Woman raised the box cutter and slashed down at Oh Gu-young. But in a moment of carelessness, the blade grazed his cheek. Seeing this, the Slit-Mouthed Woman smiled. She ordered him to start harming himself. But the moment he was struck, Oh Gu-young used the mouth release technique and quickly swallowed the Slit-Mouthed Woman. Luckily, he already knew that if he defeated the caster before the monster art took effect, the technique would disappear. The monster was easy to deal with. The real problem was how he was supposed to explain everything to Jimin. With no other choice, Oh Gu-young told Jimin the entire truth. Jimin finally learned that people who had been eaten by Oh Gu-young would feel fear toward him and even become obedient to him. That was because ordinary people swallowed by the Ghost Eater would retain that memory deep in their subconscious. Jimin finally understood why she had suddenly started liking Oh Gu-young. It was actually a suspension bridge effect, born from fear. But even after learning the reason, Jimin still felt her heart racing whenever she looked at Oh Gu-young. Just then, a report came through the radio saying a monster had been found. So after saying goodbye to Jimin, Oh Gu-young used the mouth release technique and flew into the sky. Meanwhile, in a remote warehouse, a gang boss had gathered all of his men. His underlings asked why he had called everyone here. Were they about to go to war? The gang boss said they could think of it that way, because something truly terrifying was coming for them. If the gate of hell opened, every monster in hell would flood into the human world. Without King Yama controlling them, they would wipe out humanity in a very short time. They would even destroy the entire food chain. so his men would become the nutrients he needed to recover his strength. As soon as he said that, the gang boss swallowed the underling beside him. Seeing this terrifying scene, all the men below froze in fear. The gang boss said he did not want to eat them either, but to prevent humanity from going extinct, he needed more power to defeat the Hell Ghost. After some time passed, the warehouse door opened again. But unexpectedly, the first one to arrive was number 23. By then, only the gang boss remained inside the warehouse. The gang boss explained that he was not eating because he wanted to. As ridiculous as it sounded, as a monster, he had somehow developed feelings for these humans. And since number 23 fought for humanity too, he should understand that feeling better than anyone. Those words made number 23 remember his childhood. Back then, he had actually mastered the clone technique on his own. Bodhisattva Chen-ok praised him, saying he had done well. Number 23. Then, she asked if he did not find something strange. The creator made heaven, hell, and the human world. So why did he allow them to share language? Tigers and rabbits had no need to communicate because their relationship was only predator and prey. Bodhisattva Chen-ok believed language existed to maintain balance between species, and now, the Hell Ghost was trying to break that balance. The gang boss said that to stop the gate of hell from opening, he only needed to eat 1,000 humans, and then he could defeat the Hell Ghost. He also promised number 23 that after killing the Hell Ghost, he would go back to feeding only on the souls of human sinners. So he asked number 23 not to stop him. No, 23 coldly said he talked too much. The first rule of Chen-ok Hall was simple. Any monster that ate flesh had to be eliminated, no matter what. Since words would not work, the gang boss stopped holding back. With that, he revealed his true form. He was a transformation type level 1 monster, head-pressing ghost. And with one punch, he sent number 23 flying. But when number 23 kicked at him, head-pressing ghost did not move at all. He was surprised that number 23 did not run, even after seeing his true form. Unlike those cowardly monsters, this made him a little excited. But unexpectedly after that punch, only a single monkey hair was left behind. It had only been one of number 23's clones. The next second, countless number 23 clones descended from above and launched flying kicks at head-pressing Ghost's back. But even after all that, head-pressing Ghost did not move an inch. He even admired number 23 for thinking of a surprise attack from behind. Unfortunately, the gap in their strength was simply too large. With just one punch, head-pressing Ghost not only destroyed all the clones, but also sent number 23's real body flying. Before number 23 could react, head-pressing Ghost leapt high into the air and ruthlessly stomped number 23 under his foot. Based on the smell coming from number 23, head-pressing Ghost guessed that he had never eaten a human before. A monster who only increased his demonic power through training was naturally this weak. With number 23's current strength, he might not even be able to beat a level 2 monster. So, head-pressing Ghost gave number 23 a choice. He could destroy the fake golden headband on number 23's head. In exchange, number 23 would fight the Hell Ghost together with him. After all, number 23 carried the blood of the strongest monster, the great sage equal to heaven. The only reason he was so weak was that he had never eaten humans. If he followed head-pressing Ghost and started eating humans, then one day he would become the true great sage equal to heaven. But number 23 coldly asked if he had ignored everything number 23 just said. The first rule of Chen-ok Hall was that any flesh-eating monster had to be eliminated no matter what. So he should stop talking and kill him already. Head-pressing Ghost thought that was truly unfortunate. Then he raised his fist, ready to finish number 23 off. But right at that moment, Oh Gu-young smashed through the ceiling and kicked toward head-pressing Ghost. The massive force sent head-pressing Ghost flying. Oh Gu-young asked number 23 if he was okay, then said he would take it from here. Head-pressing Ghost found this day incredibly interesting. Not only had he seen a fake great sage equal to heaven, he had also met the legendary Ghost Eater, facing the powerful monster in front of him. Oh Gu-young felt a strange excitement rising inside him. He even began to enjoy the thrill of fighting a strong opponent. And it was not just Oh Gu-young. Head-pressing Ghost was enjoying it too. Perhaps this was the mutual recognition shared between the strong. No, 23 was shocked as he watched this. Less than a month had passed since their last meeting. Yet, Oh Gu-young had already grown strong enough to fight a level 1 monster head-on. Meanwhile, he was still stuck in the exact same place. Just then, Sojong walked up beside number 23 and whispered that she would distract head-pressing Ghost, so number 23 could grab Oh Gu-young and escape. Because while the two fighters seemed evenly matched, that was far from the truth. Head-pressing Ghost still had not used his monster art. By comparison, Oh Gu-young had already pushed the mouth-release body to its limit. At his current level, fighting a level 1 monster was still too much for him. At that moment, Oh Gu-young's punches had already become weak and powerless. Head-pressing Ghost thought it was a shame. But it was time to end this. He activated his signature monster art, Head-pressing Ghost Child. The muscular giant from before suddenly transformed into a small child. But Oh Gu-young could sense an even greater power coming from him. He immediately told everyone to run, because this was not an enemy they could handle right now. But as the head-pressing Ghost Child opened his eyes, Oh Gu-young's head exploded. Legend has it that long ago, an official held a grand banquet to celebrate a happy event in his family. But while everyone was enjoying the lively atmosphere, a ragged little boy appeared inside the official's bedroom. At first, the official thought the child was only a servant, so he ordered his men to throw him out. But even when several strong men pushed him together, the child did not move at all. This enraged the official, and he ordered them to beat the child with clubs. And so, that small, fragile life was beaten until his body was covered in wounds. Yet the child still stood there, without moving. Only then did the official realize the child was not human, so he clasped his hands and begged for mercy. The guests at the banquet also knelt down, begging the noble deity to forgive them for failing to recognize him. Then, the child smiled faintly, and said only 2 words, head press. After leaving those words behind, he walked out the door, and everyone believed they had been forgiven. But a few days later, every single person who attended the banquet died when their heads exploded. From then on, people began calling unlucky events head press. Head-pressing Ghost's signature monster art, head press. As long as the target hears the head press curse, he can detonate their head. The next second, Oh Gu-young's head exploded because of the curse. Sojong was horrified when she saw this, but number 23 quickly told her to calm down, because that had only been a clone created by Oh Gu-young. Oh Gu-young's real body had already hidden in the monster's blind spot when head-pressing Ghost transformed. At that moment, Oh Gu-young formed a box cutter. Before head-pressing Ghost could react, he slashed across his body. This was the slit-mouthed woman's signature monster art wrist box cutter. Anyone cut by the blade would be filled with negative thoughts and start harming themselves. After head-pressing Ghost was hit by this attack, his condition immediately became abnormal. He actually cast the head-press curse on himself. The next second, head-pressing Ghost's head swelled into a giant round ball from the explosion, but it still did not burst apart. Oh Gu-young immediately used this chance to escape with Sojong and number 23. But head-pressing Ghost had no intention of letting them go. In an instant, he chased after them. Oh Gu-young cursed inwardly. This monster was completely different from every enemy he had fought so far. If they kept fighting head-pressing Ghost head-on, they would definitely die. At that moment, head-pressing Ghost had already caught up. To stop him from chasing them, Sojong threw out a stack of explosive talismans. But they could not affect head-pressing Ghost at all. Even number 23's multiple shadow clone technique only took a single head-press curse to wipe out. In an instant, all of the clones were blown apart. Just as head-pressing Ghost was about to catch them, his body was suddenly wrapped in spatial power. Noah arrived just in time and asked if everyone was okay, saying he had teleported over immediately after receiving Bodhisattva Chen Oak's request. But even he never expected to run into head-pressing Ghost here. It looked like they still had to run because this monster was far stronger than Noah. The next second, head-pressing Ghost forcibly tore open the compressed space. Noah had already reached his limit. He quickly shouted for everyone to grab onto him. Just as head-pressing Ghost broke through the spatial restraint and charged in, everyone escaped using Noah's teleportation. Head-pressing Ghost watched them disappear and found it truly unfortunate. He had thought he could gather all the demonic power he needed in one go. Since that was no longer possible, he would simply have to begin the slaughter. After teleporting back to Channel Call headquarters, everyone looked grim. Oh Gu-young reminded them that head-pressing Ghost had said he would eat 1,000 humans, so they had to stop him. But Bodhisattva Chen Oak said they did not need to worry about that. The Human Exorcist Alliance would find a way to handle head-pressing Ghost, while they only needed to focus on making the Ghost Eater stronger. Oh Gu-young blamed himself, thinking that if only he were a little stronger. He had thought he was already strong enough. But against head-pressing Ghost, he was so weak that he could not even fight back properly. Hearing this, number 23 felt even more ashamed. Oh Gu-young had originally only been around level 3, yet in less than a month, he had grown beyond level 2. That was something ordinary humans could not achieve, even after 100 years of training. The one truly getting in the way was number 23 himself. Just then, Bodhisattva Chenok walked in. Seeing that everyone was safe, she was relieved, and said she had already given the mission to eliminate head-pressing Ghost to Ivan and the others. Sojong quickly apologized, saying it was all because they had acted recklessly. They had even nearly dragged Noah into danger. Unexpectedly, number 23 also lowered his head and apologized, saying it was his fault for being too impulsive. But he still could not help asking Bodhisattva Chenok why she refused to teach him any monster art other than the clone technique, when she could clearly train him just like she trained the Ghost Eater. He wanted to become stronger too, strong enough to fight the Hell Ghost. Bodhisattva Chenok said she had told him many times already. Everyone had their own purpose, and she had only given number 23 abilities suited to his purpose. So he should not try to steal someone else's role. He only needed to do his own job. Those words made number 23 realize once again that, in her eyes, he was still nothing more than a tool, and head-pressing Ghost's words echoed in his mind again. He carried the blood of the strongest monster, the great sage equal to heaven. And the reason he was still so weak was simply because he had never eaten humans. If he followed head-pressing Ghost and ate humans one day, he would become the true great sage equal to heaven. Head-pressing Ghost's words would not leave number 23's mind, and a desire to grow stronger than ever before began burning inside his heart. Meanwhile, King Yama was once the strongest monster who ruled hell. But one day, a hungry ghost appeared before him. King Yama looked at it and said it must be the legendary miraculous hungry ghost. He never expected it could crawl from the deepest bottom of hell all the way to the highest level where he stood. But he was curious. If this miraculous hungry ghost ate everything in front of it, wouldn't that leave it as the only being in the world? In truth, it was also just a pitiful and lonely role, created by the creator. In the end, just like King Yama, it would always be alone. The next second, their attacks collided head-on. The terrifying impact shook all of hell. Facing King Yama's blazing flame palm, the hungry ghost's fist was slowly burning red. Just as the hungry ghost was about to reach its limit, King Yama suddenly extinguished his own flames. He had heard that monsters eaten by the hungry ghost would be completely destroyed, while the original human host would be expelled safely. So King Yama asked the hungry ghost to eat him, because he wanted this false soul to regain its freedom. But all of this turned out to be Kang Jongbu's dream. What exactly did he have to do with that battle in hell? The next day at school, Kang Jongbu watched the other students laughing and chatting, but he could not feel happy at all. It had already been a month since he started seeing monsters. He had seen monsters more often than expected, but most of them only seemed to feed on souls and did not eat human flesh. Flesh-eating monsters smelled like blood, but for some reason, Kang Jongbu rarely saw those kinds of monsters. Bodhisattva Chenok once said that it was because any monster that ate flesh would become a target for exorcists. Bodhisattva Chenok had also been surprised, asking if he could really see a monster's original form. People with strong spiritual energy could sense monsters, but this was the first time she had heard of someone being able to see the true form of a monster hiding inside a human body. When she had possessed Kang Jongbu before, she had sensed that his soul vessel was abnormal, so the two things were probably connected. Kang Jongbu had the talent to become an exorcist. Maybe one day, he could become strong enough to defeat every monster. But Kang Jongbu refused. He did not want to become an exorcist. He only wanted to go back to the way things used to be. Bodhisattva Chenok said that after the Hell Ghost was eliminated, she would help research a talisman suited for him. But before then, he must never let monsters discover his ability, because not only would this power make exorcists jealous, but monsters would also desperately want to steal it. And so, Kang Jongbu sat on the train home, weighed down by worry. But right then, he suddenly smelled the bloody scent that only flesh-eating monsters gave off. And the smell was so strong it made him sick, and it was getting closer and closer. He did not know who it was, but it was definitely an extremely dangerous monster. He had to get everyone out of here before it arrived. An announcement rang out. The next stop was Zeong Station, and passengers should exit from the left. At that moment, Kang Jongbu immediately shouted for everyone to get off at this station and not stay on the train, because something terrible was about to happen to this train. But everyone treated him like a lunatic, wondering if he was some subway freak, or maybe if he was feeling unwell. No matter how Kang Jongbu tried to warn them, no one listened. Right then, a man covered in blood slowly walked over from another car. He muttered that he had already eaten 926 people. Kang Jongbu froze in terror. The next second, the heads of the surrounding passengers were eaten, one after another. The next second, head-pressing ghost appeared behind Kang Jongbu. Kang Jongbu screamed in terror. But the next moment, head-pressing ghost grabbed him by the neck. He demanded to know how Kang Jong-bu knew he was heading this way. To avoid being discovered by the Hell Ghost, he had completely hidden his demonic power. So how had Kang Jong-bu sensed him? If Kang Jong-bu refused to answer, Head-Pressing Ghost would take his head immediately. But then, Head-Pressing Ghost noticed something strange. This human was not looking at his human body, but kept staring upward. Head-Pressing Ghost realized Kang Jong-bu might be able to see his true monster form. He never expected to run into a human with such special spiritual energy. If he ate Kang Jong-bu, maybe he could even absorb that ability. But the next second, Head-Pressing Ghost's arm burst into blazing flames. He was forced to let Kang Jong-bu go, because this was hellfire, a flame that could not be extinguished. Head-Pressing Ghost immediately raised his other hand. With a single chop, he cut off his burning left arm. He demanded to know who Kang Jong-bu really was, because only one monster could control hellfire. That was King Yama, the former ruler of Hell. Meanwhile, Ivan received the report that Head-Pressing Ghost had appeared. He immediately told the other two to get ready to move out. But unexpectedly, Kyohei objected to eliminating Head-Pressing Ghost. A monster on Head-Pressing Ghost's level would probably eat everyone on the subway before they even arrived. And there should be more than 1,000 people on that train, since Head-Pressing Ghost said he would fight the Hell Ghost after eating 1,000 humans. He would likely reach his goal soon and stop hurting anyone else. Besides, even if they killed Head-Pressing Ghost, the dead humans would not come back. So they might as well let him fight the Hell Ghost. Those irresponsible words completely enraged Ivan. He shouted at Kyohei, asking if that was something an exorcist should say. But Kyohei asked what the difference was, since the original plan was also to make the Ghost Eater fight the Hell Ghost. He told Ivan not to get so emotional. 1,000 lives were important, but if they could save all of humanity in exchange, it was not a bad deal. The next second, the furious Ivan lifted Kyohei high into the air. He called him a damn brat. Ivan was going to teach him that human lives should never be used as bargaining chips. Then the two of them somehow started fighting. Meanwhile, Jamal simply watched them lose their minds, until he coldly asked if they were done. Then, Jamal activated his ability Reverse. The radio once again reported that Head-Pressing Ghost had appeared. Ivan once again told the other two to get ready to move out. Unexpectedly, the exact same scene played out again. But this time, Jamal stepped forward and said he agreed with Kyohei. Then he simply injected Ivan with a sedative. Before Ivan could even understand what was happening, he collapsed to the ground. Jamal apologized and said he had used Reverse to listen to their conversation over and over, and in the end, he believed Kyohei's opinion made more sense. Jamal's signature ability, Reverse. This ability could rewind time by up to 7 minutes, but after using it, he had to wait 7 minutes before using it again. So he could not return to any point more than 7 minutes in the past. Meanwhile, on the subway, Kang Jong-bu still had no idea what was happening, or why sparks were coming from his palm. Head-Pressing Ghost seized the chance and charged in, saying from Kang Jong-bu's expression, he clearly did not even know who he was. Facing the charging Head-Pressing Ghost, Kang Jong-bu casually swung his hand, and blazing red hellfire erupted. But because the gap in strength was still too great, Head-Pressing Ghost dodged the attack, and the flames blasted into the subway car instead. The next second, Head-Pressing Ghost pressed his hand hard against Kang Jong-bu's face, realizing he might know who he was. King Yama had once been the strongest monster who ruled Hell, connecting both the human world and Hell, so he possessed a half-human, half-monster body. And Kang Jong-bu was the human reincarnation born after Yama was absorbed by the Ghost Eater. Head-Pressing Ghost said his luck today was incredible. He had actually found Yama's reincarnation in a place like this. After killing the Hell Ghost, he would bring Kang Jong-bu back to Hell and restore order there. But the next second, a strand of hair suddenly pierced through Head-Pressing Ghost's chest. Then countless strands of hair pierced through his body. Head-Pressing Ghost never expected her to come to him on her own. It was the Hell Ghost. The Hell Ghost coldly said he was making too much noise while eating, so she could not pretend she had not seen him. Head-Pressing Ghost was extremely frustrated. Why did the Hell Ghost have to appear right when he discovered Yama? He had to keep her away from Yama. So Head-Pressing Ghost transformed into his child form and pushed the Hell Ghost off the train. Then he opened his mouth, preparing to use the Head Press curse. But his mouth was blocked by the Hell Ghost's hair, leaving him unable to make a sound. The Hell Ghost mocked him, asking what he was trying to say, because she could not hear him. At that moment, Kang Jong-bu finally remembered. He had once spent tens of thousands of years as King Yama in Hell. He was an existence created according to the Creator's needs. He was cursed, unable to go anywhere, and had no right to end his own life. During those long and tedious days, an ancient soul kept appearing before him. Yama asked why he had come again. After so many reincarnations, why did he always return to hell? The soul answered that a man called the county governor had executed people for no reason, so he could not hold back and took an axe to cut off that man's head. After thousands of years of reincarnation, this soul kept returning to hell because he killed evil people. Yet he had never killed a single innocent person. Still, humans killing other humans violated the will of heaven. The soul said this was too troublesome and asked if Yama could just erase him with the punishment of devouring, because he no longer wanted to reincarnate. That immediately made Yama laugh. What kind of fool asked to have his own soul erased? At most, he could receive the boiling fire punishment of the 8 hot hells. If he wanted the punishment of devouring, he would have to commit a heavier crime next time. In truth, Yama could have given him the punishment of devouring, since he had repeated the same crime for thousands of years and had even insulted heaven. But Yama did not want to lose the only person he could talk to. So, Yama asked, now that they had not seen each other for so long, Old Soul, could he tell him about the human world? This soul's name was Old Soul, meaning a soul with a long history, and in Korean, it sounded like Guyung. At that moment, head-pressing ghost tore off the Hell Ghost's hair. Then he rolled it into a cannonball and spat it out. The Hell Ghost could not help praising him, saying he truly lived up to his name for realizing that swallowing her hair would be dangerous. Head-pressing ghost activated the head press curse again, but this time, it only made a swollen bump appear on the Hell Ghost's forehead. The next second, head-pressing ghost was caught off guard and tightly bound by the Hell Ghost's hair. Then, he was dragged straight into the river below. Underwater, he could not chant the curse. That meant the head press curse lost its effect, and he could only take the Hell Ghost's attacks one-sidedly. The Hell Ghost smeared, saying a mere ghost actually thought it could defeat her by eating humans. But unexpectedly, even without being able to chant, head-pressing ghost could still fight back. He reminded the Hell Ghost not to forget that he was head-pressing ghost, the one who had mastered every martial art in the world, the king of monsters. Just then, the wrestling monster suddenly attacked from behind head-pressing ghost. He kicked straight at head-pressing ghost's back, but head-pressing ghost coldly called him a fool. Just because he was bound by a monster art, he even forgot his true master. Before the wrestling monster could react, head-pressing ghost brought his mouth close to the wrestling monster's ear and activated the head press curse underwater. The next second, the wrestling monster's head burst apart. And just like that, the wrestling monster was gone, leaving only the Hell Ghost to deal with. The Hell Ghost used her hair to wrap around the train above them. Then she smashed it down toward head-pressing ghost in the water. Seeing this, head-pressing ghost panicked, because Yama's reincarnation was still inside the train. In the smoke and dust, head-pressing ghost carried Kang Jong-bu and tried to escape first. But unexpectedly, the Hell Ghost still found him. The Hell Ghost coldly asked where he thought he was running when their fight was not over yet. And who was this human? She did not know why head-pressing ghost was protecting a human, but if he did not let go, she would tear that human to pieces. Head-pressing ghost cursed inwardly. If the Hell Ghost took Yama, she would definitely eat him. Then Yama would never reincarnate again, and his soul would vanish on the spot. Rather than let that happen, it would be better for him to die here. But the next second, hellfire ignited on Kang Jong-bu's arm again. In an instant, the flames wrapped around Kang Jong-bu's entire body. Seeing this, the Hell Ghost immediately recognized hellfire, which meant this human was actually Yama. After blocking head-pressing Ghost's surprise attack, the Hell Ghost immediately ordered Dracula beside her. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to take Yama away. Unexpectedly, Dracula ignored the hellfire. He picked up Kang Jong-bu and quickly left. Head-pressing Ghost tried to stop him, but he was tightly restrained by the Hell Ghost's hair. The Hell Ghost sneered and said that, to repay him for delivering Yama to her, she would show him her original form. The next second, head-pressing Ghost stared at the scene in terror. How could it be you? Old Soul was a soul that had reincarnated countless times, yet every time, he was sent back to hell for killing evil people. Old Soul once asked King Yama why every life of his ended the same way. Even if the people were evil, why did he meet them in every life and kill them with his own hands? He felt as if his soul had been cursed. Hearing this, Yama found it ridiculous. Who would curse someone as ordinary as Old Soul? He was clearly just overthinking. Although Yama mocked Old Soul on the surface, he had already noticed something strange. It was possible for someone to meet evil people in every reincarnation, but killing them every single time made no sense. After all, killing someone required not only strength or authority, but also unpredictable luck. And Old Soul, who kept reincarnating back into hell, could not possibly have all of that. So Yama decided to treat it as a way to pass time and see how Old Soul had actually committed his crimes in the human world. He took out something called the Karma Mirror, which could show everything that had happened in a soul's previous lives. Normally, judgment was based on what was written in the Book of Life and Death, so the Karma Mirror was rarely used. But when Yama saw the scene inside the Karma Mirror, he froze. Didn't Old Soul say he had killed a county governor? Then what exactly was this scene in front of him? Old Soul was holding a blade covered in blood. Beneath his feet was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He was stabbing the blade again and again into innocent people. He was using living beings as sacrifices to offer to the heavens. But right then, a voice suddenly woke Kang Jong-bu from the dream. The Hell Ghost asked if Yama had finally awakened. Then they could finally have some fun, looking at the person in front of him. Kang Jong-bu seemed to have guessed who she was. The Hell Ghost admitted it. She was the Hell Ghost, and they had not seen each other in a very long time. She asked Kang Jong-bu whether she should eat him right away, implant a monster inside his body, or simply use him as a host. But what she was most curious about was why Yama had willingly let the Ghost Eater swallow him, so she decided to take a good look through his memories. The next second, the Hell Ghost entered the dream from earlier. After seeing what was inside the Karma Mirror, Yama fell into complete despair because he finally realized everything was fake. Old Soul's memories and karma had all been fabricated. In his past life, Old Soul had actually been a priest who offered humans as sacrifices to God. He was an emotionless, loyal servant who lived only to serve God. Everything he had done was not born from human free will. Instead, he was a harvester created by heaven after they manipulated his memories. Through the Karma Mirror, Yama discovered that there were countless harvesters like Old Soul throughout human history. They used sacrifices. They used wars. They even used massacres. In the farmland known as the human world, monsters were nothing more than birds picking up leftover grain. The ones truly carrying out the harvest in that field were the gods of heaven, and they disguised everything as human free will. Yama had also taken part in that harvest, judging these fabricated karmas for tens of thousands of years. The Hell Ghost asked if this was why Yama had willingly let the Ghost Eater swallow him and turned himself into a human. Yama said yes. As long as he disappeared, judgment would disappear too, and every soul would automatically reincarnate into a life born at the moment of its death. No one would interfere anymore. Everything would simply follow its natural course. The Hell Ghost found it laughable. Yama had abandoned hell for such a pointless reason. She angrily said this was all his fault. He was the one who ruined everything. Because of Yama, the gate of hell would inevitably open. Back at the battlefield, head-pressing Ghost slowly emerged from the water. At that moment, an overwhelming desire to grow stronger surged in his heart. He had to eat more humans, because only then could he fight that thing. Not just 10,000. Even eating 100,000 humans might not be enough. If that thing was not stopped, it would not only destroy the human world, everything in existence would be destroyed. But head-pressing Ghost's figure had already been captured by a drone in the sky. The Human Exorcist Alliance found the target and believed that after fighting the Hell Ghost, he must have used up a lot of demonic power. This was the perfect chance to eliminate him. But just then, Jamal saw a familiar figure on the screen. To find Kang Jong-bu, Oh Gu-young had also arrived there. He immediately demanded to know where his friend was, and the reason Oh Gu-young had arrived so quickly was because Kang Jong-bu had sent him a message from the subway earlier. Seeing that head-pressing Ghost had no intention of answering, Oh Gu-young threw a punch. Unexpectedly, head-pressing Ghost caught it firmly. Head-pressing Ghost said his stance was decent, but unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten the gap in their strength. Then, head-pressing Ghost activated the head-press curse. Blood poured from Oh Gu-young's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. But this time, he endured it head-on. Then he seized the chance and punched head-pressing Ghost in the face. Head-pressing Ghost could not believe it. It had not been long since their last meeting, yet Oh Gu-young had become even stronger. Even so, Oh Gu-young still was not head-pressing Ghost's match. With one punch, head-pressing Ghost sent him flying. Head-pressing Ghost was confused too. He had clearly used his full strength just now. Yet after taking that punch head-on, Oh Gu-young could still stand. The next second, Oh Gu-young's furious fist came flying again. It struck head-pressing Ghost directly in the head and smashed him deep into the ground. Head-pressing Ghost finally realized something was wrong. Compared to just moments ago, Oh Gu-young had grown a little stronger again. Could it be because, with that thought, head-pressing Ghost decided to lie and said he had already eaten Kang Jong-bu. He did not know who Kang Jong-bu was, but he had eaten everyone on the subway without leaving a single one behind. Hearing this, Oh Gu-young instantly lost control. He clenched his fists tightly and punched head-pressing Ghost's head again and again. But even in this state, head-pressing Ghost could still activate his curse. While Oh Gu-young suffered from the pain in his head, head-pressing Ghost grabbed him by the neck. Then he kicked him away with a flying strike. From what he had just seen, head-pressing Ghost confirmed that his guess was correct. The Ghost Eater's true source of power was hatred, strong enough to digest everything in existence. The more the Ghost Eater hated its enemy, the stronger it became. After confirming this, head-pressing Ghost fell into deep thought. Even if he ate 100,000 humans, he still might not be able to defeat that thing, because that creature was a true monster through and through. In that case, the method to defeat that thing, and the best candidate who might stop the destruction of the world, might be none other than Oh Gu-young. At that moment, Oh Gu-young was consumed by rage and opened his mouth wide, ready to swallow head-pressing Ghost whole. In hell, monsters ate humans in two ways. One was devouring the flesh of humans sentenced to the punishment of devouring. The other was feeding on souls when punished humans felt pain and fear. Most of this had been monopolized by the Class A monsters, until one day, that male ghost appeared. He called himself Head-Pressing Ghost, the King of Ghosts, and told all the Class A monsters that the ghosts were going to take back the share that belonged to them. And so, Head-Pressing Ghost led every ghost in hell to rise up and rebel against the Class A monsters' enslavement. Now that the number of ghosts had surpassed 100,000, they were fully confident they could win even if war broke out. But then, a laugh shattered Head-Pressing Ghost's fantasy. It was the Class A monster, Asura. Facing the enormous Asura before him, Head-Pressing Ghost showed no fear and asked what was so funny. But Asura did not even bother responding to Head-Pressing Ghost. He simply raised one finger. Then, he severed that very finger. Unexpectedly, the severed finger began to transform. At that moment, Head-Pressing Ghost finally understood why Asura had been laughing. Whether the ghosts numbered 100,000 or 1 million, and no matter what role they played in hell, none of it mattered to the Class A monsters. Because to the Class A monsters, they were as tiny as insects. And one of those insects dared to call itself a king. To the Class A monsters, that was laughable beyond belief. Facing just one of Asura's fingers, Head-Pressing Ghost had no power to resist. He knew that if this continued, he would die here too. So Head-Pressing Ghost came up with his only option. He forcibly tore off his own head, then threw it high into the air, and escaped the battlefield as nothing but a head. As for the 100,000 ghosts he had brought with him, they were all wiped out by a single finger from Asura. That ghost uprising was not even recorded in Hell's history. Before long, newly born ghosts replaced the fallen, and no one remembered them. Later, Head-Pressing Ghost escaped to the human world and became the boss of a gang. But today, he had encountered Asura's finger once again. Perhaps all of this was arranged by fate. Facing Oh Gu-young's mouth lunging at him, Head-Pressing Ghost grabbed his jaws and forced them open even wider. Then he told Oh Gu-young that his friend was not dead. He had been taken by the Hell Ghost. He told Oh Gu-young to go save his friend, and said he would give him all of his power, because it was time for Head-Pressing Ghost to face the companions who once believed in him, and ask them for forgiveness. Finally, he called out to the Ghost Eater. He begged Oh Gu-young, no matter what, to kill the Hell Ghost. As Head-Pressing Ghost willingly let Oh Gu-young swallow him, a massive surge of power erupted from Oh Gu-young's body. Oh Gu-young promised in his heart that he would rescue Kang Jong-bu and swallow the Hell Ghost again. Meanwhile, at Chunok Hall, Sojum told Bodhisattva Chunok that Oh Gu-young had eaten Head-Pressing Ghost. Hearing this, Bodhisattva Chunok was very satisfied and said it seemed she should start preparing too. Meanwhile, number 23 was training non-stop in the training room. But he knew that even if he trained like this for 1,000 years, it would not help at all. He wanted to keep getting stronger, just like the Ghost Eater. Just then, Bodhisattva Chunok walked in and told him he was working hard, training so late. She had a very important mission to give him. At first, number 23 looked completely uninterested, but what Bodhisattva Chunok said next left him in disbelief. She wanted him to reinforce the Ghost Eater's power, because they were preparing to fight the Hell Ghost, and the only way number 23 could help in that battle was to become nourishment for the Ghost Eater. Number 23 could not believe it and asked if the old woman was joking. He begged her to tell him this was only a joke, but Bodhisattva Chunok coldly told him to accept reality. After all, he knew he was only a tool. Trying to run now was useless. She had already set up a barrier here, and no one could enter or leave. The reason they created number 23 was for this very mission, so he had to accept his predetermined fate. This made number 23 remember when he was a child, carefully handing a gift to Bodhisattva Chenok. He said the monk uncles told him that if he gave this to her, she would be happy. After all, on Parents' Day, children were supposed to give carnations to their parents. But Bodhisattva Chenok only gave number 23 a cold look. Then she accepted the gift. She told number 23 that he seemed to have misunderstood something. She was not his parent, so receiving something like this would not make her happy. He had to remember not to do such pointless things again. All he needed to do was train hard and grow stronger, and number 23 had always known. There was only one way to earn Bodhisattva Chenok's approval. That was why he trained desperately every day and never slacked off once. All so he could become her tool and help eliminate all her worries. On the day he first destroyed a monster, No 23 finally became a proper tool. Bodhisattva Chenok called his number and told him he had worked hard and that he had become a very useful tool. No 23 had waited so long to hear the words useful tool, and now he had finally heard them. Those words made his goal even clearer. To remain a tool, Bodhisattva Chenok would always need, he had to become stronger. But he did not want to be used by her in this way. He did not want to become this kind of tool. Bodhisattva Chenok coldly said it was unfortunate. But this was number 23's only purpose, and the role he was meant to play. It was also the true reason they had created him, so he had to accept reality. With that, Bodhisattva Chenok reached out to grab number 23. But what she caught was only a single monkey hair. However, Bodhisattva Chenok had already seen through everything. She coldly asked number 23 if he had forgotten who taught him the clone technique. Facing Bodhisattva Chenok, who had lived for more than 300 years, number 23 had no chance of escaping. Bodhisattva Chenok delivered a heavy palm strike. It landed directly on number 23's back and instantly robbed him of his ability to move. He collapsed to his knees. Bodhisattva Chenok asked him if he wanted to live. If he wanted to live, he should stop running, stand up, and fight back. Even an earthworm would struggle after being stepped on. But number 23 gave up resisting and only begged her to stop because he did not want to become this kind of tool, and he did not want the old woman to die. If he fought back, Bodhisattva Chenok was planning to let herself lose on purpose. Then, force him to eat her, but number 23 did not want to grow stronger that way. Bodhisattva Chenok did not expect number 23 to have already figured it out. But number 23 said of course he knew, because he knew the old woman could never kill him. It turned out that back then, Bodhisattva Chenok had silently worn the torn gift pinned to her chest, and her eyes had been filled with guilt toward number 23. She sincerely apologized to this child. Although number 23 had been young at the time, he could feel Bodhisattva Chenok's love for him. He knew the old woman had always treated him so coldly because his destiny was to eat her one day. That was why he had always tried to become stronger. Strong enough that he would never have to do that, and strong enough to fight the Hell Ghost himself. But Bodhisattva Chenok had already made up her mind. She told number 23 that she had once committed a terrible mistake, so she had to repay it with her life. With that, she stabbed her own hand into her heart and said the first rule of Chenok Hall did not need to be followed today. She told number 23 to eat her. Number 23 could not believe Bodhisattva Chenok would force him like this, and he broke down, asking the old woman why she was doing this. He did not want her to disappear, but Bodhisattva Chenok gently told him that she was not disappearing. She would simply coexist with him inside his body, and they would be together forever. She was truly sorry for treating him that way all this time, her most beloved child. Meanwhile, after seeing Yama's memories, the Hell Ghost was furious and blamed everything on Yama. Yama was the one who had ruined everything. Because of Yama, the gate of hell would inevitably open. She asked Yama if he knew what had happened to hell after he disappeared. All the humans who were supposed to come to hell had vanished. The monsters began slaughtering each other just to eat the few humans that remained. And yet heaven did not care at all. So the Hell Ghost decided that if things were going to be like this, she might as well turn the entire world into hell. And when that happened, she would become its god. At that moment, the Hell Ghost sensed a group of humans approaching. She smiled coldly and said they had arrived at the perfect time. Now the materials needed to open the gate of hell were finally complete. Outside, every member of the Human Exorcist Alliance had arrived. They confirmed that the Hell Ghost was probably inside this warehouse. Rob Nefer complained that he never expected the Hell Ghost's hideout to be so plain. He thought she would at least build a castle to match her final boss status. Ivan reminded everyone not to treat this as an ordinary building, because the entire warehouse was giving off intense demonic power. But the next second, Sister Susan sensed an even stronger presence. That demonic power was so powerful that her body could not stop trembling. But it was not coming from inside the warehouse. It was coming from behind them. Oh Guyan strode out from the forest, then walked straight past everyone. He knew there was no time left. He had to kill the Hell Ghost immediately, then rescue Kang Jong-bu, who had been taken away. As the warehouse door slowly opened, everyone followed Oh Guyan inside. But the scene suddenly changed, and 8 identical warehouses appeared in front of them. Noah judged that this had to be a space created by Monster Art, and that the space was controlled by rules set by its caster. They had to figure out those rules if they wanted to leave. Of course, there was another way. They could kill whoever created the space, because the caster had to be hiding somewhere inside it. After hearing that, Rob Nefer immediately activated the neutron cannon in his hand. He fired straight at one of the warehouses. But even after being hit by his neutron cannon, the warehouse did not have a single mark on it, which Rob Nefer found extremely interesting. Ivan suggested they try opening the other doors. Maybe they could find whoever created this place. With that, he pushed open the door in front of him. They did not know who had created this space, but that person seemed to really like warehouses. Above them, countless warehouses were stacked together in every direction. There were exactly 8 normal warehouses, and there were also exactly 8 of them. It looked like the enemy wanted each person to enter a different warehouse, but if they did that, they could easily be picked off one by one. Still, if they did nothing, they would never find the Hell Ghost. Jamal said it would be fine, even if this was a trap, because he could just rewind time. 30 seconds after entering a warehouse, he would reverse time, then enter another warehouse, and repeat the process. That way, they could keep everyone safe while investigating every warehouse here. However, even after everyone entered different warehouses, they all ended up in the same place. It seemed their guess was wrong. The enemy had never planned to pick them off separately. At that moment, Noah suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly shouted for Jamal to reverse time, because Oh Guyan was gone. The enemy's plan was not to separate and defeat them. It was to separate the Ghost Eater from the rest of them. But just as Jamal was about to activate his ability, a blade slashed directly toward his arm. In an instant, Jamal's arm was cut off, and the one who did it was Jin-chan from their own team. Jin-chan sneered that he had already investigated everything. The condition for Jamal to activate his ability was clapping his hands. The moment everyone else reacted, Jin-chan leapt high into the air and dodged their attacks. Ivan demanded to know who he really was, whether this space was his creation, and where the real Jin-chan had gone. But Jin-chan asked if they still had not realized it. He was the real Jin-chan. He simply had never been human from the very beginning. He was an illusion-type level 1 monster, demon child. Even now, Ivan could not believe it, because they had clearly eliminated monsters together before. But to demon child, that did not matter at all. After all, humans killed each other all the time too. Noah reminded everyone that this was not the time to worry about that. They had to escape first, so he told everyone to grab onto him quickly. But the next second, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, saying that wouldn't be allowed, because they had to become nourishment for the gate of hell. As soon as she said that, a strand of hairs swept toward Noah's neck. Overcome by fear, Noah only left behind one apology. Then he instantly teleported away. The Hell Ghost mocked him for abandoning his friends and running off alone, saying he had no loyalty at all. At that moment, Sister Susan had already pulled out her silver pistol. She fired directly at the Hell Ghost. Bullets of love and grace. These bullets were activated through the power of angels and could be used 6 times a day. But anyone who used all 6 shots in one day would go to hell after death, no matter how many good deeds they had done. The next second, a massive explosion erupted where the Hell Ghost stood. At the same time, Rob Nefer leapt high into the air. His armored body began to transform. Battle, Satellite, Space, Model X. This was a brand new combat form that could release all of the ultra-small nuclear energy inside his body at once. Once the energy finished charging, a massive nuclear cannon blasted toward everyone below. After the smoke cleared, a cluster of giant mushrooms had grown at the explosion site. These were mushroom seeds. Ivan's blood contained mushroom spores, and the size and type of the mushrooms depended on how much blood he shed. Meanwhile, to block that attack, the Hell Ghost actually revealed her original form. Ivan stared at the scene in disbelief. Even more unbelievable, the power in his body was slowly drifting toward the Hell Ghost. How was this possible? As a level 1 exorcist, his soul was actually being fed upon. The fact that he felt fear toward a monster was utterly humiliating. Kyohei said he would pretend he had not seen the bald uncle's pathetic moment just now. But Ivan needed to take everyone and hide as far away as possible, because Kyohei would handle the thing in the sky. With that, Kyohei took off his jacket. He told them not to worry, because he had already seen the ending. This game was practically a masterpiece. The next second, golden light shone from inside Kyohei's body. Character transformation. After clearing a game, he could let the game's protagonist possess his body for one full day. There was no limit on game genre, but he could only choose humanoid characters. Then Kyohei transformed into an armored warrior, charged straight toward the Hell Ghost. But the Hell Ghost did not care at all, and only raised one finger. Seeing himself being looked down on like that, Kyohei was filled with rage. A terrifying slash cut right past the Hell Ghost. Kyohei shouted at her to take him seriously, because he had already beaten countless bosses, just like her. After seeing Kyohei's overwhelming slash, the Hell Ghost's mocking smile instantly disappeared. From this point on, she was finally going to take this fight seriously. Meanwhile, Oh Guyang had no idea how many doors he had already opened. But every single time, he only found the same warehouse again, as if he were trapped in an endless loop. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly rushed into his arms. It was Jimin from his class. Jimin had no idea why she was here either. She only said she woke up and found herself in this place. There was no one around her, and she did not know how much time had passed. Terrified, she asked Oh Guyang if he could take her home. But the next second, Jimin's pupils suddenly widened. Her entire body began trembling non-stop. She cried out in fear, saying it felt like something was inside her mouth. Then countless branches began spreading out from Jimin's mouth. Unexpectedly, a monster had been planted inside Jimin's body, and it immediately attacked Oh Guyang. Fortunately, the monster was not strong, and Oh Guyang could tear apart its branches with his bare hands. Oh Guyang apologized to Jimin, saying he was sorry for dragging her into this. Then, he told her to endure it for a moment. As long as he swallowed her and used the Ghost Eater's intestines to digest the monster, she would be fine. But Oh Guyang could not understand why the Hell Ghost would put such a weak monster inside Jimin. A monster at this level could not hurt him at all. But not long after swallowing Jimin, Oh Guyang immediately realized something was wrong. His body was suddenly filled with stabbing pain, and blood poured from his mouth. A Sengmu flower had somehow appeared inside his body, and it was rapidly blooming. The deadly poison of the Sengmu flower instantly spread through Oh Guyang's entire body, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. At that moment, the warehouse door opened again. The enemy sneered that the Hell Ghost had promised to turn him into a Class A monster as long as he captured the Ghost Eater. He never expected Oh Guyang to swallow the Sengmu grass so easily, so he thanked him for that. Meanwhile, Kyohei, now transformed into an armored warrior, launched a casual strike and sliced off part of the Hell Ghost's black wing. Kyohei smirked and asked if she was scared by his strength, because his next strike would be aimed at her head. But this powerful strike was easily dodged by the Hell Ghost. It only left a deep gash in the ground. Kyohei thought that if he could get just a little closer, he could cut her. Just a little closer, and he could end this fight. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Why was the distance between him and the Hell Ghost getting farther instead? Could it be that the Hell Ghost was not getting faster, but that his own movements were getting slower? Kyohei finally noticed the anomaly. The Hell Ghost only seemed to be dodging his attacks, but in reality, she had been draining his spiritual energy the entire time. He could not believe the monster in front of him could forcibly feed on his soul. This was completely unfair, and the furious Kyohei had already lost his mind. His attack, no longer at full strength, was caught firmly by the Hell Ghost. The next second, both the great sword in his hand and his body shattered into pieces. Ivan stared at the scene from below in shock. Filled with rage, he stabbed a blade directly into his own arm. Then, he caused the fungi in his blood to rapidly multiply, and summoned the Mushroom Golem. This ability used Ivan's blood to summon a giant mushroom on the spot to attack the enemy. The Hell Ghost directly manifested the greatsword Kyohei had just used. The moment the Mushroom Golem attacked, the Hell Ghost swung her sword down and split the giant mushroom in two. Ivan stared in disbelief at Kyohei's sword in the Hell Ghost's hand. He finally realized that once the Hell Ghost ate a human, she could absorb that person's ability. In overwhelming fear, Ivan watched as the Hell Ghost flew toward him at terrifying speed. Then she swung her sword down with full force. Ivan was split in half by the Hell Ghost's blade. Then his body instantly turned into dry bones and was completely absorbed by her. Sister Susan could barely believe what she was seeing. Everything had happened exactly as Bodhisattva Chenok had predicted. This battle was just like the one 300 years ago. If this continued, everyone would be eaten by the Hell Ghost. So Susan turned to Jamal with a request. If the move she was about to use failed, Jamal had to end his own life immediately, because she would die soon too. The move Susan was about to use was practically taboo, but at this point, all they could do was pray for a miracle, egg of love and grace. This technique had a 10% chance to seal any target except the creator inside an egg, symbolizing the resurrection of Jesus. But whether the seal succeeded or failed, the caster's body and soul would be completely destroyed after 666 seconds. To make sure the skill activated properly, Rob Nefer used his own body to restrain the Hell Ghost. He told everyone not to worry, because she could not devour his flesh, since his entire body was completely mechanical. Soon, Susan's technique was ready. Just as the egg was about to hit the Hell Ghost suddenly disappeared, along with Rob Nefer. It was Noah's teleportation ability. Susan could not believe it. The Hell Ghost had not fully devoured his spiritual energy, yet she could already use his power. The next second, the Hell Ghost teleported behind them and devoured Jamal's flesh as well. Only then did everyone realize the Hell Ghost had been hiding her true strength on purpose. Because if she had shown everything from the start, they would never have fought her. They would have chosen to end their own lives instead. But by the time they realized this, it was already too late. The Hell Ghost coldly asked who gave them permission to die. She said Susan's life already belonged to her, then devoured Susan's flesh as well. With that, the energy the Hell Ghost needed was finally complete. Now she could officially begin her plan. But right then, Noah, who had run away earlier, suddenly teleported back. The Hell Ghost mocked them, asking if they had come back to deliver snacks to her. But when she saw the person standing beside Noah, she sensed an overwhelming demonic power from him. She was shocked and recognized him as a Class A monster, the great sage equal to heaven. But he denied it, saying he was not something like that. He was number 23 of Chunok Hall. Bodhisattva Chenok had once told number 23 that in truth, they were both tools meant to protect humanity. But over the past 300 years, she had used up everything she had. Now, she was nothing but a burden. So, she begged number 23 to let her shine one last time. After absorbing Bodhisattva Chonok, number 23's power had now reached the realm of a Class A monster. But the Hell Ghost did not care, because anyone who stood in her way would only die. Even if number 23 was the true great sage equal to heaven, it would be the same. However, the Hell Ghost's full force punch was caught barehanded by number 23. To make the old woman's sacrifice mean something, number 23 would completely smash the Hell Ghost apart. The Hell Ghost could not believe it. Just one clone had sent her flying. A split second later, two more clones rushed in, one after another. With one punch, they slammed the Hell Ghost into the ground. The terrifying impact blasted a huge crater into the floor. No one expected the once invincible Hell Ghost to be overwhelmed by number 23's clones like this, beaten into a miserable state with no chance to fight back. No 23 coldly said the Hell Ghost was far too disappointing. Was this really all she had? Did she know what he had sacrificed for this battle? In the past, number 23 had asked the old woman if she could teach him any monster art besides the clone technique, since he could already create more than 50 clones. But Bodhisattva Chaunok scolded him for being arrogant, asking if he really thought creating 50 clones meant he had mastered the clone technique. No, 23 did not understand. Then how many did he need to create before he had truly mastered it? Bodhisattva Chaunok answered that he did not need many. One was enough. But it could not be an ordinary clone. Creating another true self of his own was the ultimate form of the clone technique. And there was no need to doubt whether it was possible, because that was exactly how Bodhisattva Chinook had created number 23. At that moment, the Hell Ghost was coughing blood after being beaten down by number 23. A violent strike pierced straight through her chest, then exploded behind her with terrifying force. Number 23 coldly called out to the Hell Ghost and told her to accept her final judgment. Noah was stunned by what he saw. Number 23 was not just defeating the Hell Ghost, he was overwhelming her. Was this the true power of someone who inherited the blood of the great sage equal to heaven? But for some reason, Noah felt a strange sense of unease. Just then, the Hell Ghost suddenly said that even if time was reversed dozens of times, the battle could not be settled within 7 minutes. She apologized, saying she could only play with number 23 up to this point. After all, fighting someone who was destined to die was a complete waste of time. And she forgot to mention that number 23 was not the only one who could use clone techniques. If number 23 was still alive after the gate of hell opened, she would fight him seriously then. With that, the Hell Ghost's hair clone disappeared. No, 23 could not believe he had only been fighting the Hell Ghost's clone this entire time. Noah immediately reacted and told number 23 to grab his body. They had to leave right now, because the Hell Ghost had trapped them here while she went to open the gate of hell. Meanwhile, the Hell Ghost was already preparing to open the gate of hell. A massive amount of black matter began pouring out of the seal. Then, with the Hell Ghost at the center, it shot out in every direction. The black matter surged across the world, and all 666 gates of hell around the globe opened at the exact same time. Ordinary people were still gathering around curiously, wondering what it was. The next second, a giant hand reached out from the pit. Then, countless monsters crawled out of hell. In an instant, human society fell into total chaos. Masses of civilians were eaten by monsters in terror. Now, the only ones who could fight them were the few remaining exorcists. Sojon placed a greater explosion talisman on a monster's head. The next second, a violent explosion destroyed the monster. An order was given for the monks to enter the most dangerous hell level alert immediately. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they had to protect the people. Even if the level 1 exorcists in Oguyung's group all failed, they would fight until the end, because they were true exorcists. Meanwhile, Kang Jong-bu, having recovered all of Yama's memories, questioned the Hell Ghost for actually opening the gate of hell. No, perhaps he should call her Asura now. Kang Jong-bu asked if she really thought heaven would just stand by. If the creator saw that the field was full of pests, he would burn the ruined crops and the pests together, then scatter new seeds. The Hell Ghost said she knew that very well. But what if one pest dared to bite the creator? Kang Jong-bu did not understand. Even Class A monsters could not oppose the creator, because all created beings were designed to be unable to rebel against him. The Hell Ghost said she knew, but one pest had already escaped that rule. As long as it held hatred in its heart, it could devour everything. She said Kang Jong-bu should have realized by now that opening the gate of hell and destroying the human world was only bait to summon the creator. She planned to use the Ghost Eater to kill that arrogant being above them. Then, she would scatter new seeds with her own hands. To keep history from repeating itself, the Hell Ghost had infused a soul into the Sangmu grass and created a brand new monster. Compared to the straw doll humans created 300 years ago, hers was flawless. If she wanted, she could make the flower bloom again and again to poison the Ghost Eater directly. Kang Jong-bu asked if she planned to use the Ghost Eater to fight the creator. But for that to work, the Ghost Eater would need to hate the gods of heaven. The Hell Ghost said she had already found a way to solve that problem. 300 years ago, there was an interesting monster called Young Master Deer. He created mixed blood children between humans and heavenly immortals, then ate them. But since Young Master Deer was later eaten by the Ghost Eater, some of those mixed blood children survived and left descendants behind. In other words, as long as the Ghost Eater hated and ate the descendants of those mixed blood children, he should theoretically be able to digest the creator, who was also a heavenly being. With that, the Hell Ghost used her hair to lift Kang Jong-bu high into the air. Kang Jong-bu could not believe it. Was she planning to absorb him too? But the Hell Ghost asked if he had not heard what she just said. What she needed was to make the Ghost Eater hate the gods of heaven. With that, the Hell Ghost took Kang Jong-bu out of the warehouse. Outside, Demon Child had been waiting, watching the still unconscious Oh Gu-young. The Hell Ghost told Demon Child that he had made a huge contribution in this battle, so she was going to reward him with Yama's reincarnation. If he ate Kang Jong-bu, he would soon rise to the level of a Class A monster. Demon Child could not believe the Hell Ghost would treat him so well. But the Hell Ghost said it was only because she was already full, and eating Yama would not increase her power much. Besides, she had struck him a bit too hard earlier, and Kang Jong-bu looked like he would not last much longer. So if Demon Child wanted to absorb his spiritual energy, he had better eat him right now. But this left Dracula, who was watching from the side, deeply confused. Why would the Hell Ghost give Yama to someone like Demon Child? The Hell Ghost asked if they were jealous because they did not get a monster to eat. Dracula quickly explained that Yama was once the king of hell, so no matter what, the Hell Ghost should personally enjoy him. But the Hell Ghost said it was not actually a reward, because Demon Child's host, Jinshin, was a descendant of a heavenly immortal and a human. At that moment, Oh Gu-young slowly regained consciousness. Not only did his stomach no longer hurt, but his body could also move normally again. But then he heard a strange sound, and the moment he turned to look, he saw a scene that filled him with absolute horror. His friend Kang Jong-bu was being devoured bite by bite by a monster. At that moment, Oh Gu-yeon felt like his entire world had collapsed. As long as Demon Child, who had taken over a mixed blood body, was eaten by the Ghost Eater, and that act was filled with intense hatred. The Ghost Eater would gain the ability to digest a god. At that moment, Oh Gu-yeon was completely consumed by rage and roared at the monster to get away from his friend. Before Demon Child could even react, Oh Gu-yeon kicked him straight in the face. The blow sent Demon Child flying high into the air. Then, Oh Gu-yeon activated his invisible devouring ability and swallowed Demon Child whole in a single bite. As he looked at Kang Jong-bu's corpse in front of him, his burning tears poured down like a broken dam. Ever since they were children, Kang Jong-bu had always stayed by Oh Gu-yeon's side. He had always protected him, simply because they were best friends. But this time, Oh Gu-yeon had failed to protect him. He broke down and apologized over and over, saying, sorry, Jong-bu. It was all his fault. Everything was his fault. Watching from a distance, the Hell Ghost was deeply satisfied and told Oh Gu-yeon to remember that hatred. Because from now on, there would only be more and more things he failed to protect, until he was left with absolutely nothing. A week quickly passed, and because the gates of hell had opened, the entire world had turned into an apocalypse. Even the so-called God of Slaughter could only run for his life when he saw monsters. Only a small number of exorcists were still fighting them. However, the explosive talismans that had always worked before were now completely useless. Sojong was slammed hard into the ground by a monster. This was because the monsters were growing stronger by devouring humans. Meanwhile, the exorcist's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, making them weaker and weaker. Just when things became critical, the monster in front of them was suddenly swallowed in one bite. The one who arrived was the newly strengthened Oh Gu-yeon. Over the past week, Oh Gu-yeon had been devouring monsters non-stop. To eliminate them quickly, he flew high into the sky and used his invisible mouth to swallow every monster in sight at once, causing his power to grow rapidly. Now, the gates of hell were growing larger and larger. At this rate, even Class A monsters would soon enter the human world. Before that happened, they had to find the Hell Ghost and kill her. After all, the gates of hell were still a monster art. And once the caster died, the technique would disappear too. But the problem was that the Hell Ghost had absorbed Jamal's time reversal ability. As long as she could reverse time, they had no way to defeat her. So, they had to kill her in a single instant, without giving her even the slightest chance to use that power. Even if they failed, Oh Gu-yeon still did not want to accept the plan the others mentioned. Just then, a thunderous roar came from above them. A nuclear missile, the most powerful weapon created by human technology, was falling from the sky. Seeing this, the Hell Ghost immediately understood that the gods of heaven had finally begun to act. Before burning down the field, they would first order the harvesters to carry out one final harvest. In other words, the Creator would soon descend to the human world and scatter new seeds. A few hours earlier, the President of the United States had stood before the button that would decide humanity's fate. Even though his staff kept trying to stop him, he looked possessed, saying the sacred farmland had become far too filthy. At the very least, the remaining fruit had to be offered to their master. Seeing the president fall into madness, one of his men immediately tried to report the situation to the Secretary of Defense. But the next second, a bullet struck him in the head. A man coldly said that since they were looking for him, he had come in person. All harvesters around the world were now ready. As long as the buttons were pressed at the same time, every country's nuclear missiles would launch and strike every city on Earth. The president had worked hard, and God would surely see their loyalty. So, the harvesters declared to heaven that they, its loyal servants, would offer up sacrifices. They begged heaven to accept them, because everything would follow divine will. As the red button was pressed, the launch pad slowly opened. Blazing flames erupted from below. Countless nuclear missiles rose into the dark night, carrying the god of death, forged by human hands, to every corner of the world. When everyone saw one missile falling from above, Oh Gu-yeon decided to step forward and stop it. If he let the missile explode inside his body, maybe he could save the world. Sojong asked if he had lost his mind. Even if he was the Ghost Eater, eating something like that could not possibly leave him unharmed. But Oh Gu-yeon knew this was the only method left to save humanity. With that, he charged toward the falling missile. He did not want to watch another friend die in front of him ever again. The next second, Oh Gu-yeon activated his invisible devouring ability and swallowed the nuclear missile whole. But the terrifying explosion immediately erupted inside his body. Wounds of every size tore open across Oh Gu-yeon's body. Fortunately, he successfully stopped the missile from detonating outside. At that moment, someone had no choice but to admit it. Oh Gu-yeon was now the world's only hope, because unlike everyone else, he could devour monsters and keep getting stronger. That meant his life no longer belonged only to himself. And now, Oh Gu-yeon struggled to open his mouth. At least, they had successfully stopped this disaster. No one had died because of that nuclear missile. But the next second, that same roar sounded again, and number 23 stared at the scene in disbelief. Countless nuclear missiles were falling from the sky. This was no longer something anyone could stop. In front of God, were humans truly this small? On that day, more than 4,000 nuclear missiles were launched worldwide. 85% of humanity died in the disaster. 1 month later, the survivors struggled to live in an apocalypse, overrun by monsters. The younger brother cried that he could not run anymore, but the older brother told him to stop complaining, because if they stopped running, the monsters would eat them. Then, the older brother saw an oil drum nearby, so he decided to hide his little brother inside it. After the younger brother crawled in, the older brother repeatedly warned him not to make a sound, no matter what he heard, because he had promised their parents that he would protect his little brother. But the next second, a giant monster appeared behind the older brother and said it had found him. The monster told him to come quietly. If he behaved, it would not hurt too much when he was eaten. The older brother hated running like this more than anything. But who would be stupid enough to walk into death? Luckily, this monster was slow, so he still had a chance to escape. But the next second, the monster's hand grabbed the older brother's head tightly. The monster mocked humans for being so stupid, always choosing to be eaten in the most painful way. As the monster's hand kept squeezing, the older brother screamed in agony. Unexpectedly, after hearing his brother's screams, the younger brother rushed out from hiding to save him. The monster was thrilled, saying today was its lucky day. It even got a buy one get one deal. But at some point, an old man suddenly appeared beside the monster. He looked at the monster's ugly appearance with disgust and wondered if he had ever created something like this. Then, he tapped the monster with his cane. The next second, the monster's huge body exploded. In the children's eyes, the old man before them had to be a legendary exorcist. They quickly thanked the exorcist grandpa for saving them, saying both brothers would have been eaten without him. The old man then became curious about the sketchbook in the younger brother's hands, because even while being chased by monsters, he had held it like a treasure. The older brother explained that the sketchbook was actually his. Since all their parents' photos had been burned, he had no choice but to draw them himself. The old man praised him, saying he was not only a good older brother, but also a great artist. Then, the old man said he also had a picture he treasured deeply, but it had been dirtied by a dog he raised. He had put a lot of thought into that picture, so now he was very troubled. Should he repair it by drawing over it, or simply draw a new one? The older brother thought for a moment and said that if a large part of the picture had been ruined, he would probably choose to draw a new one, because looking at a damaged picture forever would only hurt. And if he drew it again, maybe the new one could turn out even better. The old man thought that was a very wise answer. Then he asked the younger brother if he could see the portraits of their parents. The younger brother happily agreed and proudly said his brother drew all of them, asking if they were not amazing. The old man admitted they were wonderful, and their family looked truly happy. In principle, the souls of humans and monsters should all be erased. But perhaps he could allow a few exceptions. After all, specimens were needed to prove that creatures called humans had once existed. The next second, the children heard their mother's familiar voice, telling them to stop watching TV and come eat. The two brothers looked up in disbelief. Their parents, who had already passed away, had appeared before them again. In reality, the bodies of the two boys slowly faded away. The creator let them live happily inside that picture forever, as the last human souls. At that moment, he could finally calm his mind, and slowly began drawing a brand new picture. Divine skill, radiant descent. The next second, golden light shone from around the creator. As the light grew brighter and brighter, it spread outward, with the creator at its center. The monsters, still devouring humans, vanished the instant they touched the golden light, and the humans in their hands disappeared with them. In the blink of an eye, no matter how powerful the monsters in the city were, none could escape death. And all of this was recorded by the drones in the sky. This was the light of destruction. Any being created by the creator would have its soul completely erased the moment it touched that light. And the light would keep expanding. Not only the human world, but even hell itself would be destroyed. Once that light reached them, everyone would be finished. But the Hell Ghost was not worried, because they still had the Ghost Eater. He would bravely fight the Creator for humanity. At that moment, one monster politely asked the Hell Ghost a question. Why did she believe the Ghost Eater could defeat the Creator? Just then, a majestic voice came from the sky. Because the Creator was an invincible absolute being. An existence with no enemies would always face a variable when it met an enemy for the first time. The one speaking was none other than the Hell Ghost's true body, the Class A monster, Asura. The Hell Ghost agreed. On top of that, the Ghost Eater had escaped the Creator's system and could be treated as a bug within it. In other words, the light of destruction had no effect on the Ghost Eater. And right on time, their Ghost Eater had arrived. At that moment, Oh Gu-young used Noah's teleportation ability to arrive at the edge of the light of destruction. Noah worriedly asked if Oh Gu-young could really do this. After all, he had seen it himself. Anything that touched that light, whether monster or human, was erased completely. Noah did not know what that light really was, but in less than an hour, it had already swallowed half a country. At this rate, it might cover the entire world within 2 days. If they did not find a way to stop it, everyone's sacrifices during this time would become meaningless. With that, Oh Gu-young activated the mouth release body at maximum output. Noah could not believe it. Just the demonic power Oh Gu-young released made him feel like his body was about to burst. This was all thanks to number 23's plan, which had allowed Oh Gu-young to grow strong enough to rival a Class A monster. Then Oh Gu-young slowly reached his hand into the light of destruction. But he immediately felt something strange. This light could instantly erase both monsters and humans. Yet it had no effect on him at all. Watching from afar, the Hell Ghost was very satisfied. Their hypothesis was correct. Now, the key was whether the Ghost Eater could eat and digest the Creator. Asura also praised the Hell Ghost for her hard work. It was time for her to return to his body. Asura acknowledged her as the leader of the 30 Fingers. But the Hell Ghost smiled and asked if this tiny reward was all she got after working for 300 years. Why not hand over Asura's main body to her instead? In return, she would give Asura the position of finger leader. Hearing this, all three of Asura's heads let out mocking laughter. The next second, Asura raised his giant palm and slammed it down toward the Hell Ghost. He mocked her, saying she had spent too long in the human world and lost her mind. After all, she was created by him, nothing more than a part of his body. But the Hell Ghost found those words amusing. After all, was Asura not also planning to kill the Creator who had made him? Asura asked what she planned to do. With just one finger, did she really think she had any chance of winning? The Hell Ghost said she wanted to try. As long as it was for the sake of becoming God, everything was worth it. Egg of Love and Grace had a 10% chance to seal any target except the Creator, inside an egg symbolizing the resurrection of Jesus. But whether the seal succeeded or failed, the caster's body and soul would be completely erased after 666 seconds. Meanwhile, the Creator was still using the light of destruction. But he suddenly sensed something strange. He realized that even under the light of destruction, there was still a living being capable of approaching him. However, Oh Gu-young's surprise attack was blocked by a single raised hand, and the Creator recognized him as the Ghost Eater. The Creator had not expected the light of destruction to have no effect on Oh Gu-young. At that moment, Oh Gu-young's body was completely unable to move. All he could do was ask who the Creator really was and why he wanted to destroy the world. The Creator answered that he was the embodiment of beginning and end, the one who governed all things in existence. He held the authority to overturn heaven and earth and destroy the universe itself. He was the sole ruler of all creation, the Lord of all things. Meanwhile, Asura's true body still looked down on the Hell Ghost and asked if she really thought she could defeat him with a single finger. She was simply throwing her life away. With that, Asura threw a heavy punch and struck the Hell Ghost while she was still casting. The terrifying force of the punch sent her flying. But as she was blown away, the Hell Ghost laughed coldly and said the uncertainty she mentioned was not about whether she could defeat Asura, because her chance of beating him was 100%. The next second, a sharp pain ran through Asura's fist. An egg had embedded itself into his flesh during that attack. As Asura wondered what a tiny egg like this could possibly do, the egg suddenly spoke, sealing him in the name of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Then a powerful suction force pulled Asura's arm into the egg. Egg of Love and Grace was originally a spell with an extremely low success rate. But by rewinding time again and again, its success rate could be forced to 100%. Facing this absolute sealing power, even Asura could not resist. What the Hell Ghost had called uncertain was the negative effect attached to the spell. The key was whether the Ghost Eater could defeat the Creator within 666 seconds. Asura could not believe it. and asked why she was doing this. Were they not one being, like a parent and child? But before he could finish, Asura was completely sealed inside the egg. The Hell Ghost quietly repeated, "A parent and child?" Thanks to Asura's words, she finally understood why she was doing this. It came from the story of this body's original owner, Sim Chong. That monk came from Mengyun Temple. His master said that with 300 sacks of rice, her father could regain his sight. Sim Chan also understood that because her father was blind, he had endured endless pain and humiliation. Now, it was time for her to repay the debt of raising her. The monk told her not to worry, because her filial piety would surely move the Buddha, and sacrifices offered to God would all be sent to the Pure Land. And so, Simchan was treated as a sacrifice to the Dragon King and forced onto that cursed ship. But even more despicable were the crew members on board. Back then, the lonely and helpless Simchong had been completely powerless. In that inhuman world, she was eventually forced to stand on the deck, even though she still wanted to live. The evil men behind her kept forcing her to jump, saying that if the sacrifice kept stalling, the Dragon King would be angered. Then, they struck her with an oar and pushed her into the sea. Simchong stared at the dark, freezing water. Yet, even then, she still prayed that her father would regain his sight. It was not because of filial piety. It was because if everything the crew said was nothing but superstition, then her death would have no meaning at all. So she sincerely prayed that her sacrifice would truly restore her father's sight, and that she would receive the Dragon King's blessing and reach the Pure Land. In the endless deep sea, she prayed again and again, even though she knew how foolish it was. That was why the Hell Ghost wanted to tell that girl the truth. God had no interest in someone as insignificant as her. Just as humans did not care about the life of a rice seed, humans were nothing more than feed for God. Since she was doomed to meet a miserable end anyway, she might as well hand her body over to the Hell Ghost. But unexpectedly, the girl had said something completely unexpected back then. How could God not be interested in her? Had God not sent the Hell Ghost to her, sent her to turn this world into a true hell? After taking over Sim Chong's body, the Hell Ghost returned to the girl's home and killed everyone there. Sim Chong's father begged for mercy, saying he was the father who had raised her and pleading for her to spare him. But the Hell Ghost coldly said that God truly did not care about them at all. Even after selling his daughter and offering the rice, he was still blind. In that case, the Hell Ghost would become the god of this world instead. She would take God's place and open his eyes completely. At that time, Simchong's soul spoke to the Hell Ghost. She said she was finally free. And now, the Hell Ghost finally understood what those words meant. With that, the Hell Ghost swallowed the egg. Meanwhile, the creator looked at Oh Guyang and said he was truly fascinating, since he could ignore the light of destruction. He finally remembered that Oh Guyang was the one who had eaten Yama 300 years ago. That worked out perfectly. The creator had always wondered where Oh Guyang came from, so he would take his soul as a specimen too. After all, creating a new species took hundreds of thousands of years. Luckily, he now had a toy he could occasionally take out and play with. But the next second, Oh Guyang bit off the creator's arm. The creator was the so-called absolute being, and because of that, ever since the dawn of time, no living thing had ever been able to become his enemy. After living for billions of years, the creator had finally met a being capable of killing him. Oh Guyang delivered a punch that sent the creator flying. It did not matter whether he was the creator or something else. If he killed humans, then he was no different from a monster. Ghost Eater's signature monster art, mouth release monster. Oh Guyang charged toward the creator, surging with immense power. The next second, the entire city they were in erupted in a violent explosion. After the smoke cleared, the creator smiled and found this truly fascinating. A creature had been born without relying on his power. But even if he did not destroy the world, what difference would it make? Humans would either be eaten by monsters or die from nuclear radiation. Of course, Oh Guyang would survive. He would eat the remaining monsters one by one, until not a single one was left. By then, the world would be completely empty, leaving only him alone forever. Hearing this, Oh Guyang suddenly realized he had heard something like this before. That miraculous hungry ghost, once it ate everything in front of it, wouldn't it be the only thing left in the world? He would eventually become the loneliest being in the world. If that was the case, wouldn't it be better for everyone to be erased together? The next second, the creator transformed into Horus from ancient Egyptian mythology. He drove a heavy punch toward Oh Guyang's head and sent him flying with overwhelming force. Oh Gu-yun could not believe the creator could even change forms. At that moment, the creator transformed again, this time into the Jade Emperor, the ruler of heaven in mythology. He had already said that he represented all things in existence and could become anything. Terrifying divine power kept tearing through Oh Gu-yun's body, making him howl in pain. This time, the creator became Thor from Norse mythology, controlling all thunder in the world. Even a casual strike from him carried the power to destroy heaven and earth. The creator thanked Oh Gu-yun for playing with him for so long and adding a little fun to his boring life. Now, it was time to reclaim his soul, but unexpectedly, even after taking such brutal attacks, Oh Gu-yun could still stand. The creator could not understand it. Even a Class A monster could not have survived those attacks. What kind of trick had Oh Gu-yun used? A mere monster should not be able to become this strong. Then the creator transformed into the ancient Indian Tathagata Buddha, a mountain-like palm pressed down toward Oh Gu-yun. But at that moment, golden light rose from Oh Gu-yun's entire body. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he pierced straight through the Tathagata Buddha's body. The creator could not believe it. That was his own light of destruction. Could Oh Gu-yun have absorbed his ability when he ate his arm? There could never be two creators in this universe. So he had to erase Oh Gu-yun completely. He would erase even the fact that Oh Gu-yun had ever existed from history, so no one could remember him. Not even the creator himself. Even though the creator was omniscient and omnipotent, representing all things in existence, erasing something beyond the soul itself would interfere with the universe's law of cause and effect. When the creator analyzed the erasure of the Ghost Eater's very existence, thousands upon thousands of possible futures appeared before him. Divine skill. Eye of all things. This ability combined infinite developments related to a single target and revealed the future with the highest probability. Starting from about 20,000 years in the future, its accuracy gradually decreased, and from 100 million years onward, the accuracy dropped below 20%. But during this process, the creator realized something. He finally understood the unpleasant sense of déjà vu he had been feeling. This was not their first meeting. The creator and Oh Gu-yun had already met tens of thousands of times. What a cruel fate. Unexpectedly, the creator did not resist at all, allowing his body to be shattered by a single punch from Oh Gu-yun. But the creator decided to be fooled one more time. He would watch and see whether Oh Gu-yun could repair this painting. This sudden victory left Oh Gu-yun deeply confused. What had just happened? It felt like the creator had taken his attack on purpose. And what did he mean by asking Oh Gu-yun to repair the painting? What was that cruel fate supposed to be? Oh Gu-yun remembered those words. Hong Guangyu had once said something similar. Just like him, 300 years ago, Oh Gu-yun was carrying the same cruel fate. But while Oh Gu-yun was still thinking about all of this, the poison of the Sangmu flower inside him erupted again. The Hell Ghost congratulated him, saying he had not only defeated the creator, but even digested his power. But even if Oh Gu-yun now possessed the creator's power, his body could not control it. A newly born creator dying from something like the Sangmu flower was honestly not exciting at all. Seeing the Hell Ghost appear, Oh Gu-yun's rage exploded once again. He immediately charged toward her, but under the Hell Ghost's control, the poison of the Sangmu flower inside him fully erupted, and he instantly lost the ability to move. The Hell Ghost took that chance to push her hair into Oh Gu-yun's mouth. Then she stole the orb from his body again. Oh Gu-yun lost all signs of life and plummeted straight from the sky. As the Hell Ghost swallowed the orb, a surge of divine power erupted from inside her body. She felt as if she had become the universe itself. Just like the previous creator, she now represented all things in existence. Right then, number 23 finally arrived and charged straight at the Hell Ghost. But the next second, she grabbed him by the neck with one hand. The Hell Ghost sneered that he had arrived at the perfect time, just in time for her to test this new power. She ordered all things in existence to disappear. Then, number 23's body began fading away, piece by piece, and below them, Oh Gu-yun's corpse lay silently on the ground, completely motionless. The creator's light of destruction could originally erase all life, including the deadly Sangmu flower. But the Ghost Eater was not one of the creator's creations, so the light of destruction had no effect on him. Because of that, the Sangmu flower inside Oh Gu-yun had survived. Even now, number 23 struggled desperately and asked if the Hell Ghost really thought she had won. Things would not go the way she wanted. The Hell Ghost mocked him, asking what a fading great sage equal to heaven could possibly do against her, the new creator. No. 23 remembered how he had always pestered the old woman, asking why she would not teach him any monster art besides the clone technique. The old woman had told him many times that everyone had their own purpose, and she had only given number 23 an ability suited to his. The reason she only taught him the clone technique and guided him to its ultimate form, allowing him to perfectly create another true self, was so he could feed that clone to the Ghost Eater. Unexpectedly, Oh Gu-young, who should have already died, appeared once again. The Hell Ghost could not believe her eyes. She had clearly already killed Oh Gu-young. No, 23 entrusted everything to Oh Gu-young, saying the rest was up to him. He would hold the Hell Ghost down so tightly that she could not even clap her hands to reverse time. And Oh Gu-young had to eat this damned Hell Ghost once and for all. 1 hour earlier, as the light of destruction appeared, Oh Gu-young and number 23 arrived at its edge and saw every life form vanish the instant it touched the light. Number 23 told the Ghost Eater it was time to carry out his plan. Oh Gu-young had to eat his clone. Number 23's power would drop because of it, but the outcome of this battle depended on Oh Gu-young. After eating number 23's clone, Oh Gu-young would be able to use his ability. Besides, this demonic power had only been borrowed from the old woman anyway. Oh Gu-young understood, but he asked number 23 to promise him one thing. The reason Bodhisattva Cheon-ok taught him the clone technique was probably because she had already expected something like this. She wanted number 23, even in the worst possible situation, to use his clone technique to keep himself alive. So, Oh Gu-young begged number 23 to survive, because he did not want to watch another friend die. But even though they had promised to survive in the end, everyone still died because of Oh Gu-young. Ghost Eater's signature skill, Devour. Oh Gu-young swallowed the Hell Ghost in one bite. But unexpectedly, in that instant, the Hell Ghost cut off Oh Gu-young's arm and avoided the fatal strike. And number 23 gradually faded away because of the light of destruction. Now, Oh Gu-young possessed the Creator's power. He would kill the Hell Ghost, then restore everything to the way it was. But when the Hell Ghost heard his naive idea, she mocked him. Even if Oh Gu-young could create monsters that looked similar, not even the Creator could revive souls that had completely vanished. Then she asked if she had said too much, because Oh Gu-young looked absolutely devastated. Was it because she had killed too many of his friends? At that moment, Oh Gu-young's rage reignited, and he charged toward the Hell Ghost with his fist raised. But the Hell Ghost only found it unfortunate. She never expected her time as God to be this short. Still, she wanted to see that desperate expression on Oh Gu-young's face one more time, because she had made a promise to someone. She would turn this world into the most terrifying hell. She told the Ghost Eater to enjoy his solitary victory forever in this empty world. The next second, the Hell Ghost used her final strength to detonate the light of destruction inside her body, all at once. The light instantly wrapped around the entire planet. Then it crossed hell and heaven, spreading across the entire universe. After that, the light slowly dimmed, and finally went out completely. And Oh Gu-young's clone became the god of a lifeless, empty world. Countless lives had been lost because of him. Was this really the final ending? He had not saved a single person. Even his original body had failed to survive, and the Ghost Eater could only use the abilities of monsters he had eaten for one day. In other words, one day after Oh Gu-young ate number 23, the clone technique would expire, and Oh Gu-young, as a clone, would disappear from this world completely, and the entire world would fall into complete silence. Oh Gu-young's clone tried to use the Creator's power to create new life. Even if he was going to disappear, he still wanted to bring life back to this world. But the Creator had said that creating a new species would take at least hundreds of thousands of years. And Oh Gu-young's clone only had half a day left. This was not the ending he wanted. He broke down and apologized, saying he had ruined everything. He begged for someone to scold him, no matter who it was, even if it was a monster. It was all because he was too weak that the world had become like this. So please, someone had to appear and blame him. Time slowly passed, as Oh Gu-young kept blaming himself. There was only 1 hour left before the clone disappeared. At that moment, he realized the arm the Hell Ghost had cut off had already grown back. If his arm had been intact earlier, he could have clapped his hands and used reverse to rewind time by 7 minutes. Then, Oh Gu-young suddenly thought of something. The Creator's final words said this was not their first meeting. He and Oh Gu-young had already met countless times. What did those words mean? Could that method actually work? If Oh Gu-young used all of his demonic power for reverse, Maybe he could go back much farther than 7 minutes. Maybe he really could change everything. In the distant past, King Yama had heard that this hungry ghost had broken the fate of being unable to excrete, and even crawled from the deepest bottom of hell to stand before him. That was truly worthy of praise. But Yama also warned it, if the miraculous hungry ghost ate everything in front of it, wouldn't it be the only thing left in the world? It was also a pitiful and lonely role created by the creator. In the end, just like Yama, it would always be alone. The next second, their attacks collided head-on. The terrifying force shook all of hell, facing Yama's blazing flame palm. The hungry ghost's fist was slowly burning red. Just as the hungry ghost was about to reach its limit, Yama suddenly extinguished his own flames. He had heard that monsters eaten by the hungry ghost would be completely erased. Only the original human would be left behind and expelled from its body. So Yama asked the hungry ghost to eat him. He wanted this false soul to regain its freedom. The hungry ghost accepted his request. It would eat Yama. The next second, Yama was swallowed by the hungry ghost in one bite. This not only caused the hungry ghost's power to make a monumental leap, it was also the first time the hungry ghost had ever tasted food this delicious. After tasting such a meal, the hungry ghost became even hungrier. It wanted to keep eating food like that. Right then, the hungry ghost smelled something delicious again. It stared at the thing before it and wondered what it was. How could it give off a scent even more delicious than Yama himself? The hungry ghost wanted to eat the being in front of it immediately, but the moment the ghost eater charged in, Oh Gu-young slammed him into the ground with one hand. Facing this situation, Oh Gu-young did not know what to do. All he could do was pin the ghost eater's head to the ground. Unexpectedly, the ghost eater grabbed Oh Gu-young's arm, then opened its mouth and used the mouth release technique. The massive blast shot straight toward Oh Gu-young's face. But what the ghost eater could not believe was that its full power attack failed to hurt Oh Gu-young at all. Oh Gu-young had no time to keep wasting, because only 30 minutes remained before the clone technique wore off. To change the future, he invoked the creator's divine skill. Eye of all things, trying to see the path of the future. But what Oh Gu-young saw was this. Because of Yama's death, the creator came to hell to investigate and discovered that the ghost eater was unaffected by the light of destruction. The creator was relieved that he had found the ghost eater while it was still insignificant, because if left alone, it would become a serious problem in the future. Was this the ghost eater's original future? If Oh Gu-young did nothing here, the ghost eater would die at the creator's hands. And in a human world without the ghost eater, the gates of hell would open in less than 3 years. The human world would be torn apart by monsters. Then, the creator would descend and erase both humans and monsters. Just like the future Oh Gu-young came from, everything would be destroyed. In other words, Oh Gu-young had to conceal the ghost eater and ensure the creator would never find him. But while Oh Gu-young was thinking, the ghost eater suddenly punched toward him. Yet, an attack at that level still could not hurt Oh Gu-young. Oh Gu-young told the ghost eater to listen carefully, because he had eaten Yama. A terrifyingly powerful being would soon come to kill him, so he could not stay here anymore. Oh Gu-young was going to take him to the human world and hide him. But the ghost eater did not seem to understand Oh Gu-young at all. It only wanted to eat every enemy and grow stronger. The next second, Oh Gu-young grabbed him by the neck. Oh Gu-young told him no, he was not strong, and neither was Oh Gu-young himself. That meant they could not protect anything yet. They had to hide first and survive. With that, Oh Gu-young activated Egg of Love and Grace, sealing the ghost eater inside the egg. This time, he would not let anyone die again. In the human world, a great famine was starving countless people. As the county magistrate, Hong Guangyu was powerless and could only watch the people die, one after another. Oh Gu-young quickly used the creator's power to find this place. His purpose was to give the ghost eater to Hong Guangyu. But when Oh Gu-young used the Eye of all things on Hong Guangyu, he finally understood the true meaning behind the creator's words. The creator and Oh Gu-young had already met tens of thousands of times. This really was a cruel fate. Through the Eye of all things, Oh Gu-young saw the same future again. If he gave the ghost eater to Hong Guangyu, the same scene would repeat countless times, and the same future would happen again. Everyone would die. A future with no life left behind. Oh Gu-young tried to use the Eye of all things to seek another path, but every result was the same. If he did not give the ghost eater to Hong Guangyu, the gate of hell would open 3 years later, and the world's destruction would arrive even sooner. Even if he used the remaining time to kill the Hell Ghost and Asura, the other Class A monsters would still open the gate of hell and lead the world to destruction. Oh Gu-young finally understood that the future 300 years later was already the best option, the one that allowed humanity to survive the longest. That was why everything had repeated tens of thousands of times. At that moment, Hong Guangyu cried out in despair, asking what a magistrate meant, or even a king, when none of them could do anything. He hated the heavens. But Oh Gu-young told him that blaming heaven was useless, because from the very beginning, heaven had never cared about humans. Then, Oh Gu-young handed the egg to Hong Guangyu and told him this would become his fate. A cruel destiny would now intertwine with him. Oh Gu-young now had only 15 minutes left. All he could do was make the same choice again and keep the cycle going, because at least this way, the world could continue for another 300 years. But just then, Oh Gu-young suddenly heard the old man's voice, telling him not to give up. He could not tell whether the voice came from the already vanished Hong Guangyu, or if it was only a hallucination. But thanks to that voice, Oh Gu-young stopped in place and hesitated for a few seconds, and because of that, he heard what came next. Hong Guangyu thanked Oh Gu-young for giving him this precious egg during the famine. But it was such a shame. If this egg had appeared earlier, he could have fed it to Oh Gu-young and his mother. Then, maybe they could have survived this famine. Hearing that familiar name, Oh Gu-young froze. He could not believe he had heard his own name 300 years in the past. Hong Guangyu told him not to mind it, saying he was only talking to himself. But Oh Gu-young quickly asked who the Oh Gu-young he mentioned was. Hong Guangyu answered that he was a child who had starved to death. Such a tragic fate at such a young age. Oh Gu-young immediately asked how long ago that child named Oh Gu-young had died. Hong Guangyu thought for a moment and said it had probably been half a day. In other words, the child had died while Yama was still alive, which meant his soul must have gone to hell. Oh Gu-young thanked Hong Guangyu, and before Hong Guangyu could react, Oh Gu-young disappeared. Deep within hell, Old Soul arrived again and cautiously called out for King Yama, asking if anyone was there. But after searching everywhere, he could not find Yama. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. The person told him that Yama no longer existed. His name was Gu-young. Oh Gu-young. Old Soul was surprised by the coincidence, saying his name was Gu-young too. But what did it mean that King Yama no longer existed? Seeing Old Soul worry about Yama, Oh Gu-young realized the two must have been close. But Old Soul quickly denied it, saying he would never dare become close to the great king. Yama had only been protecting him. In truth, it would not have been strange if Old Soul had been erased long ago. Thanks to Yama's protection, he had survived as an ancient soul until now. Hearing this, warmth rose inside Oh Gu-young's heart. In other words, even though he had never done anything for Yama, Kang Jungbu had been protecting him all along, from a very, very long time ago, simply because they were best friends. The next second, Oh Gu-young finally saw a new path appear in the future. This might be the way to break the hopeless ending 300 years later. Oh Gu-young apologized to Old Soul, because he was going to give him his power. With that, Oh Gu-young opened Old Soul's mouth, then slowly climbed into his stomach. He told Old Soul that from now on, he had to eat monsters, digest them, and expel them. The only way to stop the destruction 300 years later was to create a balance of power. They had to create a King Yama who could stand against the creator.